Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life, one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 451, 437, The Divine Punishment Night, Ivina. Chapter 451, Chapter 437, The Divine Punishment Night, Ivina. In the northern part of the empire, within a secluded village, the townspeople mechanically spurred their twisted bodies into action, beginning their day's labor, as usual. They diligently farmed, fed livestock, and transported goods. The village was a scene of extreme busyness, but everyone's movements seemed somewhat stiff. A middle-aged man who looked like a blacksmith robotically swung his hammer, repeatedly striking a glowing red sword blade. His leaning body suddenly jerked, and his round, bulging head broke off, falling onto the hot sword blade. Yet, the blacksmith did not notice, continuing to hammer down, embedding the flesh and brain matter into the red-hot steel. By noon, this serene village welcomed a group of uninvited guests. Ivina led a team of divine punishment knights into the village, but the moment she stepped in, she sensed something was amiss. The village appeared desolate and run down. Many houses had collapsed, and the roads were muddy and barely passable. From numerous signs, it was evident that the place had recently suffered the ravages of war. Yet, the villagers did not attempt to mend these broken places, nor did they sidestep like the usual impoverished folk upon seeing them arrive, but instead went on with their labor. A divine punishment knight suddenly grabbed a passing man. Seeing the man's wooden expression, his lifeless eyes, and the clear stab wound in his chest, a chill went down his spine. Said the knight gravely. Ivina corrected, judging from the traces of the war. As she spoke, Ivina, with a solemn expression, took out a magic power-sensing device. The needle spun around and finally pointed toward the house within the village. The 20-something knights who had entered the village unsheathed their blades. Another set of church dogs? A cold, scornful voice soon emanated from the house. Following this, the face of an old, wizened man appeared before everyone, garbed in a black robe, his hair white and skin shriveled like tree bark, making him resemble a skeleton. Ivina's thoughts swiftly turned, and she recognized him soon, as his information was listed on the Holy Book of Sinners' bounty list. A bounty of 15,000 imperial gold coins. The robed wizard frowned in displeasure. These bodies were war's creations, which would otherwise be discarded in the wilds, devoured by beasts, their bones left to crumble. Such a waste. But in his hands, they could create far greater value. Thinking this, Wally, the wizard, spread his arms wide, his face displaying excitement and zeal. Look how great the new type of corpse ghost I developed is. In this half-month, how much grain they have produced, how many tools they have crafted, they don't need to eat or rest. Only to obey commands, the corpse stealer said exuberantly. The robed wizard, finally having someone to share his grand research with, spoke incessantly. It took him several years and countless experiments to finally awaken these corpses' former memories, leading them to autonomously start farming and smithing. Next, he would teach these corpse ghosts even more tasks, putting them to even more work. Ivina and others looked at the decayed, rotting bodies emitting a foul stench within the village. Their expressions grew increasingly angry as they clenched their long swords, interrupting the corpse stealer. Upon hearing the title Sinner, the expression of the corpse stealer, Wally, became distinctly uninterested. The corpse stealer said with a sneer, and then clumps of black mist emerged from his body. The corpse ghosts, whose faces were expressionless and movements sluggish, immediately turned red-eyed, and their bodies twisted and swelled into muscular, ghastly figures upon contact with the black mist. A realm. The divine punishment knights at the scene changed their expressions abruptly, shouting in panic, which completely contradicted the information about a third-ring wizard. Although, there seems only a single ring's difference between the third and fourth rings, the disparity in combat power is vast. Ivina's face showed no fear as she charged forward, her sword slashing horizontally and instantly cutting an approaching corpse ghost in two. The robed male wizard chuckled darkly, stretching out a hand to point, and the split body of the corpse ghost immediately exploded, the blood mist containing corpse poison and plague that even the divine punishment knights who had taken the divine grace potion could not withstand. But Ivina had already vanished beneath the blood mist with her extraordinary speed. After half an hour of intense battle, more than 30 divine punishment knights had perished, and Ivina had also accumulated several wounds emitting black mist on her body. And the head of corpse stealer, Wally, had been impaled on a long, slender blade. With the death of the caster, all the corpse ghosts in the village had lost their reliance and collapsed to the ground, one after the other. An exhausted Ivina heaved a sigh of relief. One of the divine punishment knights said with a look of relief on his face, "If it were not for the girl's reckless fighting style that had disoriented the corpse stealer, giving them a chance to fight closely, they would have all died here, becoming nothing but corpse ghosts. Such a pity they are still." Irina glanced at the corpses of her colleagues around her and sighed. The divine punishment knights said, both angrily and helplessly. In fact, the loss of fewer than 20 divine punishment knights to take down a grand wizard was extremely fortunate. At least they protected many more citizens of the Empire from the opponent's cruelty. Irina nodded, mustering the strength to gather and burn all the bodies with the remaining companions to prevent the possible spread of plague. Soon, the solemn hymns started to resonate throughout the village. May your souls evade hell, and may you rise to heaven and enjoy eternal bliss. Ivina prayed softly, watching the rising flames, and could not help but recall the past. More than 2 years ago, in the port town, it was such a fire that had awakened her, breaking away from her family and exposing her to a broader world. Chapter 452, 438, Ivina. I can't imagine how terrifying the realm controlled by wizards could be. Chapter 452, Chapter 438, Ivina. I can't imagine how terrifying the realm controlled by wizards could be. During the time she left the seaside town, Ivina experienced confusion and helplessness, and she faced many dangers. Fortunately, her swordsmanship was strong enough to deal with the majority of threats, which allowed her to survive. Afterward, she went to the Holy City and passed the selection of the Divine Punishment Army, earning the opportunity to undergo a transformation and drink the potion of divine grace. In those 2 years, in order to find information about Loth, Ivina joined the most dangerous witch-hunting squad within the Divine Punishment Army and witnessed the evil, madness, and hysteria of the wizards. They possessed powerful and bizarre witchcraft, hiding in the shadows, conducting unknown research, spreading plagues, and being the source of pain. All that she saw deepened Ivina's understanding of the descriptions of wizards in the Holy Bible, and it sparked a new belief in her to eliminate the minions of the evil god and thus save more people. Complex thoughts flashed through Ivina's mind, but they were soon interrupted by a tremor coming from the ground. It felt like a large deployment of troops, and Ivina immediately became alert. The northern border of the empire often suffered barbarian raids, and the village ahead might very well be slaughtered by them. However, upon seeing the fluttering banner of the holy emblem in the distance, Ivina's heart settled. The ones who raced all the way here were indeed the legions of the church's divine punishment army. Ivina immediately mounted her horse and led her men to meet them, reporting everything that had happened in the village. "You did very well, Ivina, to kill the Grand Wizard. It seems your strength has increased a lot," Gustav, the commander of the Divine Punishment Army, said to the 18 or 19-year-old girl, not skimping on words of praise. Ivina was probably the most perfect person in integrating the power of the potion of divine grace in hundreds of years, and her physical qualities were much stronger than those of ordinary knights of the divine punishment. The only flaw was her scarce and ordinary talent for divine arts. Gustav took out the Holy Bible from his waist, made a revision in the chapter about the corpse stealer, added the word exterminate at the end, and increased the bounty to to 40,000. A hint of joy appeared on Ivina's face. She herself did not care about the amount of money, as the salary she received on a daily basis was already sufficient for her everyday use. But the increase in the bounty meant that the families of the fallen knights of the divine punishment could receive more compensation money. Gustav put the Holy Bible back into his chest, his gaze turning toward the direction of the Holy City. But, sir, according to our investigation, the frequent activities of wizards in the northern part of the empire might be related to an evil god. Ivina hesitated as she spoke. During her time in the witch-hunting squad, Ivina had waged war against the evil god more than once, fully aware of the immense harm it could cause. If not eliminated in time, it could result in casualties in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Gustav's expression was very solemn. Not long ago, I received word that a tragedy occurred inside the empire. So now the entire kingdom has fallen, and it has probably turned into a playground for wizards and demons, Gustav sighed and said. A look of shock covered Ivina's face, a chill unavoidably rising in her heart. She could not imagine just how terrifying a nation ruled by wizards could be, nor how many bloody tragedies would occur. Ivina had once resolved a disaster caused by an evil god, where several crazed followers of the evil god took control of a fortress in the north, conducting a large-scale blood sacrifice where tens of thousands of impoverished people were slaughtered and transformed into nourishment for the growth of the evil god's power. The horrific scenes still lingered in Ivina's mind. A divine knight quickly asked. Ivina tightened her grip on the thin blade in her hand, realizing that the crisis facing the empire internally was indeed more severe than that in the north. Gustav shook his head. No. In fact, the church has already dispatched 2 expeditions, and the results? Gustav's voice was soft, yet it exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. The divine knights present all widened their eyes, hardly believing what they had heard. Ivina was no exception, her eyes flickering with disbelief. In the past, no matter what kind of enemy they faced, as long as the church resolved to eradicate it, they were certain to achieve victory. However, this time the crusading army had suffered such a disastrous defeat. She did not know how formidable the Saintess and the Judgment Chief were, but she had personally seen Gustav, the leader of the divine army, in action. Even that terrifying evil god, nurtured by the flesh and blood of tens of thousands, would be easily slain by Gustav, who wielded divine power. Gustav said with a grave expression. Ivina murmured softly. Gustav nodded and then explained. Just as the Bible says, the sin and endless desires in people's hearts will eventually bring disaster. The apocalypse? After the initial shock and chaos, Ivina and the divine knights gradually calmed down, their eyes filled with determination. They had long since disregarded life and death, and they were determined to eliminate those chaos-spreading wizards and prevent the apocalypse from arriving. The Pope has a very important task to entrust to you, Gustav said, looking at Ivina suddenly. Ivina responded respectfully. Chapter 453-439, The Greatest Discovery in the History of Magic, The Magic Power Conversion Equation. Chapter 453. Chapter 439, The Greatest Discovery in the History of Magic, The Magic Power Conversion Equation. A god's punishment knight suggested, unable to bear the thought of sending such a young Ivina on such a dangerous mission. He didn't know what the wizards had done to the kingdom, but he imagined it was probably too mild to describe as nefarious. Among the rank-and-file god's punishment knights, there were many who, due to a lack of divine arts talent and therefore considered unnecessary to cultivate, had not undergone the divine arts baptism, and he was one of them. This is not compulsory. You can refuse, and there will be no punishment. I will ask His Holiness the Pope for permission to send someone else, Gustav said, showing no inclination to make things difficult for Ivina. The piece intended for infiltration into enemy territory would only be a liability if not voluntary. Ivina said resolutely, if they could not stop the coming of doomsday, then everyone would fall into purgatory. In such peril, no one could escape. Gustav was very pleased with the girl's determination and comforted her. "You don't need to worry too much." At this point, Gustav asked his adjutant to fetch a set of documents and handed them to Ivina. "This is your new identity and the wizards you need to pay special attention to. It would be best if you could make some preparations in the coming days." Ivina nodded solemnly, took the documents, and started reading them. They contained information about the wizard's unique council system, hierarchical differentiation, personnel structure, and the identities of several council chiefs. The girl committed everything to memory, but upon turning to the last page, she froze upon seeing the information there. On the page was a portrait drawn by the Empire's finest artists, depicting a wizard in his 20s, with brown hair and a gentle appearance, completely lacking the deranged and dangerous aura common to wizards. However, the bounty on the individual was frightfully high. The reward amount was a staggering 100 million imperial gold coins. Even those so-called legendary wizards, the masters of the council, had bounties of only 10 million. What caught Ivina's interest even more was Lynn's background, bringing about a cataclysm, destroying the Holy See's punitive force, leading to the fall of the kingdom, and raising half a seaport town. Ivina murmured softly, Lynn's background vaguely reminding her of her own brother, Loth. Soon after, Ivina shook her head in private. How could it be? At most, their ages and hair colors were somewhat similar. This wizard named Lynn was so powerful, having killed the Holy Maiden and with a flip of his hand, annihilated tens of thousands from the Holy See's punitive forces. Presumably, her brother must be just a minor piece or perhaps an apprentice under Lynn's command. Gustav said with a solemn tone. When Ivina joined the God's Punishment Army, he had already investigated her background, of course knowing that Ivina's brother, Loth, died in that riot. It was rumored that Baron Pedro had also suffered a great mental shock as a result. One could say that a once happy noble family had been utterly shattered. Ivina put away the documents she was holding, her eyes revealing a complex expression. The leader of the God's Punishment Army encouraged. Gustav said with evident regret as he shook his head. They've underestimated the potential of your body. He had never seen anyone with such outstanding battle talent. Wizards might wield powerful and wicked witchcraft, but their prowess in close combat is usually limited. A moment of carelessness in melee can lead to even a great wizard's beheading. Although the information collected indicated that the Star of Magic was not as simple as an ordinary great wizard, Ivina also had another weapon at her disposal. Her beauty. If used correctly, it could be more lethal than any poison. Combining these points was the reason he recommended to His Holiness that Ivina undertake this mission. On the imperial border, within Fire Oil City, Lynn was unaware of the Church's secretive plans against him and was wholeheartedly devoted to his research on divine arts and magic power. Lynn muttered in admiration as he conducted a meticulous inspection of Judgment Chief Joshua's forearm, using a magnifying magic spell capable of 200 times magnification. After several days of research, he had found many interesting things. As he had previously speculated, the Church must have mastered a method to transform matter using divine energy as a medium. Undoubtedly the most important gateway to ascension to legend. In a nutshell, it was the transformation from vulnerable flesh to soaring energy. Beyond that, he discovered that divine energy and magic power were essentially the same thing. But the difference lay in the fact that wizards' magic power always carried slight variations. Powerful wizards could often use magic power to ascertain a person's identity. Initially, Helram had easily seen through his flawlessly executed shaping magic. However, all priests, bishops, and even cardinals wielded divine energy that was highly similar and indistinguishable. Lynn suspected that the essence of divine energy was marked by era, or in other words, it was special magic power containing its will. As Lynn pondered whether he could achieve the same thing using the magic network, he recorded all his thoughts on a piece of parchment. Lynn was planning to publish it in Magic Weekly. That week, to help dispel the fear and panic wizards felt towards the gods, Nearby lay the elemental periodic table he had recently completed in a hefty stack of manuscript papers. Chapter 454, 440 Energy Body and Mass Energy Equation. Chapter 454, 440 Energy Body and Mass Energy Equation. Since arriving in this world, Lin had been pondering one question: what exactly is magic power? Or rather, what are its characteristics? Centuries of research by wizards had laid some foundation for him. They had identified quite a few characteristics of magic power, like its ability to be manipulated by spiritual power, to be influenced by specially arranged runes, and most importantly, its capacity for magic mimicry. While creating the periodic table of elements, Lin discovered through numerous experiments that when wizards cast spells to mimic various elements, the amount of magic power consumed correlated positively with an element's atomic number, period, and family group. The most significant factor was the atomic number, which is the sequence number of an element in the periodic table. This number is arranged according to the quantity of protons, nuclear charge, within the nucleus of an atom. For example, hydrogen's atomic number is 1, meaning the number of protons in its nucleus is also 1. Uranium has an atomic number of 92, which means there are 92 protons in its nucleus. The same goes for other elements. If an element with a higher atomic number loses too much mass, its position in the periodic table will change, becoming a different element. Indeed, like the legendary stone to gold, fundamentally changing the nature of an element. Nuclear fission and the decay of radioactive elements are the best examples. Conversely, two light atomic nuclei can also combine into a heavier nucleus, which is what's known as nuclear fusion. If there are rules, then calculation is possible. For instance, helium, with an atomic number of 2, is composed of 2 protons and 2 neutrons. Assume the magic power needed for mimicry is 6. While lithium, with an atomic number of 3, consists of 3 protons and 4 neutrons. Suppose the magic power consumed for mimicry is 11. Then, by setting up a simple equation, it can be deduced that the magic power consumed for mimicking a proton is 1, and for a neutron, it is 2. Of course, this is the most perfect and simplest model. Reality is not so easy. Mimicking a lithium element consumes only about 60% more magic power than helium. Clearly, there's more influencing the consumption of magic power than just mass. It's possible that magic power is consumed in the process of mimicking an element structure, and this amount should be discounted in calculations, or perhaps the influence of the relatively lightweight electrons orbiting the nucleus needs to be considered. Lin wrote down all these variables that might affect magic power consumption. If he could eliminate the influence of other factors, he would be able to roughly calculate how much magic power was needed to mimic each fundamental particle. Before he knew it, an entire sheet of manuscript paper was covered with complex formulas. But calculating this value was just the beginning. He still needed to solve the second problem: how to make the mimicked elements become physically existent material. This was the biggest challenge. Lin frowned and pondered for a while, and quickly thought of the answer, which was energy. Only energy could achieve this feat. Lin had an epiphany and immediately wrote down a variation of the mass energy equation on the paper. M equals E/c². It means that mass is equal to energy divided by the speed of light. According to Lin's estimation, as long as enough energy is provided, then using magic power mimicked elements as a basis, it will be possible to realize the conversion between energy and mass, and with this, create an energy body capable of carrying a soul. Legendary. This is the method to ascend to legendary status. Having glimpsed the path ahead, excitement was unavoidable on Lin's face. However, after some careful calculations with a pen, he immediately encountered a significant problem. That was the terrifying amount of energy required for converting mass, which was almost inconceivable. According to the mass energy equation, 1 gram of mass is equivalent to 90 quadrillion joules of energy, which is akin to the explosion of 20,000 tons of TNT or a critical mass nuclear explosion. And with his own body weighing around 100 pounds, converting it entirely into energy would certainly amount to an astronomical figure. He must have overlooked something. Lin furrowed his brows in thought, stretched out his hand, and instantly a basic hydrogen element took shape, followed by helium, lithium, beryllium. Soon, 49 elements were floating above the palm of his hand, constantly revolving around each other. Lin picked up his pen and began writing on a piece of paper again. Magic power itself is a special form of energy, and it should account for a major portion of the consumption when mimicking elements. So the required energy should be much less than the calculated figures. As for why magic power has such properties, further research is needed. But even if the ultimate energy consumed is only 1/10 of the expected amount, that's still a substantial number. Lin touched his chin. He could think of several devices that could provide such immense energy, with the most efficient being the matter-antimatter annihilation device. But since he lacked the equipment to extract antimatter, he had to settle for the next best option, a nuclear fusion reactor. Lin calculated how powerful a nuclear reactor would be needed to supply the energy. Then he considered that his own body already contained a significant amount of mass, which might be utilized through some magic to further reduce the energy consumption. Lin was very puzzled. In his efforts to create a form built of magic power and filled with energy, he had racked his brains, even resorting to using a nuclear fusion reactor. Yet he still worried it wouldn't be enough to sustain the consumption. How did Ella manage to ascend to become a legend? Lin suddenly thought of this possibility, and a chill ran up his spine. When he was in the harbor town, the smart brain had once suggested using energy reserve. Lin asked out of curiosity. Upon hearing this number, Lin gasped in shock. That wasn't even considering energy lost. Otherwise, it could double or even multiply several times over. To think there aren't even 10,000 full-fledged wizards in all of Wizardland. It wouldn't be possible for the other side to target priests and bishops. That leaves only the poor. It has to be said, Ella, you really are ruthless. By defeating one of her avatars, it was as if he had depleted the pseudo-god's soul power reserve by the hundreds of thousands. It's just unclear how many souls Ella has harvested over the years. A few million? Tens of millions? Or a billion? After some consideration, Lin felt it couldn't be that exaggerated. The church couldn't possibly harvest the soul of every deceased person. At the very least, they had to be believers. Otherwise, the power possessed by the other side would be too terrifying. Chapter 455-441. Rushing 1,000 miles to aid the Empire's witch-hunting campaign. Chapter 455. Chapter 441. Rushing 1,000 miles to aid the Empire's witch-hunting campaign. Fire Oil City. Within a laboratory in the manor, Lin was thinking and listing formulas. Without realizing it, the night had passed, only to be interrupted by a knock on the door in the morning. Come in. Lin rubbed his head, slowly freeing his thoughts from the plethora of formulas, and looked towards the door. Master Dean. The one who entered was Pierce, asked Lin. Pierce hesitated as he spoke. Lin was momentarily stunned, his mind racing with numerous conjectures. Could it be that the church was launching a major attack again? If that were the case, it would mean that Ella had found a way to counteract the big nuclear explosion technique, undoubtedly the worst news. Fortunately, Pierce quickly explained that it wasn't the church that had launched an attack. Instead, the Empire was experiencing the most horrific witch hunt in history due to the propaganda by the priests and bishops. Although wizards were pursued and unwelcome within the Empire's borders, they could still manage if they didn't reveal their magic, engage in evil human experimentation, or participate in blood-curdling acts like sacrifices. Talented wizards could just barely scrape by. The better-off ones would cooperate with local nobles, helping them handle some shady matters. Those less fortunate, like his Minor Crow, would conjure an identity to lure wealthy apprentices to support their magic research. But with the spread of doomsday theories, the fear of wizards among the believers and the general populace escalated daily. Nobles no longer dared to continue colluding at great risks, leading to a large number of wizards hidden in the shadows being unearthed. According to the scouts' reports, There had already been dozens of wizard massacres in the western regions alone. Many wizards are now preparing to flee to the kingdom. The western regions have even established a wizards' aid organization, and the council is considering whether to send airships to support them. Pierce reported all that he had learned. Lynn hesitated. Sending airships into the Empire was undoubtedly a very risky act. They were still at war with the Church, but there had been no significant counterattacks from the other side for nearly half a month, and they were leaning toward a temporary ceasefire. This was clearly the deterrent created by the big nuclear explosion technique, making the Church wary. Without clear intelligence on their capabilities, they dared not rashly attack. For the Council, too, the situation was similar. Right now, the only ace up his sleeve was the nuclear explosion magic. The stock of uranium-235 was only enough for one more use of the nuclear explosion magic, and he could not afford to use it rashly. The longer the delay, the more advantageous it was for them, between mining uranium ore and preparing for war, as well as advancing to legendary status. Sending airships into the Empire now could likely enrage the Church, leading directly to the outbreak of a new round of wars. Alok inquired cautiously. The decision Lynn faced was undoubtedly critical. Although the majority of the council members believed it was necessary to send aid, if the dean insisted on opposing it, the proposal was unlikely to pass. After all, being able to release the big nuclear explosion technique and having killed the pseudo-god incarnation, Lynn had become the trump card among wizards, and his words sometimes even carried more weight than those of the chairman. Lynn pondered for a moment and made the decision. Lynn said decisively. Alok was very happy and immediately went to report the decision. As an aggressive wizard, he naturally agreed that they should fiercely counterattack the Church that dared to slaughter wizards. With Lynn's affirmative answer, the council no longer delayed and immediately dispatched more than 20 airships escorted by newly designed fighter planes to rush to the Empire for the rescue. Noon, western part of the Empire. Inside a dense forest, people crowded, screams, wails, and fighting noises were incessant. Kill these minions of the evil demons, the spreaders of doom. The leading archbishop shouted loudly. While a large group of knights had already loaded their crossbows, a fierce flurry of arrows appeared in the dense forest momentarily. Most of the arrows were blocked by magic or hit the tree trunks and bushes. However, not all were ineffective. A small-looking apprentice failed to dodge in time and was pierced through the back by several crossbow arrows, tumbling to the ground and instantly fell silent. An older witch, her eyes bulging with rage, her body surging with flames, conjured several fireballs that whistled fiercely as they flew out. The intense explosions tore apart a dozen knights at the front, but in the next moment, more crossbow arrows shot out from the smoke and fire, along with 3 bishops' holy light shock penetrating the witch's defenses, blasting her into a mist of blood. Seeing the sacrifice of a formal wizard and not even being able to slightly hinder the opponent's attack, the fleeing wizards felt a chill in their spines. The continuous rain of arrows still continued, probably due to the fear of the wizard's powerful and mysterious witchcraft. The knights did not engage in close combat, but continuously exhausted their magic power from a distance with arrows. From time to time, some fell behind due to physical strength or were struck down by arrows. A few wizards fleeing anxiously asked. They all knew that continuing like this would lead to everyone's death. The wizard named Lucas also cursed angrily. Originally, they had formed a mutual aid society to cope with the increasingly strict pursuits from the Church, planning how to safely escape to the supposedly wizard-ruled kingdom of Hedlada. But they had not anticipated a traitor inside revealing their meeting place, and the Church had already stationed people there who ambushed them during their discussion, resulting in a brutal fight where over 300 wizards and a large number of apprentices suffered heavy casualties, with only 100 managing to escape. Lucas was seething with anger, but was powerless, so he could only offer words of comfort. Everyone, just hold on a little longer. Once we reach Fire Oil City, we'll be safe. There, we won't have to worry about the Church chasing us anymore, nor will we have to conceal our identities. We can use magic openly and freely. Lucas continued to talk about the wonderful life ahead. Although he was still not sure if that information was true, stabilizing the situation was necessary. If everyone lost hope, they would truly be doomed. Chapter 456. 442. Ivina infiltrates the enemy camp. The shock brought by airships and fighter jets. Chapter 456. Chapter 442. Ivina infiltrates the enemy camp. The shock brought by airships and fighter jets. Is there really such a place as the Wizard's Kingdom? Although the wizards present had all heard the news, they were all somewhat skeptical because the rumors were simply too exaggerated. Some even believed it was a trap laid by the church to lure them into a snare. In the midst of silence, Lucas led everyone on a frantic run, using the cover of trees and bushes. What drove the wizards to despair, however, was that they had emerged from the dense forest to find themselves in a vast wilderness, meaning they would have no more places to hide. Lucas then realized that the knights had intentionally driven them in this direction. At the moment of distraction, a dozen arrows, shining with divine radiance, darted out from the dense forest behind them. In the midst of urgent shouting, Lucas also sensed the impending danger, and nearly instantly a mage shield was cast upon him. But the sturdy magic shield was hardly effective against the arrows imbued with anti-magic divine arts, and was quickly broken through. One of the arrows went straight through the shield, embedding deeply into his shoulder. Lucas's face twisted in pain, but more so in fear, as several more anti-magic arrows were shooting towards his chest. Just then, the voice of a young girl suddenly rang out lowly, and a slender sword blade swept past Lucas's side. Under the sparks that scattered, 3 anti-magic arrows were struck down. Lucas, still in shock, retreated several steps, and then realized that their rescuer was a young brown-haired girl with delicate features and a touch of dust on her face, her brows revealing a hint of sternness. "Thank you for your help," Lucas said gratefully, thinking quickly to recognize the young girl in front of him. Ivina, a wizard of the Dove School, expert in shaping science, and rumored to be of noble birth with a strong hand in swordsmanship before becoming a wizard. Yet just the day before, the Dove School's base had been attacked by a large group of witch hunters, almost annihilating the entire school. Only 2 managed to escape and joined a mutual assistance council. Lucas couldn't help but sigh. Too many wizard schools have been severely damaged or even destroyed recently. Ivina's Dove School was neither the first nor the last. "Let's save the thanks for later. Now is not the time for such talk," Ivina responded blandly, swiftly cutting off the arrow on Lucas's shoulder. Considering blood loss, Ivina didn't pull it out, as this was no place to treat a wound. "I know there's a village not far from this wilderness. Maybe we can shake off these enemies there," Ivina said quickly, glancing at the knights bursting from the forest. The wizards present were overjoyed, but their joy lasted only a moment, as everyone realized they couldn't possibly outrun the cavalry across the wilderness unless they left some to cover their retreat. Lucas clenched his teeth, understanding that they would all die unless they abandoned some of their number. Suddenly, a wizard pointed to the sky and exclaimed, turning everyone's gaze in the direction he was pointing. In the direction they were looking, black dots appeared on the distant horizon and were quickly closing in. "The ship, that looks like a ship flying in the sky," Ivina murmured with astonishment. Just as Ivina had said, as these flying objects drew closer, they resembled immense and majestic ships soaring through the sky. They were entirely in shades of blue-green, with an enormous elliptical gas bag mounted on top of each vessel, bound tightly by dozens of sturdy chains, exuding an industrial aesthetic. "So this is the aerial airship?" Ivina was utterly amazed. Though she had seen information on these things in documents, witnessing them in person still left her profoundly shaken. Such massive things could actually fly in the sky. Not only the wizards, but also the knights of the church noticed the sudden appearance of the airships. However, instead of slowing down their pursuit, they increased their speed, aiming to capture Lucas and the others before the reinforcements arrived. Lucas shouted to boost morale, but the official wizards and apprentices around him still felt heavy-hearted. For in front of them was a cavalry unit consisting of 4,000 men, led by several bishops. The thundering sound of horse hooves grew closer, kicking up clouds of dust and waves, surging towards them. Crossbow arrows were being reloaded, the lethal arrowheads reflecting a chilling gleam in the midday sun. Ivina gripped her slender blade with a somber expression. To execute the infiltration plan flawlessly, she was not familiar with these bishops pursuing the wizards, nor did she have any contact with them, only having prepared an escape plan. Like the secret passage she had mentioned in the village, it could be used to avoid pursuit and meanwhile gain the trust of the wizards accompanying her. But this also meant that she would be subject to unrestricted pursuit by friendly forces. In the face of such a dense barrage of crossbow fire, Ivina didn't have 100% confidence she could withstand it. Just as the witch-hunting knights finished loading their crossbows and were about to fire, a tremendous roaring noise erupted overhead. Then, a light twisted before two winged fighters, each with a wingspan of dozens of meters, appeared in front of everyone. They looked like guard falcons, except made of steel and enlarged several times over, speeding unimaginably fast over the heads of Lucas and his companions. The powerful airflow from their massive wings dispersed the dust around, and then they charged straight towards the 4,000 cavalry. The oncoming steel fighters quickly caught the attention of the witch-hunting knights. Countless crossbows aimed skyward, but their speed was too fast. At a velocity of 360 kilometers per hour, it was hard to aim effectively. The next moment, the violent rattling of the machine guns erupted by everyone's ears, almost bursting their eardrums. Flames burst from the barrels, and the fierce barrage struck the bodies of the witch-hunting knights. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through their iron armors, turning their flesh into sieves. Bright red blood sprayed across the battlefield, agonizing screams merging into a continuous chorus, leaving a horrific blood trail in the wake of the fighters. In the span of a few brief seconds, during one charge, hundreds of witch-hunting knights already lay in pools of blood, with dismembered bodies strewn across the field, the rich scent of blood relentlessly spreading through the air. Chapter 457, 443, Ivina. This isn't magic, it's practically heavenly punishment. Chapter 457, Chapter 443, Ivina. This isn't magic, it's practically heavenly punishment. Under the continuous strafing of two fighter jets, nearly a fifth of the pursuing knights fell on the battlefield in just a mere 10 seconds or so. Witnessing several of his comrades being torn into pieces by the dense barrage, one of the pursuing knights was so frightened that he shivered and ended up wetting himself. But this was just the beginning, as round objects had already started plummeting from the sky. Under the watchful eyes of Ivina and a group of wizards, white phosphorus fire blossomed in the air, igniting the oxygen and transforming into a brilliant display of fireworks that enveloped the battlefield. The remaining 3,000 or so knights were instantly submerged in a sea of white phosphorus fire. White phosphorus fire, with its high temperature, high corrosiveness, and high toxicity, was like the hellfire spoken of in legends that existed in the abyss, capable of devouring everything. Once it touched anything, it would burn through armor like maggots in the bone and completely incinerate flesh. The entire battlefield quickly turned into a purgatory where ignited knights fell from their horses, emitting continuous, agonizing, and piercing screams. The ground was seared into a scorched wasteland, while a strong and pungent smell kept wafting through the air. The leading archbishop yelled frantically. The witch-hunting knights, who had already lost their courage, hastily guided their war horses, desperately retreating backward, trying to escape back into the dense forest. But the fighter jets were not going to let them go so easily. They followed close behind, firing all their machine gun ammunition, feeling it wasn't even satisfying enough. They went into a low-altitude dive and used laser weapons, literally slicing the fleeing witch-hunting knights in half. Lucas and others could only watch with wide eyes as the ferocious witch-hunting knights, looking to totally annihilate them, crumbled under several rounds of attacks and fell on the barren ground no more than 70 meters away from them. Such terrifying weapons, a plainly dressed male wizard in the crowd murmured, shaking. Ivina also began to understand why the church's crusade army fell at the hands of these wizards. While the two fighter jets continued chasing the remnants in the sky, a dozen or so airships slowly descended, neatly arranging themselves over the wasteland. It was only when these alchemical creations came down from above that the people realized they had underestimated the enormity of the airships. They were simply as tall as 4 or 5-story buildings, even larger than a house. Del, accompanied by more than 100 musketeers, disembarked from the airship. Seeing the dust-covered Lucas, he immediately opened his arms and embraced the other warmly. How about that? Lucas was indescribably ecstatic. Had these airships arrived just half a minute later, they would have been flattened by those witch-hunting knights. It's just too bad you couldn't have arrived a day or two earlier, Lucas said with regret, and recounted the large-scale slaughter that had taken place in the western parts of the Empire in recent days. Hearing this, Del also became furious. If it weren't for the fact that he had insufficient manpower and limited ammunition for this operation, he would have wished to strike at the holy city and blow up the statue of the false deity. Del said fiercely, if someone had talked about annihilating the church and the Empire 5 minutes earlier, Lucas would have thought it mere fantasy of the ignorant. But now, a sense of anticipation rose in his heart. At Del's invitation, hundreds of wizards and their apprentices boarded the sky airships in batches. With the auxiliary balloons refilled, airships larger than houses carried these wizards into the sky. Lucas exclaimed in surprise, immediately looking towards the prototype warplanes that were returning to base. Lucas said, with a sigh. Del spoke with evident pride. Lucas paused. He had previously made contact with Del a few times when Del went to the Empire to gather intelligence, and he also had some understanding of the Wizard Council, which is why he had decided to flee the kingdom together with the Wizards' Mutual Aid Association, and naturally he had heard of this famous star of magic, Inde the Nadif. Lucas couldn't help but express his admiration. The other wizards also looked towards Del, as they too had heard the news of the Crusaders' defeat. You've misunderstood. Del shook his head. The people present looked at each other. The story seemed to be getting more and more exaggerated. They couldn't imagine what kind of force could wipe out an elite army of tens of thousands in one fell swoop. Del shrugged his shoulders, not daring to believe it himself before witnessing the truth with his own eyes. Lucas was confused, but half an hour later, he understood everything Del had said, for the airship had already flown over the nuclear blast zone. Below was a horrific sight, a land of scorched earth as far as the eye could see. For tens of kilometers, land had been melted and solidified into blocks of glass. And in the periphery, countless remains could be seen, including divine knights boiled dry by extreme heat and iron streams that had been completely dissolved and then solidified into shapes, sticking together with the ground. Del pointed towards the center of the blast zone. Lucas looked towards the center, where Del was pointing. There was no mine left, only a huge hole that seemed bottomless, as if leading to the abyss and hell. Ivina said with a trembling voice. The dreadful sight before her exceeded the most terrifying expectations of magic in her mind. Even the most powerful divine arts cast by Lord Gustav paled in comparison to 1,000th of its power. This was simply heavenly punishment. Chapter 458, 444. Astonished Ivina. The Grandeur of Fire Oil City, 2-in-1. Chapter 458, Chapter 444. Astonished Ivina. The Grandeur of Fire Oil City, 2-in-1. Wizards like Ivina, horrified by the power of nuclear explosion magic, were not few in number. If it had not been for the news of the church's disastrous defeat, they would have thought that the area had suffered a meteor crash or magma eruption, causing such a terrifying scene. Del said gravely, recently, a few elemental wizards ignored warnings and tried to study the elemental composition of the air in this area. Is that horrifying? Lucas was astounded. So much time had passed, and merely the residual effects of the magic could severely wound several qualified wizards. It was unimaginable how dreadful it would have been when the magic exploded. Among the crowd, a tall, thin, middle-aged male wizard exchanged a glance with Ivina, noting the seriousness in each other's eyes, before he suddenly asked. The man who spoke was named Monroe. Like Ivina, he too was an undercover agent sent to the wizards by the church. The two of them, through the local church's operations, successfully infiltrated the wizards' mutual aid society and, utilizing the chaotic situation, earned the preliminary trust of Lucas and others under the guise of school that had been annihilated. One of their objectives for infiltrating was to clear up the details about the wizards. After taking over Fire Oil City and defeating the expeditionary force, the church's higher-ups assumed these wizards would continue to launch large-scale attacks. The Empire even began consolidating troops, and the Divine Punishment Army, deployed to the northern border to investigate the evil god incident, had been urgently recalled. The Pope had also prepared to defend the Holy City and counter the dreadful doomsday magic, organizing a prayer ceremony with over 10,000 people, ready to use the divine descent technique at any moment. Yet the wizards showed no intention of making a major assault, leaving all the church's preparations in vain and their abnormal actions completely baffling the church's high echelons. Lucas and others were also quite curious about Monroe's question and looked towards Dell with interest. Well, Dell hesitated for a moment. He was equally puzzled by this question, and the counselors had many speculations about why the war had been stopped. However, Dell naturally wasn't foolish enough to reveal this to these wizards whose details were still unknown. Instead, he took a different angle to explain it to everyone. According to Master Lin, one cannot swallow a whole large fatty at once. Starting from their conquest of the kingdom's capital, it had only been about a year. Previously, by cooperating with the royal authority and local nobles, indirect governance was more manageable. Now that the wizards were directly managing the entire eastern territory of the kingdom, just 30,000 musketeers and a few thousand wizards were far from enough, resulting in mayhem from the followers in remote areas, causing them great trouble. That is to say, in the short term, their scope of management had reached its limit and needed some time to digest before continuing their offensive. Dell's words dispelled most of the wizard's doubts, but Monroe was still half convinced. This explanation sounded reasonably plausible, but on closer examination, many aspects still didn't add up. When the wizards defeated the expeditionary force, it was the moment when the Empire was most vulnerable, with most of its elite forces destroyed, Saintess Lucia killed in battle, and the Judgment Chief captured. The Pope could hardly have time to mobilize troops scattered across the Empire. With Fire Oil City only 300 kilometers straight from the Holy City, it would take just a few hours for the wizards using their alchemical creations to arrive there. They would have been completely capable of using this powerful technique to deliver a heavy blow to the church rather than maintaining the current stalemate. A speculation emerged in Monroe's mind. Perhaps these wizards were just bluffing and had no ability to release that magic again. Or perhaps the cause of such massive destruction wasn't magic at all, but a heavenly disaster that the wizards had foreseen and exploited through some means. The more Monroe thought about it, the more possible it seemed. He simply couldn't believe that wizards could wield such terrifying witchcraft. It completely surpassed his understanding of magic. Such power could only belong to the Supreme Lord. Monroe mused in his mind, but mere conjecture was obviously not enough to convince the Pope. He needed to gather more evidence. 2 state-of-the-art patrol aircraft soon returned, and the electromagnetic wave receiver placed on the airship immediately started to beep. Lord Dell, all clear. The Empire has not dispatched Griffin Knights to track or intercept, reported a flight officer tasked with translation. Intercept, Dell said contemptuously. In front of the new combat aircraft, the Empire's Griffin Knight squadron was nothing but targets. Unless they could conjure another fire dragon, sending any number would merely grant them easy merits. Dell's disdainful tone displeased Monroe, but he suppressed his emotions and focused on the blinking receiver on the airship, probing its function indirectly. Chapter 459, 444. Astonished Ivina. The Grandeur of Fire Oil City, 2-in-1, _2. Chapter 459. Chapter 444. Astonished Ivina. The Grandeur of Fire Oil City, 2-in-1, _2. Del had no intention to explain. Electromagnetic communication magic was still a secret that couldn't be disclosed. The wilderness where everyone fled was only a little over 100 kilometers from Fire Oil City. Under the full speed of the airship, they reached the newly built airport in the city in just 1 hour. Although it was called an airport, it was actually a very wide square, the ground magically smoothed out, capable of accommodating more than 200 airships, with a long runway in the center for rising and landing of new fighter planes. Ivina's expression was extremely tense because this meant they had officially entered a city ruled by wizards. Before this, she had imagined what this occupied western stronghold would look like in the hands of the wizards. Bodies hanging from the city towers, streets unwashed of fresh blood, citizens hiding in fear in their homes, wizards in long robes moving mysteriously, perhaps even the air tainted with the strange odor of magic potions. However, once they really stepped into the city, everything in view was incredibly surprising to her. The streets of Fire Oil City looked very wide, with countless pedestrians coming and going, camels pulling boxes of goods moving at a coachman's urging with heavy steps, yet quickly overtaken by a squarish iron box filled with stones, leaving them far behind. Ivina remembered something about these strange iron boxes, which the wizards called alchemy cars, a formidable weapon of war. The outer shell was made of steel, completely impervious to the bows, crossbows, and swords in soldiers' hands, and much faster than a warhorse. Charging on a battlefield, they could easily crush hordes of cavalry. Now, it seemed that besides warfare, these things could also be used for transporting goods. Along the way, Ivina had not seen the bloody, cruel, dark scene she anticipated. It rather looked like a very prosperous city. Every person working, both wizards and the poor alike, showing no indication that this place had just been conquered 20 days ago. The streets even had posters that read, "Urinating and defecating on city streets are prohibited. Violators will be whipped 10 times." To ensure that the illiterate poor could also understand the message, it was thoughtfully illustrated with a picture and a big cross mark. Ivina pointed ahead, where several plainly dressed workers were struggling to erect a slender pole at the intersection. At the top of the pole hung a clear, spherical object that looked quite delicate. Was this decoration, or a node for casting some kind of witchcraft? Lucas and others marveled, having never heard of an alchemy-fueled method capable of continuously illuminating an entire city. How much magic power did it consume? Monroe, on the other hand, noted quietly to himself. Wizards had set up magical lighting within the city to deal with nighttime battles. Following that, Monroe turned his gaze towards various parts of the city, recording every change he observed. Although Fire Oil City appeared thriving, he firmly believed this was all a facade. The wizards maintained this surface prosperity definitely for some motive. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Monroe saw what he wanted to see. Several wizards were using magic to demolish a dilapidated house, then loudly directing the poor to load the debris onto a truck. Seeing this, Monroe sighed and shook his head, noting to himself, "The wizards cruelly destroyed the homes of the poor and enslaved believers, forcing them to build luxurious mansions and various war facilities for the council's elites." Unlike Monroe, who had natural filters, Ivina, although also cautious of wizards, keenly noticed that the laboring poor didn't wear expressions of fear or unease. Instead, she could see smiles. As she pondered, Del began to complain. When they had conquered Fire Oil City, the entire slum area was a stinking mess, truly unbearable to behold. Moreover, the surprise attack had damaged many houses, severely affecting the city's appearance. So Master Lin had proposed a major overhaul of the city. It was also a chance to widen and refurbish the roads, allowing the alchemy cars to pass smoothly through the streets. Ivina asked, frowning. Del pointed to a cleared area where newly constructed, neat, and impressive resettlement houses had just been built. Under Ivina's gaze, trucks of stone were brought in by the alchemy cars, and then the elemental wizards cast spells to help laborers establish the framework of the houses. The walls were simply made of concrete and stone because, due to the shortage of steel and the inconvenience of casting spells, no steel frame structures were installed inside. However, this was much better compared to the poor's original shabby wooden and straw houses. Upon entering this area of slums, Ivina noticed the houses being constructed, but hadn't expected such beautiful houses were intended for the poor. Yet, construction was far slower than demolition. Those who had lost their homes and temporarily had nowhere to live were temporarily placed in noble mansions and estates. These places were very spacious with many rooms, easily accommodating several hundred people. Upon Dell's explanation, Monroe almost thought he had misheard. The wizards were letting these lowly poor stay in noble estates. But soon, Monroe stopped fretting over such trivial matters. A wave of anger surged up from his feet to his heart because he found out that the church in Fire Oil City had been directly demolished by the wizards, and the statues of the gods were disassembled into pieces and carted away. According to the wizards, this statue would be thrown directly into a high-temperature furnace and melted down into bronze. Then the metal would be used in more important places, like making street lamps. This blasphemous act almost caused Monroe to faint on the spot. Dell, however, continued to speak with a smile. I heard before that this statue was built by the Lord of Fire Oil City to display his devout faith, cast entirely in gold. However, the location of this church is good. Dell pointed to the station whose walls were not yet completed, and a massive, square iron box brought here by several airships. He proudly explained to everyone about this new alchemy creation developed by the Magic Research Institute. The internal railways were already under construction. It wouldn't be long before this train could travel throughout the entire kingdom. How fast is it then? Ivina asked with a serious demeanor. Of course, loaded with goods, it's not as fast as airships, but it still goes about 90 kilometers an hour, Dell casually said. Hearing this, Monroe's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. He quickly calculated that if Dell wasn't lying, this thing called a train could transport 900 tons of goods, or a legion of 1,500 people, from Fire Oil City to the capital in a day. Although Monroe thought these wizards were probably exaggerating, even if this thing called a train was only one-third as effective as they claimed, it was still a terrifying threat. He had to get this message out as soon as possible. Chapter 460-445, Monroe's Wizard Collapse Theory. Chapter 445, Monroe's Wizard Collapse Theory. Under Dell's continuous narration, the wizard's present grew increasingly eager for the magic train currently under construction. Once the railway was laid, the train would be able to reach any city within the kingdom in just 3 days. Furthermore, 50 such trains were to be constructed for internal transportation and passage requirements of the kingdom. Lucas exclaimed, picturing trains as large as serpents speeding across wilderness, their wheels booming loudly as they transported vast amounts of goods to every corner of the kingdom. In just over an hour, he had experienced too many shocks. Airships that could carry dozens of people and were bigger than houses soared into the skies. Combat aircraft that could launch beams of light at extreme speeds, and powerful magic capable of annihilating punitive forces and turning an area of several tens of kilometers into scorched earth. And then there was this magic train that could in a short time traverse hundreds of kilometers, deploying a whole legion throughout the kingdom. Lucas felt as though he was in a dream. Apart from Monroe and Ivina, who had different thoughts, the rest of the wizards were equally excited. In the past, they had lived in hiding within the Empire's borders. Once a wizard's identity was revealed, it would incite pursuit from the church and looks of fear and suspicion. Many had even begun to doubt whether their path of learning magic and seeking the truth of the world was correct. The towering church was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's heads, so vast and grand that it made them breathless. Only now did they realize that perhaps the church was not so formidable after all, and that wizards could indeed be so powerful. Watching everyone's astonished reactions, Dell shook his head amusedly. This was just in Fire Oil City, which they had only recently occupied. If they were in the capital, there would be even more novelties, so many that even he was often surprised. Dell led everyone through the West District to the academy being refurbished. Originally a school of the church designed for noble children and the training of nuns, it had now been revamped. Although its function as a place of learning hadn't changed, the teachings were no longer of the Bible, but of magic. Although Lucas and the others were wizards, they were new to the place, so Dell didn't lead them directly to their accommodations, but instead began with a test of wizard levels. It was only after entering the college that Ivina realized they were not the first to arrive. The place was bustling with at least 1,000 wizards, all seemingly having escaped from the Empire to Fire Oil City through various channels. Because it's a special period, there is a small test. At this point, Dell paused significantly before having someone bring over a stack of slips of paper, which he handed out to each person present. "Next, you only need to read what's written on these out loud," he said. Ivina received a slip, and after seeing the content, her pupils shrank, and a strange expression appeared on her face. Monroe was outright stunned. He hadn't expected these wizards to come up with such a sly and malicious idea. Asked a good-looking witch lightly, "Try to maintain a sense of humor." "No, this is Master Lin's private grudge, so everyone entering the city must curse once." Dell shrugged, unwilling to take the blame. Only the Star of Magic would dare such a thing. In fact, using this cunning trick, they had already caught several dozens of the church's spies. "The moon goddess Allah is a bitch, and she will one day pay for her evil deeds." Lucas read the words on the paper without hesitation, his tone filled with a refreshing touch of righteous indignation. Soon, more and more wizards began to speak. Each piece of paper had different content, but without a doubt, all were words of cursing. Many apprentices initially hesitated, as they had been subjects of the Empire. Before becoming wizards, having an inherent fear of the high and mighty moon goddess and the creator touted by the church. But in such an atmosphere, they quickly overcame their fear of that divine entity, and some even found cursing insufficiently satisfying, making their words increasingly harsh. Monroe's anger nearly reached its threshold, but when Dell swept a glance at him, all that rage turned into bone-chilling coldness. Sweat dripped from Monroe's brow as he looked at the malicious words on his slip of paper, finding himself in a dilemma. To curse or not to curse, that was the question. In the evening, in the Wizard College within Fire Oil City, Ivina and Monroe, having completed their level assessments, walked into the faction residential area they had been assigned. Upon closing the door, Monroe immediately checked the room, then took out a crystal ball from his bosom. Seeing that it didn't light up, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that those wizards hadn't cast any strange magic in this room. It was only then that Monroe vented the anger he had accumulated all day. Monroe whispered furiously, his fists slamming hard against the wall. After venting for a while, he soon closed his eyes and made a prayer gesture, repenting his sins to the great Creator in his heart. Chapter 461, 445. Chapter 461. 445 Ivina silently prayed and repented in her heart, feeling equally infuriated by the despicable tactics of the wizards. Before officially joining the God's Punishment Army, Ivina, who occasionally attended church services, was not considered a devout believer of the moon goddess. Furthermore, she did not receive her father's attention like her brother Loth did. She never entered the church-run schools to rigorously and systematically study biblical knowledge. However, after 2 years of experience in the northern frontiers, she gradually realized the grandeur of the Lord and the significance of the pontificate's existence. Evil gods, wizards, and all manner of strange demons and ferocious beasts crossing through the space-time gate were threatening the survival of the Empire's citizens. Before the establishment of the pontificate, the entire continent was a snapshot of various nations plagued by rampaging evil gods. It was probably out of pity for the world that, at the most critical moment, God descended. Evil gods ravaging across the continent were slain, one by one. The multitude of nations became a thing of the past, and a grand empire, like none before, was erected in the heart of the continent. All citizens were enveloped in the Lord's glory. It was precisely after witnessing the turmoil brought about by the evil gods and wizards in the north that Ivina's faith gradually firmed, and she came to believe more strongly that wizards were the minions of evil demons, incarnations of wickedness, entities that must be eradicated. It wasn't until she truly stepped in a fire oil city, a city governed by wizards, that everything she saw threw Ivina back into confusion. Ivina, somewhat puzzled, turned to Monroe, who was still praying, and asked. She held considerable respect for this instructor of God's punishment army. After all, it was Monroe leading the mission this time, and she just needed to follow orders. After confessing his sins to the great Lord, Monroe opened his eyes, his mood having returned to calm, and spoke in a grave tone. The speed at which these wizards create new weapons has indeed exceeded my expectations, especially that alchemical creation called a train. We absolutely cannot allow those wizards to easily construct railroads. Otherwise, the enemy could form legions terrifyingly quickly, and they could also rapidly dispatch goods from various locations during war. We must figure out a way to organize the believers within the kingdom to carry out sabotage. While Monroe racked his brains on how to destroy the wizards' weapons of war, Ivina hesitated before speaking. Fire Oil City seems different from what we had envisioned. Instead of the expected bloodshed and cruel enslavement, the city was thriving. The city was filled with recruitment slogans. Ordinary laborers received 5 silver coins, and if you had some skills and were fortunate enough to join a workshop, you could earn 7 to 15 silver coins every month. Such a high remuneration tempted many apprentices and even official wizards. It should be noted that the citizens of the Empire's northern territories usually earned only 1 or 2 silver coins for a month of hard labor. Additionally, after tax collectors and local bullies took their cuts, they often struggled just to scrape by. What shocked Ivina further was that the wizards also repaired houses for the poor. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that the minions of an evil god could do such things. Monroe had noticed the girl's confusion and disdainfully explained. I must admit, these wizards have done a fine job on the surface, which is indeed misleading. Sadly, they simply don't understand economics, and they lack management experience. Ivina paused, not quite understanding why Monroe would suddenly say such things. Consider that Fire Oil City has approximately 200,000 citizens. Assuming half of them become laborers, producing all sorts of war machines. For the wizards, that adds up to several thousand gold coins in expenses a month, tens of thousands a year. This is just for one city. What if it expanded to the whole kingdom? Monroe said with a sneer. He was well aware that the wizards were attempting to corrupt the citizens' faith with large sums of money. According to what they had seen and heard, this strategy had indeed had some effect. After all, where did the wizards get so much money? It might be initially sustained by slaughtering local nobles, but such a situation was bound to be unsustainable. Monroe continued with a solemn expression. These wizards, with their relentless pursuit of warfare, will inevitably pull the impoverished populace into the workshops, which will certainly further reduce food production. The substantially increased wages will allow the poor to buy more food, leading to a severe increase in consumption. And food has always been in short supply. If some people eat more, others must inevitably eat less. Therefore, according to Monroe's prediction, with the reckless management of these wizards, the kingdom is bound to collapse within a year, by which time there will be a widespread famine and countless deaths from starvation. The wizards will also shed their original disguises and reveal their evil nature. Once sufficient war weapons are produced, the only use for these poor folk will be as sacrifices. Ivina quickly grasped Monroe's point. It was quite understandable that increasing consumption while reducing output would eventually lead to problems. The girl turned to look out the window, where the evening sun had fully set, but the city had not stopped its bustle. People gathered where her gaze landed, and the workers were still energetically building new houses with fatigue and smiles on their faces, presumably happy about moving into a new home soon. However, according to Monroe's deduction, such prosperity probably couldn't last for long. Night had begun to fall, and the entire city was gradually shrouded in darkness, just like its future. Suddenly, a bright morning star shone within the city, and the dazzling light began to spread to every corner, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Only then did Ivina realize that it wasn't a star emitting the brightness, but street lamps. It turned out that those wizards hadn't lied after all. The nights in Fire Oil City could indeed be as bright as day. Several hundred meters away, in a magic laboratory, Lin was ceaselessly moving a feather pen in his hand, writing pages of equations on paper. The floor was piled with all sorts of discarded drafts, leaving Dell no place to set foot upon entering. Dell moved cautiously, not daring to disrupt or step on the papers filled with equations. He was well aware that Master Lin had been in the laboratory for 4 whole days. Although no one knew exactly what the Star of Magic was doing, it certainly involved significant magical research. Thus, aside from daily meals and extremely important matters, no one dared to disturb him. Dell didn't dare interrupt the Star of Magic's train of thought and stood silently with the report after entering, waiting for the other to finish his work. Driven by intense curiosity, though, Dell sneakily glanced at the papers on the table, the complex set of equations making his head spin. About 10 minutes later, Lin wrote down the final symbol, then let out a deep sigh, relaxing his entire body. His magic power conversion equation was finally complete. This was thanks in part to the inspiration he got from Einstein's energy equation, without which he might not have managed, even in months, let alone 4 days. Is this what it feels like to stand on the shoulders of giants? It felt unbelievably exhilarating. Next, all he needed was to collect enough nuclear fuel to begin constructing a nuclear fusion reactor in preparation for the legendary Ascension ritual. It's just a pity that he had only recently advanced to a 5th ring Great Wizard and did not meet the criteria for becoming a legend. But that wasn't entirely disadvantageous, as the Ascension ritual was quite dangerous, and he was not completely sure of success. It was perfect to let someone else test the waters first. Chapter 462-446, The Born Legend, the Beast that Devours Everything. 2-in-1. Chapter 462. Chapter 446, The Born Legend, the Beast that Devours Everything. 2-in-1. Lin pondered in his mind which constraint method should be used for the nuclear fusion reactor, and it took him quite a while before he realized that Dell had been standing by his side all along. As Dell spoke, he handed over a list. Lin reached out to take it. It contained a series of names, with yellow or red marks on the names of about 20 people. Although the council had long possessed the means to detect divine arts, ensuring that all those entering Fire Oil City were wizards, Lin would never take these compatriots lightly. About 2 years ago, the disaster sparked by the evil Mage Merc in Wizardland was still vivid in his memory. The whole thing started with a cardinal who managed to disguise himself as a wizard using transmigration to infiltrate their ranks. With this precedent in mind, the council naturally had to be cautious, so on Lin's suggestion, a small test was added. A spiritual energy wizard would secretly cast an emotional probe spell, and those wizards who responded intensely while reading a certain script were listed as suspects. After all, the more devout believers would become angry at the blasphemous words on the script, not to mention having to curse aloud themselves. However, the method wasn't 100% accurate. The pseudo-god held a prominent sway within the empire, and some wizards and apprentices within the empire's borders didn't dare to even utter the deity's name. And there were also cases of intense fear preventing people from speaking, so suspicion could only serve as a reference for screening potential targets. Lin's gaze swiftly swept over the list, and he was quite surprised to see a familiar name, causing him to pause and a look of astonishment to appear on his face. "Ivina," Lin whispered softly. Dell asked cautiously. He clearly knew that the Star of Magic had been active within the borders of the Empire before arriving in Wizardland, so it was only natural for him to have a few old acquaintances. The other party's age and comely features also led Dell to make some different guesses. You could say that, Lynn nodded. He couldn't be completely certain based on a name alone, but if the age and hair color matched as well, then it was almost certainly the person he knew. Right after his transmigration, he had infiltrated a harbor town to find a crippled law to obtain a boat ticket to Wizard Land and had to assume the identity of Loth Pedro, the brother of the person he sought. In the end, he didn't find the person, but was caught red-handed by the steward and forced to enter the Pedro Manor. Thankfully, the relationships within this decayed, noble family were extremely complicated, or rather, could be described as perverse. The Baron was obsessed with climbing the social ladder, seemingly caring for his 2 children, but in reality, using them as tools for power advancement and family revival. And the sister, Ivina, harbored a mix of envy, jealousy, and hatred toward Loth. Lynn remembered that before he left the harbor town to cross the sea, he had taught Ivina a good lesson as a way to repay the favor of borrowing Loth's identity, hoping to break up this perverse family relationship. After a separation of 2 years, had she actually become a wizard? This was an unexpected turn. Since she's an old acquaintance of yours, there's no need to investigate her, Dell said as he picked up the pen, ready to cross Ivina's name off the list. However, Lynn shook his head and interjected, "No, we're actually not that close. Let's do everything by the book. Don't let anyone slip through because of me." Although he had had some contact with Ivina, their relationship was by no means close, and all of that was in the past. Lynn had no intention of rekindling any connection with her. "I understand, Master Lynn," Dell said thoughtfully, marking the word priority next to Ivina's name. Lynn asked as Dell didn't seem to. "Leave after taking back the list. It's about the uranium mine. Recently, the guards and miners there have been attacked, and even a golem has been chewed up," Dell said with a hint of worry on his face. Hearing this, Lynn's expression also grew somber. The discovery of the Demon Stone had led him to speculate that there must be a creature, or even a group of creatures, capable of consuming nuclear fuel deep inside the uranium mine. However, during the time spent mining uranium, or the wizards tasked with scouting the mine hadn't been able to find such a monster, so the issue had been left unresolved. Lynn asked, "Master Raphael has already gone with a pair of alchemists to capture the beast, and to this day, no useful information has come back," Dell said hesitantly. Lynn said, feeling somewhat uneasy. It was evident that such a creature could only be described as terrifying, certainly not easy to contend with. It took about 5 hours to reach the royal capital from Fire Oil City, even by airship. By the time Lynn arrived at the uranium mine, it was already early the next morning. Chapter 463-446, The Born Legend, The Beast That Devours Everything. 2-in-1. Part 2. Thanks to the church's previous blockade and the rumors of a demonic curse, this mining area was deserted, with not a single person in sight. However, Lynn was well aware that all of this was just a facade. Aurora, skilled in visual illusion techniques, had set up a massive polarization magic here. The airship seemed to pass through a thin layer of water, and the interior scenery soon unfolded before him. The mining area was very spacious, and the security was extremely tight. Everywhere, one could see musketeers carrying new flintlock rifles standing guard and patrolling. The moment the airship penetrated the magic barrier, it was already targeted by several machine guns and electromagnetic cannons. This was only because Lynn had beforehand sent a message via electromagnetic waves. Otherwise, the entire airship would have been turned into a sieve by now. This rigorous precaution was specifically instructed by Lynn, as the security level of this uranium mine was even higher than that of the capital and Fire Oil City. After all, if that false god got his hands on a sample of uranium, there was a high probability that he could replicate his big nuclear explosion technique. Then the sword of Damocles hanging over the enemy's head would turn against them. The airship gently landed on an open space in the mining area. Raphael, Alade, and Sanchez, who had received the message in advance, were already waiting there early. Raphael warmly came forward and embraced Lynn. He knew that this star of magic had been holed up in his laboratory recently, engrossed in new magical theories. Last time, he had uncovered the internal structure of an atom, creating the terrifying big nuclear explosion technique. Who knew what grand ideas he might come up with this time? Sort of, Lin nodded, but he didn't divulge any details. Instead, he inquired, "What about the monster that attacked the miners?" Raphael shook his head in frustration. "It's very fast, and appears and disappears without a trace." As Raphael spoke, he showed Lin the bodies of the attacked miners. The sight was brutally gruesome, with bodies almost all dismembered by a single blow. Large amounts of flesh mixed with blood were piled up together, but Lin still sharply noticed that these bodies had not been eaten. Instead, a damaged golem nearby had half of its head gnawed away. Was flesh not in the creature's dietary range? Lin immediately considered this, growing increasingly interested in this peculiar monster. Since it wasn't hunting, then the reason for these miners' attacks was worth pondering. Lin asked thoughtfully. "Deep inside the uranium mine," Raphael replied. Tests had shown that the closer to the depths of the mine, the stronger the radiation was. Therefore, they suspected that the deepest part of the mine was the monster's lair, but they didn't dare to enter recklessly. Lin immediately understood. It seemed the miners had stepped into the creature's territory and had been killed as intruders. Moreover, we've discovered that this creature seems to have an interest in high-energy objects that it hasn't eaten, planning to use this as bait in setting a trap to lure it. Alade spoke with a smirk. After seeing the damage on the golem's head, Raphael and the others had already prepared to request support from the council. At the very least, they needed a chairman to come over to possibly solve this issue. They knew how hard the golem was, completely made of mithril. It must have powerful jaws to gnaw its head off and directly swallow it. Facing such an adversary, even the great wizards felt somewhat timid. Fortunately, Lin's timely arrival gave Raphael and the others full confidence. With the big nuclear explosion technique, in the eyes of many wizards, this star of magic had suddenly become the highest combat power of the entire Wizard Council. Unlike Raphael and the others, who were full of confidence, Lin was not sure he could handle it. In his memory, creatures that could devour nuclear fuel only existed in the fantasy of an old movie from his previous life. Is it called Godzilla? But this mine clearly couldn't accommodate such a huge creature. Under Raphael and the others' cordial invitation, Lin had agreed to this capture operation. It would be somewhat unreasonable to request support without even seeing the creature first. Even if the capture failed, they could at least figure out more about the other party. Setting up the trap took roughly the whole morning, and Raphael's methods were quite simple. He had the miners enter the deep parts of the mine and continue to mine the ores as before. The slight difference was that many magic power-infused mithril ores were placed beside them. This fulfilled the two conditions they speculated would trigger an attack: quality food and an invasion of territory. Lin, who was using illusion technique to hide in the corner, couldn't help but comment as he glanced at the prominent alchemy runes above and beneath them. It should be fine as long as they are not activated. There won't be any magical fluctuations, Raphael said confidently. He didn't believe that the simple-minded magical beasts could understand the meaning of the runes. Lin shook his head, said nothing more, and instead focused on the miners. These baits obviously knew they were in danger. Their mining activities did not stop, but their legs were trembling faintly. However, Lin felt no pity for them because only two kinds of people would end up mining uranium, or these individuals were tasked with. It was either nobles who often enslaved the poor, or serious criminals facing the death penalty. Since they were in to secure information, there was no possibility of them getting out. Being radiated during the uranium mining process was thus a sort of alternative punishment. As for the captured believers, Lin dared not let them come near here. After all, their souls were supposed to ascend to heaven upon death. That would be akin to unwittingly passing on information to Aera, so he sent them all to build roads instead. Lin, Raphael, Alade, and Sanchez just quietly waited, with the relentless roar of machinery ringing in their ears, the sound emanating from the drills in the workers' hands. However, after waiting for 10 hours, They did not encounter the so-called attack. Alade, growing a bit impatient, couldn't help but speculate. Raphael was also unsure if something was wrong with the setup. Just as they were considering whether to stop the workers and try again tomorrow, Lin suddenly spoke. Raphael quickly inquired. Lin did not respond because he didn't know either, but a sense of an almost imperceptible threat started to surface in his mind. Just as the miners were about to load the mined uranium or onto the mine cart and leave, a blue streak of light flashed across. The world seemed to split into two halves, and red blood sprayed out. In an instant, 5 miners, along with the minecart, were torn into pieces. Such incredible speed. A chill suddenly rose in everyone's hearts, and Lin finally caught a glimpse of the entire form of this magical beast. It was about 2 meters tall, covered in blue, and its shape resembled a beast. Its skin, like flowing flames, constantly shifted. No, describing it as skin wasn't quite accurate because it had no flesh. Its body was made of pure energy, a type of pure energy or elemental creature he had never seen before. A natural legend? The thought of running away already flashed through Lin's mind. Chapter 464, 447. The burning immortal fire and the terrifying atomic breath combined. Chapter 464. Chapter 447. The burning immortal fire and the terrifying atomic breath combined. Just like Lin, Raphael and his companions were also astonished by the unique anatomy of the magical beast and did not act rashly. This peculiar creature seemed not to have noticed them, and, after killing the workers mining the ores, swallowed an entire cart of uranium ore in one bite. That's right, a whole cart in one bite. Without the constraint of flesh and bones, its mouth could expand almost limitlessly, while inside its body, resembling a super high-temperature furnace, it rapidly digested the swallowed uranium ore. Lin and the others felt their scalps tingle as they watched. What on earth is this monster? Raphael suddenly found himself in a dilemma, whether to attack or not to attack. Now was undoubtedly the best time. Though the existence of their foe differed from ordinary creatures, judging by the visible uranium ore inside its stomach, it must be full and in the digestion stage, inevitably weakening its combat ability. The moment was fleeting, seeing that after eating the ore and the mithril used as bait it was about to leave, Raphael steeled his heart and activated the trap he had set in advance. Raphael touched the ground with his right hand, muttered lowly, and instantly, the alchemy runes scattered across the floor, walls, and ceiling surged up, enclosing the space with chains. Although Raphael's alchemy skills were far from Vittorio's level, he was considered top-notch among great wizards. With the prior arrangement, he could almost reach the pinnacle of six-ring magic. The glowing rune chains swiftly wrapped around the limbs and neck of the beast's shadow, layer by layer, tightly binding it. However, Raphael's expression did not relax in the slightest. Instead, it became even more solemn, because he noticed that the moment the rune chains touched the creature, their power started to deplete rapidly. "Quick, take action!" Raphael gritted his teeth and roared lowly. Indeed, there was no need for his reminder. Both Alade and Sanchez could feel the intimidation emanating from the azure beast's shadow before them. Sanchez's form twisted, and in a mere 3 seconds he transformed into a massive monster standing 5 meters tall. At the same time, a scorching fireball emerged in the palm of Alade's hand. The plasma state flames surged continuously, their temperature nearing 10,000 degrees Celsius, 1.5 times that of the sun's surface. It was named the Eternal Flame. Lin did not act recklessly like the other two, his gaze fixed on the azure beast's shadow, somehow reading a mocking expression on its face. It was only then that he suddenly realized that this peculiar magical beast had never shown panic, unease, or surprise due to their presence or the rune chains from the very beginning. Recalling the vague sense of crisis that had emerged in his mind before, Lin absurdly guessed. The magic they had hidden had not escaped the notice of the creature at all. This magical beast had knowingly stepped into the trap. Perhaps it had been holed up in the mine for too long, and was looking for some fun. Or perhaps it believed they posed no threat to it. A violent roar echoed through the mine, the powerful sound waves bouncing continuously within the confined space, causing the rune chains around it to shatter instantaneously. Not only that, the sound waves spread rapidly, causing the walls of the entire mine to crumble layer by layer and the mangled corpses on the ground to break apart even further. Fortunately, everyone present could construct domains as great wizards. Once the sound waves penetrated their domains, they were weakened by more than tenfold. Even so, it nearly ruptured the eardrums of Lin and the others. In an instant, the ferocious beast turned into a streak of light, hurtling towards them. In Alade's disbelieving gaze, it opened its mouth wide and swallowed his six-ring magic, the eternal flame, whole. Alade's eyes bulged. The eternal flame was created by Alade, taking inspiration from Lin's theory of matter in the plasma state. With a temperature so extreme, it could melt steel instantly. And now it had been devoured by a beast. This wasn't magic at all. No matter how much Alade's eyes popped, it did not change the fact. The azure beast shadow, just like it had with the uranium or before, effortlessly consumed the super hot fire magic, its abdominal area visibly swollen and then returning to its original size. That's when Raphael suddenly spoke. The creature's abdomen, which had partially contracted, swelled up again like an inflated ball. It was the mithril that had been swallowed earlier, now exploding inside the belly of the beast. This was the second trap set by Raphael, with all the consumed mithril engraved with explosive magic. Luckily, he had gambled correctly. Although the beast could eat anything, its complete digestion was not something that could happen quickly. However, even with such a blow, the beast's shadow did not suffer much damage. Its swollen belly returned to normal in less than a second, but the change in its form caused a moment of hesitation in its movements. Lin keenly seized this brief opening, unleashing a fierce laser attack. The speed of light was too fast for even the terrifying beast to react. In the moment the laser passed, it was bisected at the waist. Chapter 465, 447. The Burning Immortal Fire and the Terrifying Atomic Breath Combined. Part 2. Chapter 465. Chapter 447. The Burning Immortal Fire and the Terrifying Atomic Breath Combined. Part 2. A bit slow. Lin lamented internally. If only he could have severed the beast's shadow in the moment of energy eruption, he might have utilized the terrifying internal impact to severely injure the opponent. 5 seconds. As Lin had thought, the bisected beast's shadow did not die. The severed sections in the middle slowly began to draw towards each other, like the parted surfaces of a lake. Without the constraints of flesh and body, the beast's shadow shockingly revealed a form of undying flesh similar to that of Edwell and Saint Lucia. If it enjoys eating everything, then how about this? An idea flashed through Lin's mind, his right hand suspended in front of him as a scorching stream of fire surged from his palm, then rapidly expanded and spread. The flames scorched the cave walls and the rocks, rolling straight toward the beast's shadow. This was exactly the 5th circle spell, Red Dragon Breath. Alade urgently warned, but at the same time as his words fell, a ferocious roar echoed throughout the mine shaft. This time, it was not as haughty as before, but had a tone of agony and fury. Chlorotrifluoride, capable of robbing electrons, ignited directly inside the beast's body after being devoured by the shadow. Lin had no intention of holding back. More undying flames surged up, the fire growing fiercer by the second. The scorching waves of heat swept through every inch of the cave, continuously melting and breaking down the rock walls. It was then that Alade recalled this famed technique of the Star of Magic. The immense impact of the big nuclear explosion technique had left such a deep impression that they had almost forgotten about this peculiar fire capable of consuming anything. Meanwhile, Raphael and Sanchez watched as the powerful beast's shadow was engulfed by the terrifying flames, and they both sighed in relief. Lin was no exception. It seemed that although this magical beast was of a higher life form than they, it didn't understand how to use this advantage, which made it easy for his undying flame to subdue. That is to say, the creature had intelligence, but not much, probably about the level of an 8-year-old. Keep in mind, Saintess Lucia, who is also legendary, managed to extinguish his undying flame with just a breath. They were still counting on this creature to refine uranium, or let it burn a bit longer. It should not die so easily. Lin was about to respond when a strong premonition suddenly surfaced in his mind. A dazzling light shone within the sea of undying flames, and as the beast's shadow was being burned, it opened its maw wide and a high-intensity energy beam was directly expelled from its mouth. Atomic breath? Lin's pupils contracted as he quickly flopped to the ground, rolling awkwardly to dodge the incoming energy beam. Raphael's reaction was a bit slow, but luckily, Sanchez acted swiftly to slap him away. However, Sanchez's entire right arm and shoulder were erased by the intense energy beam. Fortunately, the scorching flames were not entirely useless. Aside from the initial burst, the beast's energy breath was wildly inaccurate, striking the surrounding rock walls instead. The hard layers of rock peeled away, leaving craters tens of meters deep, transforming a large area into a virtual vacuum. About half a minute later, the breath finally began to subside. The undying flames covering the cave had been largely destroyed. While the creature was indeed crazed and robbing electrons to enhance itself, against such rapidly intense energy beams, its effect was limited. It simply didn't have time to harness its electron-robbing ability before being forcibly dispersed. Now, the interior of the mine was fully revealed to everyone. The beast's shadow, originally over 2 meters tall, had now shrunk to around 1 meter. The undying flames burning inside had also disappeared, likely extinguished by the breath. The situation on the field instantly became tense. The beast's eyes stared fixedly at the 3 people in front of it, its gaze devoid of any previous mockery, instead filled with intense wariness. Lin raised his hand, and dangerous flames reignited around his body. Although the undying flame couldn't deal lethal damage to the beast's shadow in front of them, it seemed effective in weakening the opponent's condition. That was enough. Faced with the terrifying flames igniting once again, the beast's shadow bristled as if enraged, its body made of energy undulating like water waves. It opened its mouth to use the breath again. Lin, Alade, Raphael, and Sanchez all tensed up, swiftly shifting from offense to defense. Yet the beast's shadow suddenly closed its mouth and escaped at high speed towards the hole created by the breath. Was it running away? Lin was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected this creature to understand intimidation and use tactics. He immediately raised his estimate of its intelligence from 8 years old to 9. Lin wasn't about to let go of such a good opportunity. It had been hard enough to catch it and weaken it. If it got away now, catching it again would be much harder. Raphael and the others hurriedly followed, the group of 4 chasing the beast's shadow through the dark mine. After chasing for a while, they realized the mine's interior was intricately complex. The radiation strength and the magic power's density gradually increased. The beast's shadow constantly changed its direction, and its speed was extremely fast, seemingly trying to lose the pursuers by this method. But Lin and his companions were no pushovers. Sanchez, in his transformed monster form, had an excellent energy sensory organ, ensuring they wouldn't lose track unless they were too far away. The group quickly chased the beast into deeper parts of the mine, where the surrounding rock walls began to display many crystal stones embedded within them. Lin was quite surprised. Could it be that inside this uranium mine was also a magic stone mine? There seemed to be some connection between the radiation, the magic power, and the energy body of the beast's shadow in front of them. Lin immediately made up his mind. They couldn't let it escape back to its lair to avoid any unforeseen changes. Seizing the opportunity, Lin again shot a laser beam, cutting off a large portion of the rock wall in front of the beast's shadow. Heavy boulders thunderously collapsed, blocking its path. Immediately after, the ferocious, undying flame surged once more. Raphael and the others also cast spells to bring down more rock walls to block its path. In a mere second, the beast's shadow was surrounded by the undying flame on all sides. Its eyes, blue as sapphires, narrowed, readying itself for a desperate final resistance. Lin suddenly spoke, then remembering the creature might not understand common tongue, he expanded the ring of fire around it, and also took a few steps back, gesturing his goodwill. Strictly speaking, there was no life-or-death conflict between them. Rather, they were highly complementary. This magical beast didn't eat humans. It merely wanted to consume various high-energy ore. Moreover, from the excretion of demon stone, it was evident that while it could consume some heavy elements, it couldn't completely digest them, exactly meeting their purification needs. Considering this, Lin forcefully thought of a method to communicate mutually despite the language barrier. First, he used magic power to gather the scattered rocks around them, then stretched a cluster of flames into the shape of the beast's shadow, mimicking the earlier actions of the opponent to devour all the ore. The flame burned and purified, quickly removing surplus impurities, leaving behind only uranium material about 1/100th the size of what it had been before. Lin picked up the purified ore and gathered another pile of rocks, continuing this process repeatedly, vividly portraying the life after surrender. Food delivered automatically to the door each day, only needing to ingest and excrete. Where else could one find such a comfortable life? Chapter 466, 448, The Surge in Nuclear Reserves and the New Space-Time Gate. 2-in-1. Chapter 466, Chapter 448, The Surge in Nuclear Reserves and the New Space-Time Gate. 2-in-1. Even with Lin's near-perfect offers of temptation, the beast remained indifferent, growling uneasily within the circle of fire, with its gaze filled with distrust. Sanchez grumbled angrily, forced to resist the energy waves at the cost of an arm. In his view, though this exotic beast was somewhat useful, its threat level was simply too high. If not for Lin's undying flame having a certain restraining effect on it, they might have struggled to retreat in one piece. Domesticating such a powerful magical beast was fraught with danger. A single mishap could result in catastrophic casualties. Lin, too, found himself in a quandary. After some thought, he quickly realized that the creature was interested in novel, high-energy substances it had never consumed before, so he decided to try again. Opening his hand, a lead-wrapped sphere appeared in his palm. As the lead layer was peeled away, a beautiful ice crystal was revealed. This was none other than tritium, extracted from water, cooled and preserved, and destined to be used as nuclear fusion fuel. 43 years. If he was not mistaken, the beast before him likely replenished its energy or grew bigger by absorbing alpha, beta, or gamma radiation emitted by radioactive materials. Thus, tritium would undoubtedly be easier to consume than the tough uranium. True to expectations, upon seeing the ice crystal materializing in Lin's palm, the beast immediately became restless and exhibited an intense craving for it. Lin smiled. It seemed there was still hope. He turned and instructed Alade. For the following week, Lin was in the magic crystal mine, implementing his beast-taming plan. Although the beast's ability to refine was of great importance to them, Lin was not about to cater to its every whim. A mix of strictness and reward was the essence of beast taming. He had to make it clear who was the master. Beyond that, the beast's combat abilities were not to be underestimated. Its energy-based body possessed formidable destructive power and speed beyond the ordinary. Without the terrifying characteristics of chlorotrifluoride, Lin truly had few options against the creature. If he could completely tame it, it would be an excellent asset against the church. Previously, he managed to kill the avatar of a false god by suddenly unleashing nuclear explosion magic. Next time, with their guard up, it would likely not be so easy. After a week of friendly interactions, they finally established a rudimentary trust. For ease of reference, Lin even came up with a fitting name for the creature. Since it could devour nuclear fuel and release powerful energy waves from its mouth, reminiscent of Godzilla from an ancient film in his previous life. Why not call it Mutuo, Godzilla's archenemy? Of course, Lin didn't spend the entire 7 days taming the beast. He also explored the uranium mine with Raphael and the others. The scene inside the mine astounded Lin. The deeper they went, the stronger the radiation and the denser the magic power, with an increasing number of magic crystals embedded in the rocky walls. Even some protruding rocks began showing signs of semi-assimilation by magic power. He quickly found the source of the radiation, numerous demon stones scattered throughout the mine. Gathering them up, Lin estimated that, based on a previous breakdown, there should be enough for 5 critical points of nuclear explosion. This meant that the Council could at last rise from the hardship of nuclear scarcity and stand tall with newfound leverage. Having been released from the fire ring, Mutuo successfully regained 3/4 of its previous size after a week of uranium or nourishment, though its brain still couldn't understand why these bipedal beings were so keen on collecting its excrement, with gleeful expressions no less. Under Mutuo's guidance, it took Lin and his party about an hour to reach the deepest part of the mine. Before them lay a vast cavern, over 700 meters in diameter, with crystalline magic stones embedded on its walls and floor that twinkled with faint blue light against the darkness. Raphael couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. The value of a magic or mine went without saying. The reason the Council chose to establish a new home in Wizardland was precisely because they found a magic crystal mine with immense reserves there. After centuries of mining, however, the reserves were nearly depleted. If not for the war, they wouldn't have been willing to tap into their already limited magic stone reserves. The discovery of a new magic crystal mine now was undoubtedly wonderful news. Lin's gaze, however, was fixed upon a place even deeper inside the cave. Massive amounts of magic power were converging there, forming a bizarre magic power node in the very center, surrounded by a blue glow about 3 meters out, constantly swirling like a vortex. Lin knew this was a visual phenomenon caused by space-time distortion. Lin's expression was extremely solemn. Alade and the others noticed the magic power node as well, but they were not as surprised as Lin. After all, there is also a space-time gate inside the magic stone mine of Wizardland, and most of them, as high-level wizards, had been there before. Chapter 467, 448, The Surge in Nuclear Reserves and the New Space-Time Gate. 2-in-1_2. Chapter 467, Chapter 448, The Surge in Nuclear Reserves and the New Space-Time Gate. 2-in-1_2. The space-time gate before him was slightly different from the one in Wizardland. After pondering for a moment, Raphael couldn't help but speculate that this space-time gate might be in a closed state. There were 2 reasons for this. First, the mine had not seen a large number of magical beasts, or possibly they were eliminated by Mutuo when they invaded the territory. Second, the magic power fluctuations produced were far less intense, and their impact was very limited. It should be noted that the gate in the magic stone mine, when unrestrained, caused space-time distortions within a kilometer radius. Due to the scarcity of samples, Raphael could not be entirely certain. While several senior wizards were discussing whether the space-time node before them was activated, Lin was contemplating something else entirely. That was how this node had come into existence. According to the Council's speculation, it was possible that an excessive concentration of magic power had affected the space-time of this area, which even Lin had previously believed. After all, he hadn't fully understood what attributes magic power truly possessed. However, upon actually seeing this so-called space-time node, another doubt emerged in Lin's mind. Was the energy possessed by a demon crystal mine really sufficient to distort space-time to the extent of creating a gate? Even the core of a nuclear explosion, powerful as it was, had a very limited effect on space-time. Lin faintly thought of another possibility, but he had no intention of discussing it with Raphael and the others. Lin suddenly looked at the azure beast shadow beside him and asked, The Azure Beast shadow did not respond, maintaining an extremely aloof posture. Lin shook his head helplessly. The preliminary trust established over a week was very limited. It merely made the creature less aggressive. In fact, besides eating, the creature spent most of its time sleeping and was indifferent to him. It had only agreed to bring them to its den because Lin had offered a whole half-kilogram of tritium. Mucho, who had gnawed on many hard bones, was very interested in such soft snacks, and Lin could only manipulate it through this method for now. "Let's head back quickly and report our findings to the council," Lin said gravely. Raphael and the others nodded in agreement. Whether the space-time gate was open or not, it posed a significant threat. It was best to have those skilled in force field magic, the alchemists, come and deal with it, and the protection of the uranium mine needed to be strengthened again. After cutting several pieces of demon crystal from the mine as samples, Lin no longer lingered and left the uranium mine with the senior wizards, immediately boarding an airship to return to Fire Oil City. As for his new pet Mutuo, he naturally had to take it with him, because apart from himself, there was no one else in the entire minefield who could suppress it. If any problem arose, such as suddenly going mad, everyone would be doomed. But this meant that the uranium ore needed to be transported to Fire Oil City for processing, which was somewhat time-consuming and laborious, but there was no better solution. After several hours of flight, Fire Oil City was already in sight. During the journey, Lin paid close attention to Mutuo's condition, fearing that it would have a stress reaction on its first airship ride. Fortunately, the Azure Beast shadow was calmer than he had anticipated, simply lying aside and digesting the tritium it had just consumed, showing no signs of fear or anxiety. The temperature on its body was so high, it almost burned through the deck, but when you think about it, that is also normal. Since it is an energy body, it most likely doesn't need wings to fly, and there is no possibility of dying from a fall. The airship slowly landed in Fire Oil City, and though it had only been a week since his departure, Raphael almost thought he had arrived in a different city upon disembarking. Under the joint influence of magic and technology, Fire Oil City was changing daily. The main thoroughfares within the city had been nearly doubled in width. The previously decrepit and foul-smelling slum areas were now filled with exquisite mansions, and a quarter of the renovations had been completed. The train station framework had also roughly been established, unlike when they left, when there were only a few vacant walls. It was expected that by the time the railroad was connected, the station would be perfectly completed. Not only that, but in the months since their occupation of Fire Oil City, over 100 workshops had been established, employing tens of thousands of workers, as this was the war front where it was most convenient if supplies could be produced locally. Endless streams of fog were erupting from the massive chimneys of the workshops, but Lin was thinking if the waste gases being emitted could be reused through magic. For example, carbon dioxide. The main emission could be used to synthesize starch and solve some of the food production problems. Lin was planning to turn this city, located within the Empire's borders, into a model city, promoting it through the passing caravans to dismantle the faith of the Empire's civilians. At first, Raphael and others were somewhat skeptical. Which Empire merchant not afraid of death would dare to trade with these wizards, risking the most severe prohibition in Empire history? However, he was quickly proven wrong as there were more visiting caravans than he had imagined. Just as Lin had said, merchants do not fear the law, nor care if they would be caught and hanged. The only thing they fear is not having enough profit. That clearly was available. Products such as glass, fabrics, pottery, refined salt, and various novel and interesting alchemical creations produced in Fire Oil City were the Empire's most sought-after goods. As long as these could be smuggled back home, they could be sold for double or even 10 times their worth. In such a trend of insane profits, the so-called prohibitions by the church were completely a joke. Lin had just disembarked from the airship and had no intention of resting. He immediately had Alok and others, who had come to welcome them, notify the counselors while he returned to the manor to bring the research data he had gathered earlier. Since they had solved the problem of nuclear scarcity, production of a nuclear fusion reactor should also be scheduled. If they could advance to legends a day sooner, they would a day sooner possess the capability to wrestle directly with that false god. In the evening, at the Duke's Manor, a temporary meeting among the counselors was quickly convened. As Aurora entered, she immediately noticed the 2-meter-tall, azure beast shadow in the meeting room and curiously said, "Is this the magical beast that can devour uranium, or?" Herav and Vittorio were also amazed, as probably only such a creature could feed on hazardous radioactive elements. Under the exploratory gazes of several counselors, Mudo, who was in the midst of digesting, opened its eyes, saw it was just a few bipedal creatures without any threats, and then closed its eyes again. Its name is Mutuo, and it's one of the gains from our recent trip to the uranium mine. With it, refining radioactive minerals will be much easier. Also, I found more demon stones, enough to perform the big nuclear explosion technique 5 times. Lin explained. Good. This means we no longer need to pretend to be stronger than we are, Herav said while exhaling in relief, speaking in a relaxed tone. They had been continuously victorious, beating the church and the Empire black and blue outwardly, but there was a very clear gap in high-end strength, and their strength had been maintained by the deterrence established by the nuclear explosion technique. The counselors all knew that previously, Lin had only one chance to use this technique. Once used, he would lose his last bargaining chip, so Herav had always been worried that the church might attack again. Now, with a substantial reserve of nuclear fuel, they could at least engage in equivocal retaliation, like sending a warplane to bomb the holy city at a critical moment. Chapter 468, 449. My plan is simple, to create a sun on the ground. 2-in-1. Chapter 468. Chapter 449. My plan is simple, to create a sun on the ground. 2-in-1. The increase in nuclear fuel reserves was undoubtedly great news, causing the hearts of several chairmen to instantly relax. Herav continued to inquire. If there was a space-time node within Wizardland, and they found another inside the uranium mine, could it mean such nodes were not uncommon across this continent? What truly baffled Lin was why they existed at all. Herav and Aurora did not respond to Lin's question, but instead both looked toward Vittorio. He was the eldest of all the chairmen. Not even Herav and Aurora could fathom how long Vittorio had lived, and he was most likely to know everything. Indeed, there are quite a few space-time nodes scattered across this continent. I know of 3, all without exception found within magic stone mines. As for their origin, perhaps only the ancient evil gods who participated in the faith war and the false god of the church would know, Vittorio said gravely. After the church ruled over this continent, they massacred wizards, resulting in the destruction and burial of many documents from that period. Even though his school of thought was very ancient, it did not allow him to gather much information. Over the years, the Council had also conducted some research on the space-time nodes inside the magic stone mines, and had even sent people to explore them. However, without exception, everyone who entered disappeared, and no messages could be sent back, indicating the level of danger. Seeing that the knowledge about the space-time gate among the chairmen was also extremely limited, Lin suppressed the confusion in his heart and proceeded to distribute several papers. Curious, Herav took them and glanced over, only to be dazzled by the plethora of unfamiliar symbols and equations, causing his brows to furrow. This was even more complex than calculus equations. What is this? Aurora asked, puzzled. The chairmen were naturally acquainted with advanced mathematics, a complex yet subtle discipline. With their outstanding computing power, whether it was equations, geometry, functions, or calculus, none of these could stump them. Vittorio even believed that advanced math equations were like the runes of alchemy, coldly and mechanically revealing the laws of the world's operations. Lin said, looking gravely at the 3 chairmen present. Lin's words were like a huge rock thrown into the calm lake, immediately stirring up waves. What? Vittorio suddenly stood up, his tone even trembling. Herav and Aurora, too, were struggling to contain their excitement. For 200 years, since they stepped into the realm of Great Wizard, they had been looking for a way to break through this boundary. Despite trying countless methods, they remained confined by physical limits, leading to the conclusion that Great Wizard was the ultimate limit humans could reach. The only proven method to break this limit was through harvesting souls or faith to increase one's computing power. But the poison of faith was like a sword hanging over their heads, keeping them from touching it lightly. Now that Lin claimed to have found a new method for legendary advancement, how could they not feel shocked and excited? Lin said with a smile, explaining the meaning of each symbol. Of course, he didn't write out all the derivation processes. Instead, he kept some to himself, but this formula was enough to demonstrate his method of advancement. Herav and others immediately picked up the papers on the table and started reviewing them quickly. The essence of advanced math is a scientific language describing and recording the world, so it did not require much explanation. Much was contained within these complex symbols and subtle formulas. Vittorio clenched the papers in his hand, pacing excitedly in the conference room. All this while, he had been studying the body structure of the Judgment Chief, so he was very puzzled about the extraordinary nature of Joshua's body, which had the properties of all material substances and could be decomposed using the great decomposition technique, ultimately yielding divine energy. He finally understood. Herav and Aurora, slightly behind in computing ability, also quickly grasped Lin's astounding concept. From the initial theory of planets to the law of universal gravitation, then to beam calculation, elemental construction, and finally, this magic conversion equation. So many exquisite magical theories, it was hard to imagine they could all come from the same person. Chapter 469, 449, My plan is simple, to create a sun on the ground. 2-in-1_2. Chapter 469, Chapter 449, My plan is simple, to create a sun on the ground. 2-in-1_2. Herav had taken a long time to recover from the exquisite equation in front of him. This equation perfectly combined mass, magic power, and energy, making them no longer independent entities, but capable of coexisting, influencing, and transforming each other. On the manuscript paper lay equations that could drive an uninitiated grand wizard to despair. Yet in front of Herav, they became incredibly marvelous, the numbers and symbols seeming to lightly leap and dance on the paper, unveiling the world's most secretive truths to him. The greatest! Lin shook his head. At the time he had created the formula, his thoughts had been similar to Herav's, but as his enthusiasm cooled, that arrogant idea gradually faded away. If only one could unify the four fundamental forces and construct the real picture of the entire universe, that would truly be the greatest equation. Aurora and others looked strange. According to Lin's words, they hadn't even touched this corner in the last several hundred years. Lin said seriously. The three council members present were all well aware that any advancement method always needed someone to make errors in trying. For example, advancing to a formal wizard through the magic source, or advancing to a grand wizard with the alchemy array elemental view, were gradually improvised and perfected amidst numerous magical accidents to ensure safety and reliability. The number of wizards who had died in related magical experiments was not minor. And this time, Lin's method offered a way to advance to a legendary wizard, which evidently entailed great risks. Vittorio suddenly spoke up, his gaze very firm. Vittorio had waited far too long. He could no longer remember how many years he had lived, his passion gradually fading in his heart. But Lin's set of equations reignited new hope in him. Just like a person who has long thirsted in the desert finding an oasis, whether real or a mirage, one must seize it. Lin nodded, since Vittorio was willing to attempt it. Naturally, there could be nothing better. Although there were 4 other 6-ring grand wizards in the council who also met the minimum requirements for advancement. According to Lin's reasoning, the final reshaping of the body was a very delicate task, requiring simultaneous control over vast magic power and energy. So the higher the computing power, the better. Theoretically, the stronger the computing power, the higher the probability of success. Herav asked solemnly. Lin asked with a smile. Although he had some knowledge in alchemy, designing such a vast and complex alchemy array was still beyond his abilities. Fortunately, the council's alchemists were not just him. Vittorio nodded. A mere guiding array was naturally a minor matter for him. Lin's expression became serious. Herav and others were also aware that this was the real crux of the matter. Aurora asked. Lin said thoughtfully. Vittorio was stunned, feeling dizzy. Herav and Aurora also wore shocked expressions, almost thinking they had heard wrong. 0.009%, 9 milligrams of mass in 1 gram of you. 235 is converted into energy, which is very inefficient. In fact, the energy produced by 10,000 nuclear explosions was only equivalent to about 10 to 20 kilograms of mass, roughly just over 10% of his body weight, because the real consumption in constructing the elemental shell was chiefly borne by magic. Seeing that Lin was not joking, Vittorio's eyebrows immediately furrowed. One big nuclear explosion technique was enough to destroy the lands for several kilometers around, turning a vast city into barren land. And to perform such magic 10,000 times could only be described as apocalyptic. Vittorio suddenly suggested, thinking it was not an unacceptable idea. Smaller is okay, as long as it works. Anyway, he no longer cared about appearances. Hearing Vittorio's suggestion, Lin was both amused and frustrated. He anticipated that the energy body was not meant to be shaped arbitrarily, as it was related to the soul. Otherwise, there might be issues of incompatibility. Seeing the certainty in Lin's words, the several council members present were all amazed. The energy from 10,000 nuclear explosions was no joke. Even if they exhausted the entire uranium mine, they might not gather enough nuclear fuel. Lin explained energetically. 8 times the power increase. Vittorio thought of the vanished mountains and the lands turned to glass outside Fire Oil City, unable to imagine just how powerful an 8-fold nuclear explosion could be. Herav glanced at the complex arcane formulas on the table, hesitated, and was curious about how Lin had managed to work on the improvement of legendary spells while researching the magic conversion equations, by the way. Could it be that he had 2 brains? Perhaps this was genius. Aurora rubbed her temples, finding it hard to digest the vast information provided by Lin, and the conversation was getting more and more exaggerated by the minute. Create a sun on the ground? If this statement hadn't come from the mouth of this star of magic, she would have thought it was a nonsensical tale from a wizard. But the power of the nuclear explosion was indeed terrifying. So much so that the citizens of Fire Oil City had rumors that they had pulled down the sun from the sky. Describing it as an artificial sun seemed not too far-fetched. You should just tell us exactly what we need to do, Lin continued, as Hera was overwhelmed by the complex formulas and novel theories, obviously something that couldn't be clarified in just a couple of days. First off, my new spell requires a large amount of heavy water, Lin stated solemnly. Herav and the others naturally knew that the heavy water Lin referred to involved extracting elements like deuterium and tritium from water. This was undoubtedly a terrifying amount, but after being bombarded with the concepts of magic conversion equations and an artificial sun, Herav, Aurora, and Vittorio were no longer shocked. All right, Vittorio was the first to declare decisively. Not to mention half a lake, if becoming legendary meant evaporating the entire ocean, they would have to try it out no matter what. Chapter 470-450. How could you possibly comprehend Master Lin's wisdom? 2-in-1. Chapter 470. Chapter 450. How could you possibly comprehend Master Lin's wisdom? 2-in-1. The day after the conclusion of the chairman's internal meeting, all the wizards skilled in thunder magic had stopped their work and were all summoned to start the mass production of tritium. The method used was the relatively ancient electrolysis method. The only drawback was that the electric consumption was terribly high. But fortunately, wizards were able to generate electricity themselves. Hundreds of wizards skilled in thunder magic gathered, and within a day, they could process about 10 tons of lake water. Vittorio, meanwhile, was pondering with a group of alchemists on how to arrange an energy-guiding formation. After listening to Lin's description, He truly understood how arduous his task was. He needed to channel the equivalent of 10,000 nuclear explosions worth of energy into the alchemy array, then methodically infuse it into the spiritual body, a difficult task to imagine. Vittorio was extremely careful, striving to perfect the array, as after all he was the guinea pig. A slight mistake could cause him to completely perish under this terrifying surge of energy. Such a large-scale manpower mobilization by the Council was naturally hard to conceal. To prevent information leaks, Harov had people release an announcement that due to Lin using the big nuclear explosion technique, the water in the river outside the city could no longer be used for drinking or irrigation, and they were looking for ways to address the radiation contamination. Rumors about water pollution caused minor panic in the city, but it was quickly quelled by the Council, who had prepared beforehand. In fact, during this time, they weren't drinking water from that river, but from Ears Lake. Wizards had spent several days constructing a large canal to the city, and, after extracting the heavy water, the rest was used to supply the city's residents. However, irrigating the farmlands was indeed a problem. This made Monroe, who had been covertly gathering information, very pleased. He discovered that the wizards had no intention of cultivating the fields, and even the existing land had been completely abandoned. All the poor peasants who had been farming were now working in workshops, producing muskets, cannons, or various odd goods. Almost every day, caravans pulled by large sums of gold and silver entered Fire Oil City and then left loaded with boxes of goods, satisfied with the profits they had made, enough to make everyone envious. Monroe hated these traders who had betrayed their lord and dealt with demons so much that he clenched his teeth, but he still held back, letting these wizards and merchants have their moment of happiness. As long as there was a problem with this year's autumn planting, it wouldn't be long before, with their food reserves depleted, the entire city, even the whole kingdom, would inevitably face a massive famine. Beyond that, what particularly disgusted Monroe was the curriculum of the Wizard College. Considering the uneven magic levels of the wizards who came to the Empire, after discussions, the Council had dumped them all into the Wizard College for reformation. This drastic measure also caused some dissatisfaction among wizards, especially a few great wizards who had come from afar and didn't think they needed further education at the college. However, once they truly interacted with the courses at the Magic Academy, they realized it was somewhat different from what they had expected. The subjects studied were not only the basics of elements, shaping, alchemy, and magic potions, but also advanced mathematics, physics, and chemistry. After attending a few classes, Lucas and others quickly discovered that so-called physics studied the laws of the world's operation, the foundation of force field-based magic. Chemistry was the foundation of elemental magic, and just the element ranking table alone amazed all the elemental wizards. They hadn't expected that someone could summarize and classify all the properties of elements into a single chart, even ranking them. It could only be said that this place truly deserved to be the sacred land of wizards. Even the proud, great wizards, seeing the list containing hundreds of elements, had to admit that their fundamental magical knowledge indeed needed improvement. Mr. Philip, why does this boron element on the ranking table have only a name and number? Lucas suddenly noticed something strange on the element ranking table. The list had detailed introductions for only half of the elements, including mass, density, boiling point, atomic number, atomic mass, etc. The other half, like the chromium element, had nothing but the name and number. Philip explained. Monroe scoffed. Monroe's words made the wizards present frown. Given all the novel things they had seen after entering Fire Oil City, they hadn't doubted the content of the element ranking table too much before. But after Monroe's interruption, Lucas and others also started to have similar doubts. How exactly had Master Lin measured the data for such small elements? Idiot! Just because you can't figure it out doesn't mean others can't find a way. Philip looked at Monroe with contempt, then proceeded to explain to everyone. Chapter 471, 450. How could you possibly comprehend Master Lin's wisdom? 2N1_2. Chapter 471. Chapter 450. How could you possibly comprehend Master Lin's wisdom? 2. And underscore 2, the arrangement order of this elemental periodic table is not random. It's determined by the number of protons and the structure of the elements. For example, among the elements they discovered and confirmed, the atomic number of hydrogen is 1. That of helium is 2, and lithium and beryllium are 3 and 4, respectively. Then, suddenly, carbon jumps to 6, and the sequences for nitrogen and oxygen are just right at 7 and 8, with precisely 5 missing. Lin believed that the sequence of 5 protons in the nucleus must exist. It was just that they hadn't discovered it yet. The rest of the elements were also predicted in this way. As for their mass, it was determined by using gravity as a ruler and then applying the method of microscopic deformation amplification, which magnified the slight differences by hundreds of times to derive their masses. Philip explained Master Dean Lin's ingenious ideas to the wizards present in a simple yet profound way. Monroe, with his limited educational level, was utterly befuddled, but he dared not talk back, as the wizards beside him had already started to praise enthusiastically. Lucas said with considerable admiration, "A strikingly beautiful," which suddenly asked. Lucas and the others also turned their gazes to Philip. In their minds, elements were the most basic substances that made up the world, the fundamental building blocks of everything. However, this notion had already been shattered during their previous physics class. In their research on magnetic fields and electric fields, the wizard teaching them introduced a substance smaller than the basic elements, which was the electric charge. Furthermore, electric charges were widely present within elements and should be considered one of the fundamental substances comprising the elements. Philip nodded with no small amount of pride, managing to whet everyone's appetite, but then switched the topic and continued. The research on the internal structure of elements is currently the Council's most cutting-edge magic theory and is still in the process of being perfected. The glamorous witch asked again. Well, naturally, you have to pass an assessment. Philip maintained his posture, implying that becoming a member wasn't an easy feat. They were the core members of the Council, with the right to vote on all major matters. Now, in times of war, these wizards from outside the Empire's borders would have to go through a lengthy assessment period to become members. At this point, Philip paused, aiming to inspire the foreign wizards' fighting spirit to share their magical research's achievements, and then he spoke again. Like Master Lin, for instance. Philip went on, and then comforted the crowd, saying that a magic prodigy like Dean Lin was rare, and actually, one didn't need to get a Corona medal to become a member. A Silver Moon medal, or even 3 Morning Star medals, would guarantee a nomination. A chemistry class quickly ended amidst Philip's boasting, with half the lesson spent regaling the wizards from the Empire with someone's great achievements. Starting from verifying the law of free fall with 2 spheres, to measuring the circumference of planets with the angle of the projection of icicles, he conveyed an attitude that with hard work, you too could be the next star of magic. Monroe couldn't help but blurt out indignantly as soon as he returned to the faction's residence. Those wizards were actually saying that the continent they stood on was round and continuously rotating. Had their minds been emptied by witchcraft? How could they come up with such ludicrous statements? If the continent were a sphere, then how would the people living at the bottom of the sphere manage to live without falling off headfirst? Ivina also pondered this question. In the week she had been at Wizard College, every class she attended seemed both novel and bizarre. For example, the physics class included experiments like free fall in a vacuum, spectrum splitting with a prism, and artificially creating rainbows, among others. What surprised Ivina the most was that many of these so-called experiments didn't require the use of magic at all, the simplest being the creation of a rainbow, which only required a simple mist device and the right angle. According to the wizard who taught the class, the development of magical studies was actually the process of exploring the truths of the world, and magic was just a way for wizards to more easily transform the laws governing the movement of all things into power. But all these novel experiments combined were still not as shocking as this planet theory. Anyone hearing that the land beneath their feet was not flat but spherical would find it unbelievable. According to the scriptures, the whole world was created by the benevolent Creator out of the void, with all the morning stars, including the sun and moon, revolving around the continent beneath their feet. This was common knowledge within the entire empire. Yet the world, according to the wizards, was completely different. The land beneath their feet was not only spherical, but the sun was actually the center of the entire system, with the other planets revolving around it, driven by gravitational forces. For instance, the phenomenon of a lunar eclipse was the outline of the planet below blocking out the moon, and when traveling by ship, if one used magic to observe a distant towering lighthouse, one would invariably see the top of the tower first, then the body of the tower, and so on. The so-called star of magic, Lin, even conducted a clever pendulum experiment to demonstrate that the planet was rotating, and he used a tall tower and ice pillars raised above the sea to successfully calculate the circumference of the planet, a full 43,200 kilometers. Most crucially, they had just finished learning the laws of trigonometry and the formulas for calculating the circumference and area of a sphere in their math class. This meant that using these principles, she could easily calculate it herself. With brilliant logical reasoning, rigorous math operations, and various pieces of evidence, Ivina suddenly didn't know which side was correct. Years of common knowledge told her the continent could not possibly be round. Yet logical deduction seemed to lean toward the other possibility. After all, that star chart was simply too beautiful, with the sun at the center, drawing the other planets with its absolute mass, orderly and regular, everything naturally in place. Ivina turned her head to look at Monroe, wanting to find someone to share her inner confusion with. But she quickly stopped herself, knowing well that Monroe hadn't been paying real attention to any of the classes, and it was already a struggle for him to wait until returning to their residence before starting to complain. The star of magic, the messenger of doomsday, Lin. In her mind, Ivina thought about the most important target of this mission. Ever since she entered Fire Oil City, she heard this name mentioned almost every day. She was tired of hearing the legendary deeds of Lin, whether it was various powerful alchemical creations or new theories of magic. Everything seemed to be related to this star of magic. As Ivina was pondering, Monroe suddenly stopped beside her, took out a glowing crystal ball from his bosom, and spoke joyfully. "We got contact from a church. Ivina, keep watch for me. I need to report the situation here to His Holiness, the Pope." Chapter 472, 451, I bet the Magic Kingdom will collapse in less than a month. 2-in-1. Fire Oil City, the faction's residence. Monroe once again carefully checked the room to ensure that the wizards hadn't secretly set up any eavesdropping magic before he placed the crystal ball on the desk. The red light became increasingly intense, and a strange magical power fluctuation quickly spread in all directions. Monroe, however, wasn't worried that the energy fluctuation would alert the wizards. Although the entire Fire Oil City was covered with magic for detecting divine arts, the crystal ball he held was essentially a wizard's tool, and it was for this reason that it passed the previous inspection. Wizards carried a variety of alchemical tools on their person, and the council couldn't possibly check each one carefully, nor would they do something so likely to cause discontent. And a wizard using magic in his room, causing some magic power fluctuations, was perfectly normal, with nothing warranting suspicion. After all, wizards causing experiments to go awry in their rooms were far too common. Yet Monroe's face showed a hint of disgust and frustration, for he, a proud deputy commander of the God's Punishment Army, had been reduced to relying on such a wicked wizard's tool. It was a complete disgrace. As he pondered, the red light gradually faded, and a blurry image appeared before him. But he could faintly discern that this was the current ruler of the church, the envoy of God on earth, Pope Alvis. Monroe knelt on one knee, speaking with both excitement and respect. As just an ordinary deputy commander in the God's Punishment Army, he only had the chance to meet the Pope during grand ceremonies. Pope Alvis asked indifferently, looking at Monroe kneeling before him. "I don't think so, Your Eminence." Monroe hesitated slightly. Although he had sparked some debates and made a few rebuttals while teaching at the college, it was all still within the realm of normalcy. In fact, because some of the professor's statements were so outlandish, there were always voices of inquiry and skepticism in almost every class. One more of him didn't make a difference. One less of him wasn't noticeable. Monroe figured he was probably still under the wizard's radar. At least he hadn't noticed anyone following or watching him when he went out. Alvis asked once more. Monroe responded, "I have yet to find out where Sir Joshua is being held. As for the Star of Magic, his whereabouts are unclear. He should have stayed in Fire Oil City recently." At this, Monroe felt incredibly ashamed. It was only because the Pope had such great trust in him that he was tasked with such a formidable mission. Yet after a whole week, he had no significant breakthroughs to report. After successfully entering Fire Oil City, those wizards seemed very generous, not restricting anyone's freedom, but in reality, they had corralled them within the Wizard College, merely for easier supervision, let alone the vast amount of time wasted listening to those professors' nonsense. Alvis was naturally aware of the risks involved with infiltrating enemy territory, so he didn't blame Monroe, instead inquiring about the current situation in Fire Oil City before adding with a sigh. As much as he hated to admit it, in a way, they had indeed been forced to abandon the believers of Fire Oil City and even the entire kingdom, leaving them to the cruel control of the wicked wizards. The place was probably now a scene of bodies strewn everywhere, with severed heads rolling. The wizards would never spare those who devoutly believed in the Lord. But it seems like they are doing fairly well. Monroe hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. Over these days, he also conducted open and covert investigations, aiming to expose the apparent prosperity of Fire Oil City, and the results were quite surprising to him. The wizards were not only willing to pay a high salary for the labor of the poor, but also ensured they had 3 meals a day. Even casual laborers recruited on the spot in the slums got to eat tasty white bread, and sometimes even enjoyed a fish fillet. For lunch, with the addition of a salary of 5 silver coins, this had reached the standard treatment of the Empire's elite soldiers. "That is indeed a matter of concern," Alvis said with a gravely serious expression. "If the wizards continued a cruel rule, they might actually be easier to deal with." This display of pretense and no expense spared flattery was digging at the very foundation of the church's existence. Chapter 473, 451, I bet the Magic Kingdom will collapse in less than a month. 2-in-1_2. Upon hearing this, Alvis's expression turned extremely grim as he immediately realized the immense threat posed by this thing called a train. It meant that the wizards would possess a terrifying war potential, able to continuously deploy soldiers and resources from across the entire kingdom whenever they needed reinforcement. Just as Alvis was furrowing his brows, deep in thought about a strategy, Monroe suddenly spoke up. Alvis looked at Monroe with surprise, puzzled by his sudden remark. Monroe confidently explained, "Those wizards have been slaughtering the local nobility, but are not adept at management, squandering the looted wealth indiscriminately, allowing everyone in Fire Oil City to feast on meat and white bread, and distributing extremely high rewards. However, they do not care about farming and production, only about greedily amassing more coins." The more Monroe talked, the more excited he became, and Pope Alvis gradually understood the meaning behind his words. The wizards, in their quest for wealth, had pulled the poor farmers from the fields to the workshops, producing weapons and more valuable alchemical creations, undoubtedly choosing a short-sighted path to their own destruction. The kingdom is still able to maintain a semblance of dignity now because they have lured traitorous businessmen with money, enabling them to buy sufficient food from the Empire. Monroe summed up with pride. Alvis's previously furrowed brows immediately relaxed as he looked at Monroe with approval. Worthy of being highly recommended by Gustav of the Divine Punishment Army. Such astute insight and analytical skills are naturally suited for intelligence work. Previously serving merely as a deputy in the Divine Punishment Army was indeed a waste of talent. Although he highly trusted Monroe's judgment, Alvis still shook his head, pointing out one flaw in the plan. 3 months is too long. He dared not imagine what scale of armament the wizards would reach after 3 months. The kingdom had a population of over 3 million. Even if only 1 in 15 were drafted, they could still muster an army of hundreds of thousands. Each individual could be trained to proficiently handle a firearm within a week, turning into a qualified soldier capable of threatening fully armed divine punishment cavalry on the battlefield. Not to mention the wizards' new flying machines, airships, alchemy cars, and thunder cannons, electromagnetic cannons, among many other powerful alchemical apparatus. Even the entire Empire's force might not be sufficient to win this fierce battle. Monroe asked hesitantly. Monroe's thoughts quickly turned, and he immediately thought of the kingdom's nobility, as Pope Alvis had implied. Although they betrayed the Empire and the Church, I believe there are still some who were coerced by the wizards into choosing the wrong path. We might as well give them another chance to prove themselves. There was a hint of cold sharpness in Alvis's eyes as he continued to speak. I will have someone else handle this matter. Monroe responded with a nod. He was well aware that the church would never send only him and Ivina to infiltrate the kingdom. In fact, of those he knew, more than 300 spies had been caught by the wizards. Those still hiding were truly the cream of the crop. If we can successfully incite chaos in the kingdom, then you'll be the chief hero. Alvis said approvingly. Monroe was so moved he could hardly speak. Until now, only the high-ranking members of the church had been eligible for a personal baptism from Pope Alvis, which was tantamount to a guarantee of reaching the pinnacle of power. Monroe hesitated for a moment, then recounted the various strange theories he had heard in the classes over the past few days. From geometry, celestial mechanics, to planetary theories. Alvis had listened halfway through when he raised his hand to signal Monroe that he need not continue, then began to explain. Clearly, they are attempting to distort the Bible. I believe Gustav must have warned you. All books of witchcraft carry the power of evil spirits, extremely alluring. Monroe agreed wholeheartedly, finding the wizard's rhetoric indeed very provocative. For instance, the theory of planets, an idea so contrary to common sense, could concoct many seemingly plausible theories as evidence, beguiling tens of thousands. Even he himself couldn't help feeling it made a bit of sense after hearing it. It was only now that Monroe realized he had been contaminated by the knowledge of evil spirits, and his soul was no longer pure. Perhaps this was why Pope Alvis wanted to administer the baptism to him personally. Realizing this, Monroe was immensely moved, but quickly thought of his companion Ivina. The contamination she suffered might be more severe than his, as over the past 2 days, Monroe noticed that the girl had even started taking notes during lessons. This was an extremely dangerous tendency, which filled him with deep unease. However, just as Monroe was about to speak and seek guidance, the image of his holiness in front of him suddenly blurred. The red light emitted by the crystal ball flickered erratically and then went out completely. Monroe was startled, swiftly turning his head to look around, fearing they had been discovered by the wizards who interrupted the magic. Fortunately, Monroe promptly remembered what the prominent cardinal, who oversaw dangerous witchcraft artifacts, had warned him. The signal of this thing is poor, and the duration of communication should not be too long. Otherwise, it might experience signal disruptions. Monroe cursed, yet there was nothing he could do. He was not a wizard, nor did he understand alchemy, and could only wait for it to recharge before attempting another connection. The only saving grace was that all the crucial matters had already been discussed. Monroe quickly collected his emotions, secured the crystal ball, and stepped out of the room. Ivina was leaning against the living room wall, her right hand never leaving the hilt of her sword to prevent anyone from bursting in and disturbing the conversation. Seeing Monroe emerge, she curiously asked. Monroe said proudly, his gaze sweeping over Ivina and quickly focusing on the thick notebook hanging at her waist. This place was originally meant for hanging the Bible, but now it was used for placing notes filled with wizard knowledge. Ivina's expression didn't change, but she pointed out, wizards have a strong desire for knowledge. "This is indeed my oversight," said Monroe, his tone softening a bit. "You also need to be very careful. The knowledge of demons has the power to bewitch hearts. Delving too deeply into it could distort our perceptions." Ivina hesitated, then nodded slightly. Monroe declared confidently, "1 month?" Ivina thought about all she had seen and heard these days, sighing to herself. "The kingdom's poor are likely to suffer again." Chapter 474, 452, Nuclear Fusion Reactor, 2-in-1. Chapter 474, Chapter 452, Nuclear Fusion Reactor, 2-in-1. In the afternoon, Fire Oil City. Following an order from the council, all visible alchemists gathered in the former Duke's mansion's front hall. They needed to draw the most massive alchemy array ever recorded in history. The scope was the entire mansion, totaling 1,720,000 runes. Before that, the elemental wizards had already cast spells to dismantle all the decorations and furniture and had hollowed out the ground beneath, creating ample space. For the sake of secrecy, the chairman did not reveal that this was the legendary Ascension ceremony, simply stating that Master Lin had developed a new magic, and this was the site for experimenting with that magic. Tick murmured to himself as he drew on the floor with his own set of plans. He could tell that the part he was responsible for seemed to be used to guide magical power. This device was usually used to build up the power for casting some kind of magic, but creating such an extensive setup was indeed thought-provoking. Like Tick, the more than 500 participating alchemists couldn't help but speculate what such a massive array was for. One alchemist whispered, "The sun? Charlie, that's not funny." A witch beside him chuckled and shook her head. "What is the sun?" "It is the star that hangs above their heads, the source of light, and according to those prophets, the mass of the sun is at least millions of times that of the planet under their feet. A slight tremor, and their continent could be doomed. That would be the real apocalypse." "I'm not joking," the man named Charlie said with a hint of helplessness. This was top-secret information he had gathered surreptitiously. "Stop the chatter. Focus, everyone. This alchemy array is extremely important." Vittorio commanded solemnly. This ascension ceremony was linked to his life and the possibility of becoming a legend. Vittorio naturally cared deeply, not only overseeing the core formation's layout, but also personally inspecting every rune setup whenever he had a moment. Under the direct supervision of the chairman, no one dared to slack off, and people like Tick were all hard at work, focusing on the task at hand. What Lin saw upon entering the mansion was a scene of hundreds of people gathered, drawing. Lin asked in a gentle voice, "Quite good. Most of the challenging issues have been resolved. I've employed a complex structure for this alchemy array, so even if 1 or 2 areas encounter errors, it shouldn't significantly impact the overall plan." Vittorio explained in detail as he led Lin around the mansion, showing him the layout of the array and the prepared contingency plans. Lin nodded repeatedly, quite satisfied with Vittorio's caution. A nuclear fusion reactor going out of control was no laughing matter. No amount of preparation could be considered entirely safe. "Anyway, we've done everything within our capabilities to the extreme," Vittorio sighed as he spoke. This was a summation of his life's learning and the collective power of the council's elite. If even this couldn't work, then even if one's soul perished in an energy outburst during the ascension ceremony, Vittorio felt it wouldn't be in vain. "Relax, as long as we've properly organized everything, I think success shouldn't be a problem," Lin said as he handed over a set of plans for the nuclear fusion reactor. Creating a small sun on the ground was an incredibly unbelievable task for the wizards. They thought it immensely difficult, but to Lin, constructing a nuclear fusion reactor was fairly routine, except maybe the miniaturization had some technical challenges. Vittorio treasured the blueprint, carefully admiring it. Building a sun was simply the greatest masterpiece in alchemy history. Lin was contemplating how to use magic to solve some material science problems. If nuclear bombs involved breaking uranium atoms, making one large massed element split into several smaller massed elements, then nuclear fusion was the reverse, combining 2 lower massed elements into a larger massed element. The principle behind energy release was the same, Whether splitting or combining, it would inevitably cause mass loss, and this lost mass was the source of the terrifying energy in nuclear explosions. The technical challenges for nuclear reactors were many, but the truly lethal problems were twofold. One was how to heat the fusion material to a sufficiently high temperature. To facilitate nuclear fusion, one must harness one of the four fundamental forces, the strong nuclear force, so that the two atomic nuclei would bind tightly together and not be repelled by having the same charge. But the range of action for the strong nuclear force is extremely short. It required the two atomic nuclei to be very close together, 0.00001 nanometers. This was undoubtedly a number that led to despair. However, there was a way out, which was to apply high temperature and high pressure. Given the atmospheric pressure of the planet they were standing on, the temperature needed to be raised to above 100 million degrees to achieve this, bringing about the second problem. What kind of container could hold fusion material at a temperature reaching several hundred million degrees Celsius? If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now, let's get back to it. Chapter 475-452, Nuclear Fusion Reactor, 2-in-1_2. After the mass energy equation was proposed, these two issues troubled humanity for over 100 years. Fortunately, the data archives and drawings related to it were available in Archive 071. After much deliberation, Lin, at temperatures exceeding billions of degrees, planned to use laser focusing to achieve his goal. Fortuitously, they had previously developed laser magic. With sufficient magic power, they should be able to successfully accomplish this. The remaining problem was how to confine this force. Combining the wizard's abilities, Lin believed they could attempt to use magnetic or gravitational constraints. As for which specific method to use, theoretically, gravitational constraint was the most reliable. For instance, the reason a star could maintain its form under fierce fusion reactions was precisely due to the balance between the gravitational pull and the internal fusion reactions. If they could replicate this aspect, they could truly simulate a miniature sun. However, creating a large gravity source was not an easy task. He once asked Herav, and the answer was a definite no. Besides, gravity's influence was vast, and by then, not just this estate, but perhaps the entire city could be engulfed. Thus, Lin had to settle for the next best solution, using electromagnetic confinement to solve the problem. Using an invisible magnetic field to bind a powerful energy. Vittorio also just happened to see this and marveled at Lin's intricate design. He could see that the blueprint was highly refined, proving that Lin's artificial sun project was not an unfounded fantasy, but was supported by a rigorous theory of magic. This put Vittorio at ease. By the way, how is the situation with the church recently? Vittorio handed back the blueprint and asked. It had been a while since they defeated the punitive forces, and although the enemy might be deterred by the deterrence of the big nuclear explosion technique, not daring to invade in force, he was very clear that the church would never allow them to continue developing. Vittorio raised an eyebrow, as their biggest concern at the moment was the church making a desperate move, marshaling all its forces for a final confrontation. The construction of a nuclear reactor needed another 2 to 3 months at best. The extraction of deuterium would also take about 2 months. Without equivalent power to face the evil god's avatar, they would be forced to resort to the big nuclear explosion technique, a spell that causes significant self-harm for the sake of defeating thousands of enemies. A powerful wave of energy wouldn't distinguish friend from foe, and if last time it destroyed the land tens of kilometers outside the city, this time it could well be Fire Oil City or the capital. Lin also smiled. It seemed that their wide publicity of the punitive army's defeat had lured all the restless elements out from the shadows. Although the resulting large-scale witch hunts led to the tragic deaths of many wizards, which he found regrettable, the church was now overextended, which should buy them some time. As for the evil gods and their believers, Lin had no sympathy for them. These most ancient spiritual energy wizards were one by one so eroded by the power of their faith that they lost their sanity. If the church could successfully eliminate these people, that would be more than ideal. Then, when they took over later, there would be no need to divert resources to clean up these troubles. Just as they were discussing, an attendant walked in with a dossier from outside and respectfully interrupted. Mr. Lin took the paper and glanced at it. Then his brows furrowed. Such a coincidence? Vittorio asked, puzzled. It's about the calamity of the evil god, Lin began to explain. According to the reports of the spies, there were 3 instances of disasters related to the evil god within the empire's borders, but strangely, they were all eradicated without causing too much harm. As it's known, only a wizard of the 6th circle and above is qualified to join the ranks of the evil god. After obtaining the power of belief, their strength can reach a pseudo-legendary level, something ordinary clergy can't deal with. Usually, once the believers awaken the evil god, it means the death or injury of tens of thousands, or even more. The local churches almost have no resistance and must rely on legendary clergy to handle the situation. But this time was different, as the chain of catastrophes caused by the evil god were easily suppressed, as if the higher echelons of the church had received a message in advance and were lying in ambush there. This is indeed a bit strange, Vittorio said, stroking his white beard, pondering what the church was up to. Beyond that, there was a second piece of intelligence worth noting. Yesterday evening, the wizard responsible for communication received a strange electromagnetic signal. Since electromagnetic waves travel too fast, they were unable to confirm its origin or decipher it. After careful consideration, they could only use electromagnetic magic to interfere with it. Someone had also developed the use of electromagnetic waves in magic. Lin was very curious, but even more vigilant, because the most basic use of this thing is usually to transmit information. 3 days later, in the capital of the kingdom, within a luxurious castle, dozens of elegantly dressed, resentful nobles gathered together for a secret meeting. These damned wizards dare to seize the lands in the eastern part of the kingdom for themselves, punishing and killing nobles capriciously. Marquis Mortan roared hysterically in the castle, eliciting a chorus of agreement from the other nobles. In a year since the wizards took over the capital, thanks to the tangible ruling benefits of expelling the church, many had changed their attitudes and gradually accepted the new status of wizards replacing the church. Even Mortan, who prided himself on his devout faith, had grudgingly acknowledged the wizard's control over the kingdom after witnessing the shadow of the divine being shattered and hearing the news of consecutive defeats of the Crusaders. However, all cooperation was based on both sides playing by the rules. The rule was that the nobles rule over the mundane world, while wizards preside over the extraordinary. However, the recent behavior of the wizards had instilled deep fear within them. On their way to reclaim the kingdom's land and wage war on the empire, numerous nobles have been hanged, their wealth confiscated, their children and servants forced to become lowly laborers, doing the same work as the poor, causing not only anger, but also fear. What about His Majesty the King? An incredulous viscount of the empire asked. Mortan said mockingly. He had heard from a guard that indeed, after seizing the city, the wizards had sent someone to seek guidance. But that was all just seeking guidance. The wizards had already done the deed. So what other choice did King Hattar have except to agree? The nobles participating in the discussion grew more and more agitated. Without their help and cooperation in the first place, how could those wizards have managed to rule over the expanded territories of the kingdom? The entire kingdom would have likely fallen apart long ago under the assault of believers and rioters. Now, it was clear that the other side wanted to cross the river and then destroy the bridge. Today's calamity might only befall the eastern part of the kingdom, the nobles who opposed the wizards. But if those wizards managed to suppress all their opponents, then it was very likely the turn of the rest would come soon enough. Chapter 476, 453. Let those wizards witness the wisdom and power of the nobility. In the midst of everyone's disagreements and discussions, Earl Heard slammed the table and stood up, looking at those present and speaking angrily. However, Heard's impassioned speech failed to win applause. Instead, it garnered mockery. Measures. Viskonski moksmilsidisli. By now, these wizards were in their heyday, having consecutively defeated the church's crusading army and fought their way deep into the empire's territory. Even if they were reluctant to believe it, they had to face the fact that the strength of these nobles alone was simply not enough to shake the rule of the wizards, let alone defeat the kingdom's guards. The end of Duke Rickman was the best proof of this. 3,000 musketeers, working with those so-called skyships, had routed tens of thousands of the kingdom's elite troops. In Ski's view, confronting the wizards head-on was certainly not a wise choice. Amid Ski's mocking tone, Heard's face turned bright red, and he spoke out in great annoyance. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present subtly changed. Indeed, the eastern lords of the kingdom had made a grave mistake by aligning with the empire and the church under unclear circumstances, but that still didn't justify the wizards conducting secret trials and sentencing. Moreover, many of the accusations they made were nothing short of shocking, since when had killing a few errant serfs become a crime, and the so-called harsh taxes were an absolute joke. According to the laws of the empire, all serfs belonged to their lords, who decided how much grain they paid and what punishments they received. Unless it involved religious issues, neither the king nor the local church had any right to intervene. By that measure, wouldn't he himself also be subject to trial? Thinking this, a chill ran through the hearts of the nobles in the secret chamber. Heard then turned to Viscount Ski, pulling no punches as he unearthed his counterpart's sore points. The latter's face immediately soured. A week ago, his chief knight had suddenly vanished. Ski had people search for days before they finally discovered that the man had secretly run off to the capital's workshops to make glass for the wizards. This had nearly killed him with rage. A knight with a title, engaging in the demeaning work only suited for the poor. This was a disgrace to his noble status. Only after inquiring did he learn that the wages in the workshop were double what he paid, including meals and accommodation. Irritated, Ski had immediately wanted to bring his chief knight back to avoid further embarrassment, and was prepared to severely punish him for tarnishing the noble status. However, the wizard managing the workshop arrogantly refused his reasonable request, since his chief knight was extremely talented. Although he had been there only a week, he was the best glassmaker in the workshop and had already become the manager in charge of training newcomers. Remembering the arrogant and disdainful look of the wizard, a surge of infinite anger and humiliation filled Ski's heart. Merely a wizard, who used to hide in city corners like a rat dependent on their nobility's breath for survival, had now climbed above them and lorded over them. Unrelenting, Heard, after opening Ski's wound, turned his gaze toward the other nobles present, harshly poking at each of their sore points. Although the wizard's influence hadn't expanded to their territories yet, the resulting impacts were already genuinely threatening each of their interests. Not to mention, the frequency of riots by miners and the poor had increased several times, and some lands even experienced massive serf escapes. That was precisely why they had gathered today, to discuss the future of the nobility and the kingdom. Just as the crowd became agitated, Marquis Mortan suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention, and then declared confidently. The nobles in the secret chamber paused for a moment. Even Earl Heard was quite surprised. Fortunately, Marquis Mortan didn't leave them in suspense, bluntly. Revealing his thoughts, Earl Heard's eyes lit up, as he already faintly understood the Marquis's intention. The eastern regions of the kingdom have just suffered from the war, and restoring production is not an easy task. Marquis Mordan said with a cold laugh. Chapter 477-453. Let those wizards witness the wisdom and power of the nobility. _2. To please the lower-level citizens and undermine the foundation of the church, the wizard council employed those impoverished citizens at a high price using the wealth they plundered. Then, they used the novel alchemical creations produced by them to exchange for high profits to maintain the status quo. It must be said that the wizards were quite generous with their money, and this method was indeed very clever. In just 1 year, the capital's citizens' inherent fear of the smoke-billowing workshops had turned into eagerness, and even pride, in working for the wizards. However, there was a problem. As the citizens' savings increased, they were no longer willing to endure hunger. The black-packed flour that used to sell out was now not even touched by the roadside dogs. It's known that this had once been the staple food of the poor. To cut costs, merchants would usually add some sawdust and grass to it. It was difficult to chew but could fill the stomach. And now, in the capital, even the lowest of miners did not hesitate to buy a delicious piece of white bread. This also caused the consumption of food to increase several times. The newly conquered eastern territories of the kingdom had a population of millions, and feeding so many mouths was not an easy task. The grain convoys that came and went were enough to prove that the council's food supplies were already insufficient. At this time, if they started purchasing large amounts of wheat, they could destabilize the entire kingdom's grain trade, further reducing the already insufficient market supply and pushing prices up. The poor with extra money would also start hoarding out of fear, creating a chain reaction. Now the kingdom under the wizard's rule is like a castle that is robust on the outside but crumbling inside. Marquis Mordan said resolutely. After a series of analyses, the nobles present showed expressions of shock and awe. This ruthless strategy could only be described as merciless. Ski hesitated for a moment, as if the wizards could negotiate food through trade with the empire. Everything they were doing would be pointless. Marquis Mortan assured. The nobles present were not fools. They immediately realized that Marquis Mortan had gathered them here, today, surely at the church's command. However, this actually relieved everyone, as they were most adept at playing both sides to extract benefits. Currently, the wizard's influence was dominant, having rallied a large number of the poor, and with their own strength, they had no room to resist. Viscount Ski said hesitantly, the wizards, wielding powerful magic, would not care about any kingdom laws. If they angered this group, it wasn't impossible for them to come straight over and annihilate them all. Morden naturally had a plan ready, having their own trading groups buy up the grain and raise the prices. It was enough. What they needed to do was use their own financial resources and influence to add fuel to the fire from behind. Moreover, the wizards' main forces were currently within the empire's border, constantly facing fierce battles with the church's punitive forces. If they completely turned against these nobles, the whole kingdom was at risk of overthrow. With Morton's explanations, Heard and others put aside their doubts. Thus, they need not confront those fierce wizards head-on. Whether to force the wizards to concede using food as a bargaining chip or to completely stir chaos in the kingdom and revert to the former nobility and church joint governance, they would decide the course, under the threat to their interests and the temptation to regain control of the kingdom. The nobles in the secret chamber made up their minds, ready to unite to show the economically clueless wizards the true power and wisdom of the nobility. Late at night, the nobles who had come to the meeting left Marquis Morton's castle through the secret passage, their demeanor completely transformed from their previously worried faces to one full of fighting spirit, showing excitement and exhilaration, as if they had already seen the dawn of victory. Amidst them, Jeff maintained a superficial smile, but his heart was plunged into deep worry. As a minor baron, although Jeff had his own small fiefdom, thanks to his adaptable and clever mind, he was not greatly affected under the wizard's rule, and had even benefited considerably. For instance, 3 months ago, he had leased out the mining and farming rights of his domain along with 20,000 serfs, yielding nearly 1,000 imperial gold coins per year in rent, far more than he had ever earned from painstakingly managing his lands. Jeff had no grand ambitions, collecting rents, dabbling in novel and interesting witchcraft creations, seeking a few beautiful maids, and contributing to the growth of his family was his life's ideal. Most crucially, he was not optimistic about Marquis Morton's so-called extermination strategy. Jeff was very aware that driving large numbers of impoverished people into workshops was not about neglecting the land, but because farming simply didn't need so many hands. This alchemical creation was terrifying. Controlled by just one or two people, it could easily cultivate dozens of acres of land. Therefore, the Wizard Council wasn't as short of food as Mortan and others had anticipated. However, Jeff knew his influence was minimal, and reporting the kingdom's nobles' clandestine conspiracy without sufficient evidence would likely not be taken seriously. After pondering for a moment, Jeff quickly thought of his own lord as His Majesty's most capable right-hand man, one who had supported King Hatter's accession to the throne, known privately among many nobles as the wizard's lackey, Duke Guard. He was the highest-ranking person Jeff could contact at the moment. Thinking it over, Jeff no longer hesitated and left the Marquis's castle, heading overnight to Duke Guard's residence in the capital. After informing the guard, he quickly gained an audience. Stepping slowly into the spacious inner chamber, Jeff waited for a while. The robed Duke Guard soon entered with a few guards. "Please forgive my disturbance of your rest, Duke," Jeff said, bowing respectfully. "Let's hear it, sir. What brings you here so late?" asked Duke Guard, his tone a bit impatient. Jeff truthfully reported. He recounted, in full detail, how Mortan had covertly summoned over 40 kingdom nobles that night to conspire in buying up large quantities of food to artificially create a famine. After hearing Jeff's account, Duke Guard pondered for a while. "You've done very well, sir." Jeff didn't dare take credit, but before he could demur, Duke Guard asked again. Jeff hurriedly replied. Guard nodded in satisfaction. He then had an attendant bring over a bag of gold as a reward for relaying the message. Jeff joyfully received it. The bag was heavy, containing at least 200 imperial gold coins. "You may go and rest now." Guard motioned with his hand. As Jeff turned and secured the bag full of gold, a faint unease unexplainably crept into his heart, persisting until he was about to step out of the chamber. Only then did he suddenly realize that after hearing his narrative, the Duke's demeanor was perhaps too calm, his face showing not a hint of surprise from start to finish, almost as if he had already known the news. Jeff's unease grew stronger, and as he crossed the threshold, this unease turned into a profound sense of danger. Almost instinctively, Jeff's right hand reached for the hilt of his sword, but faster were the guards with their crossbow arrows. Sharp arrows pierced through Jeff's chest, arm, and leg in an instant, followed by a long sword that cleaved through the air. Amidst spraying blood, Jeff's round head was chopped off, his eyes wide with incomprehension. Guard dropped the blood-stained sword and looked indifferently at the surrounding guards. He spoke. Chapter 478, 454 Lin. Had you ever heard of magic bread? The capital's morning began with the faint light of dawn, and Susan awoke from her dreams. As per her routine, she took care of household chores before heading out to buy the ingredients needed for the upcoming days. The streets were bustling with activity, with caravans passing nonstop. Sturdy beasts of burden pulled carts laden with various goods along the widened concrete roads. A few rich merchants, on their first visit to the capital, were ardently discussing the majestic water wheels spinning in the distance, and bursts of astonished exclamations could be heard from time to time. Accompanied by a somewhat shrill whistle, an ornate alchemy car sped by, belching steams of steam from the chimney on its front, drawing envious glances from the townsfolk and merchants alike. These steam-driven vehicles, which could move on their own without the need for horses or beasts of burden, sold for no less than 100 imperial gold coins. Only those of true stature could afford to own one, and it had become the new fashion for the wealthy merchants and high nobility of the capital. As for the wizards, they rode in a kind of iron box that needed neither to spew steam nor horses to move, even faster. It was said to be operated through witchcraft and magic. As Susan mused, an oblong shadow suddenly spilled down. It was a massive and majestic airship gliding through the sky overhead, blocking out the fierce sun above. Along the street, clusters of children were gleefully chasing and frolicking in the shadow cast by the airship. All of this bizarre reality, even though Susan saw it every day, still felt somewhat hard to adjust to. In the past year, she felt as if she was living in a dream. It all started with the church's propaganda that the evil wizards had taken over the capital with their armies, brutally killed King Basil, razed the sacred church to the ground, and captured legions of devout believers. The citizens of the capital were all in a state of panic, fearing they would be the next targets of those demonic minions. However, what happened next was beyond their expectations. The wizards did not hold wicked human sacrifices, nor did they plunder their homes. Instead, they started to repair houses and roads, and opened many magic workshops, offering high wages to recruit workers skilled in forging iron, producing glass, and crafting firearms. Initially, no one dared to join the workshops, and rumors even spread that this was a trick by the wizards to lure them in. The magic workshops, while seemingly recruiting workers on the surface, were actually conducting nefarious human experiments, where wizards extracted people's souls, turned their bodies to skeletons, and cast them into the abyss. However, once the bold Hayden joined the wizard's workshop and began living a more prosperous life, even being allocated a new house, such rumors naturally fell apart. Susan was extremely grateful that she and her husband were among the first few to join the workshop's labor force. Even though the magic workshops expanded several times after that, the number of workers they could recruit was ultimately limited. Those who realized too late could only resort to road building and mining. Although the pay was not bad, it was indeed a lot more laborious than working in the workshops. Now, with both her and her husband working together in the gun-making workshop, they earned a total of 20 silver coins a month. If it were a year ago, such compensation would have been unimaginable. It was also the first time Susan learned that there was one day off each week from work to rest. This place was simply the heaven described in the Bible, only built by the wizards. Lost in thought, Susan quickly arrived at the most bustling street of the capital and couldn't help but glance at a newly opened clothing store. Behind the glass walls were rows of colorful and splendid dresses, with fabrics and colors that seemed even more luxurious than those worn by the noble ladies of the past. The price was not too steep, at about 10 to 15 silver coins each. Susan counted the coins in her pocket, but, thinking of the fees required for her 2 children to enter the wizard college, she still resolutely made her way to the bakery next door. The usual please. Susan took out a small pouch of copper coins and handed it over. The baker, Kim, shook his head. That'll be 1 silver and 90 copper. Susan's eyes widened, incredulously staring at him. She remembered that just a week ago, a bag of white bread cost about 15 copper coins, and a portion of beans sold for only 10 copper. You may not know, but recently the price of wheat has skyrocketed, so naturally, bread has to go up as well, Kim muttered, explaining that in just a few days, the price of wheat had almost tripled, and what he was charging was already cheap. As for the reason, there were rumors within the capital that the wizards had advanced into imperial territories. The citizens of these new territories could also join the workshops and enjoy a life where every meal included white bread. But where would so much bread come from? Even though Kim heard from traveling merchants that the wizards had created an alchemical contraption that could till the land automatically, it was unlikely to supply the food needs of millions in the kingdom. To make matters worse, there seemed to be a famine in several northeastern territories of the kingdom, leading to rumors within the capital that there wasn't enough food. Many shrewd merchants had already started hoarding wheat. Kim was no exception. He then advised Susan to buy more today, as the price might be even higher tomorrow. Susan looked at the high prices with indecision, but fearing that bread prices could continue to rise, she counted out the money and sighed as she spoke. Chapter 479, 454 Lin. Have you guys ever heard of magic bread? _2. Kim couldn't stop smiling after trying the tasty white bread. Few people were willing to eat the hard, tough black bread. Now is a good chance to clear out the inventory. After painfully handing over 3 silver coins, Susan took the groceries she had purchased and couldn't help but frown. Not only had the price of bread increased several times, it was visibly smaller too. Bread that used to be 4 fingers thick was now scarcely 3 fingers thick. A sense of worry unknowingly welled up in Susan's heart. Since the wizards had taken control of the capital, famine seemed to be a thing of the past, but the recent rise in grain prices was troubling her greatly, even though she could still barely afford it now. What about in a week or even a month? Susan clutched the last few silver coins in her hand, hesitating whether to buy more. Under the collective operation of nobles and wealthy merchants, rumors of famine soon spread throughout the kingdom. The price of wheat was rising almost every day, which caused panic that even affected Fire Oil City. In a laboratory, thinking about how to modify the big nuclear explosion technique into the big hydrogen explosion technique, Lynn had to stop his research and was pulled into a meeting room. After looking at the report, Lynn also couldn't help but furrow his brow. In just half a month, the price of wheat per kilogram inside the kingdom had risen from the original 2 copper coins to the current 10 copper coins, a more than 5-fold increase. Lynn asked, puzzled. He immediately realized that someone was trying to disrupt the entire kingdom by manipulating grain prices. The best method was to nip it in the bud before it triggered a chain reaction, which would be difficult to manage once it started. Because everyone would start hoarding on their own, then no amount of food would be enough. Laud, responsible for food acquisitions, bitterly complained about his helplessness. Due to the construction of nuclear fusion reactors, all the speakers and grand wizards were extremely busy, couldn't convene a meeting to discuss anything unless it was an emergency. Moreover, the continuous wars often led to a rise in food prices. A short-term price fluctuation, even doubling or more, was quite normal for wheat. However, they had always controlled the price of wheat by collecting and releasing grain. So this year, it had only increased by about 50%. Compared to the salaries of the poor, which had increased several times, it hadn't caused any waves. This caused Laud to initially not pay much attention to the rising prices of wheat. As usual, he dispatched more food to various regions to stabilize the prices, until he realized the situation was completely out of control and reported it as an emergency. Alva, in charge of trade, also added that just 2 days ago, the church had suddenly established outposts in the border cities of the empire, strictly inspecting merchant caravans leaving the country, resulting in an 80% decrease in merchant caravans coming from the empire, meaning they could no longer purchase grain on a large scale from the empire. The continuous bad news made all the council members worried. Even though most wizards lacked a theoretical basis in economics, the importance of food was apparent even to a novice. Citizens could wear tattered clothes, abstain from buying newfangled alchemical creations, but they absolutely had to eat. After mulling it over, Raphael suggested implementing a rationing system, setting a maximum amount of bread each person could buy. Exceeding that amount would result in punishment. Some council members even thought of reducing the lunch provision in workshops to save some grain. He had heard complaints from the wizards of the alchemy workshop before, because the council decreed that 1 meal had to be provided a day. Many extremely thrifty poor people would intentionally skip breakfast and dinner, choosing instead to stuff themselves at the workshop. Herav directly rejected the proposal, well aware that all strategies to cut food supply would further drive up the price of bread. Aurora then turned to Lynn, asking pensively how much wheat they actually had and whether it was enough to supply the entire kingdom. Recently, she had received reports that large tracts of farmland in the kingdom's eastern territories seemed to have been abandoned. Hadlata was known as the kingdom on the mountain, which is its advantage, but sometimes it's also a disadvantage. Being mountainous means there are less plains suitable for large-scale farming. The scattered fields within the kingdom can hardly leverage the advantages of mechanization. Lynn thought that using this land to grow wheat was not cost-effective, and it would be better to plant some type of fruit tree to enrich the townspeople's diets and improve the nationwide situation with night blindness. He also did this to ensure that some self-sufficient farmers could earn almost the same income as the citizens working in the workshops. Otherwise, who would still want to farm? As for the food supply, it was certainly sufficient. Since over a year ago, when he had captured the southern part of the kingdom, Lynn started his plan. Because this region has the kingdom's only alluvial plain, he had the musket troops work with the liberated mine slaves to develop many new lands there, creating a fully mechanized big farm model. Nowadays, over 70% of the kingdom's food was produced from this super farm. The members present at the meeting, although not fully understanding what Lin meant by a mechanized farm, gathered that their food supply was still sufficient. Realizing this, Harav and others suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, then asked curiously, "It is naturally to prevent famine caused by a large influx of refugees," Lin said smoothly. Once they defeated the church, they would have to face tens of millions of impoverished citizens from the empire. So preparing early was definitely better than preparing late. Lin had not expected that his actions in consolidating the eastern farmlands and buying up food from the empire would lead some people to make misjudgments, thereby starting a food war. Lin paused before asking, "I suspect it involves nobles within the kingdom," Laud replied hesitantly. Because there were too many people buying wheat on a large scale now. Many merchants as well as civilians had joined in. It was impossible for him to determine who were the real instigators and who were just following the trend to make a quick profit, but what could be certain was that many nobles from the kingdom were involved. "Then keep investigating." Lin's expression suddenly turned cold. Lately, he had been so busy dealing with the empire and the church that he had almost forgotten about a group of parasites within his own kingdom who relied on their estates and did no work. He had not dealt with them all before, because wizards had only recently conquered the kingdom, and they had yet to earn the citizens' trust. Rash actions against these people might destabilize the situation that had just begun to stabilize. Moreover, not all nobles were so unreliable. Some, who were adaptable and knowledgeable, were willing to embrace the new era, so it wasn't right to execute them all. He was not planning to immediately arrest all the merchants hoarding wheat. Firstly, there were too many, and secondly, the kingdom did not have a law against it. But this did not mean he had no other way to deal with these people. This was also a perfect opportunity to let those merchants who wanted to make a quick profit and profit from the national crisis know that the freedom of trade had its limits, and crossing the line would have consequences. Lin thought to himself, he hadn't originally wanted to introduce this technology so soon. Chapter 48455. Mortan. We broke the myth of the invincible wizard. Lin had Laud sell the food in batches, which puzzled the council members present. The safest solution to break the current crisis would be to dump a large amount of cheap grain onto the market at once, so those nobles and grain merchants would know to back off. Raphael speculative. You could say that. Lin nodded, seeing it as a rare opportunity. If these people just stayed peacefully in their territories, acting as their landlords, he wouldn't have an easy excuse to clear out these remnants of the old era. However, this would cause the surge in grain prices to impact the entire kingdom's stability. A congressman frowned and said, with the price of a loaf of bread now 5 times its original price, if it rose to 10 times, 20 times, there would definitely be chaos. Lin said decisively. Now, the vast majority of the kingdom's subjects had already been integrated into the urban magic operating systems, with the army, railway construction, various workshops, and civilian academies covering over 90% of the population in the eastern, central, and southern territories under the wizard's rule. The remaining nobles and merchants were not under their control, and these people also possessed considerable assets and didn't require their attention. Lin's bold nationwide rationing plan astounded Raphael. If the workshops guaranteed 3 meals a day, then who would go buy wheat and bread? Obviously, those trying to drive up the grain prices. Raphael suddenly realized this. Lin's approach effectively controlled the severity of the food warfare within a certain range, and it might even be said to be completely disconnected from the ordinary citizens, turning it into a direct confrontation between the Congress and the nobles and tycoons. The Grand Wizard Alade said worriedly. The Congress had to manage the kingdom's food supply on one hand, and, on the other hand, they had to secure enough grain to wage a price war against those tycoons and nobles. Lin's mouth curved into a slight smile before he continued. Create bread using magic? Upon hearing this, the assembly of council members was utterly stunned. Alade couldn't help but interrupt. Although magic power could achieve many things, even mimicking various elements, it ultimately couldn't replace the real substance. Depending on magic to directly solve the food problem was simply ludicrous. However, the Judgment Chiefs maintained a solemn expression, for they all knew this star of magic was conducting research on material and energy transformation, and solving the food issue with magic power wasn't entirely impossible. But according to Lin himself, the energy required to convert 1 gram of material was equivalent to that of a nuclear explosion spell. Relying on this to feed a population of 3 million seemed quite unlikely. Lin declared confidently, in order to meet the demands of interstellar voyages, the Federation had invested considerable effort in synthetic starch and cell-cultured meat technologies, all of which were quite mature. Converting these into magic wasn't too difficult, and the raw materials were simple and readily available. Seeing Lin this confident, Raphael and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Creating food using magic, something that completely defied common sense, seemed to be just a minor research project he could develop from Lin, the star of magic. The Judgment Chiefs were somewhat at a loss for words too. All one could say is that someone's speed in developing new magic was simply too fast. For instance, the spell for converting magic power into legendary status took just over a month from their apprehension of Judgment Chief Joshua, and he even managed to sketch out a design for an artificial sun. It's really difficult to comprehend how his mind works. Herav muttered to himself, then resolutely spoke up. The day after the meeting ended, under Laud's operation, the first batch of 15 tons of wheat sold for slightly below the market price at 8 copper coins per kilogram, and within just a half hour, everything was gone. Then came 20 tons, 30 tons, 50 tons. The price also increased progressively, finally settling at 20 copper coins. Yet even so, the wheat was still swept up as soon as arrived in various cities because the market price for grain was far higher than Laud's selling price, offering a chance to double the investment upon resale. The kingdom's wealthy merchants and great nobles, one after another, were like madmen, many of them even betting all their savings. In just a few days, the price of 1 kilogram of wheat had risen to 50 copper coins, 25 times its original price. And the price of a bag of white bread soared to 1 silver coin. Even the black bread that dogs wouldn't eat a few days ago now cost 40 copper coins. Chapter 481-455. Mortan, we broke the myth of the invincible wizard, _2. That is to say, a laborer who works tirelessly in a magic workshop earns only enough to afford a few bags of white bread per month, unable to even sustain himself. Meanwhile, inside the fortress of the capital, Marquis Mortan raised his wine glass and looked towards the nobles who had come to attend the secret meeting, speaking spiritedly. The rest of the nobles also praised Marquis Mortan's cunning plan, and some even regretted their own excessive caution, thinking that if they had converted all their assets into food earlier, their wealth would have multiplied many times over by now. Amidst the flattering and agreeing voices, a proud smile bloomed on Morton's face as he lightly sipped the red wine in his glass, and then started to inquire about the current wheat purchasing situation. An attendant, slightly excited, replied, "Reporting to Lord Mortan, we have spent 70,000 imperial gold coins to purchase an amount equivalent to the kingdom's 2 months' ration." Mortan nodded in satisfaction. "But, Lord Mortan, contrary to our expectations, it seems that the peasants in the capital haven't started rioting," said Viscount Ski hesitantly. "According to their previous predictions, the poor who could not afford wheat should have already become restless by now. Even if they starve to death, those wretches probably don't have the guts to stand against wizards who wield evil magic. Even if they can't buy white bread, they can still buy some black bread mixed with chaff, or, in the worst case, gnaw on grass bark to survive," said Earl Bell, shaking his head. He thought Mortan and others underestimated the endurance and adaptability of the poor. When there had been famines in his own lands before, he hadn't given a single grain, and yet some people still managed to survive, didn't they? Mortan swirled the wine in his glass, declaring in an amused tone, "How could it be possible that those poor could still afford black bread? Heard and others were clamoring to raise the price of black bread to more than a silver coin, making it impossible for those wretches to afford even a few pieces. In fact, they had long disdained the current state of the capital. Previously, white bread was exclusively for the nobility, but after the wizards came, even the capital's dogs could have some. And now, they merely wanted to return those peasants back to their old lives. Amidst the excited shouts of the crowd, the hesitant attendant spoke up. I heard that some laborers said the wizards' workshops are willing to provide 3 meals a day for free, the attendant said cautiously. Morton's smile faltered for a moment, his eyebrows slightly raised, but soon relaxed, his mockery more evident. The nobles present were not frightened by the council's generous nationwide feeding strategy, for the frequent low-price sales of large quantities of wheat showed that the council still intended to depress grain prices. At that moment, Viscount Ski reported some good news. "Look, this shows our guess was right. The council no longer has enough food," laughed Mortan heartily. With the council not having enough wheat and still trying to balance the price of food, the only way was to clandestinely buy up grains, pretending to have ample reserves. Heard asked with a sneer. The wizards had slaughtered so many nobles in the eastern part of the kingdom and plundered their wealth. It was time to get it back. Viscount Ski said with a peculiar expression. Earl Heard almost thought he had misheard. The rest of the nobles also wore expressions of astonishment. "What joke is this?" Earl Heard said in disbelief. The price of a kilogram of wheat had already surpassed 50 silver coins, and even the council's release price exceeded 45 copper coins. Now, the other party wanted to buy it back at half the price. Which fool would agree? The person who thought of this idea must have issues with their brain, Mortan remarked sarcastically. But on second thought, it seemed reasonable. A bunch of lowborns who suddenly took control of the entire kingdom couldn't possibly handle everything. That's why they could only come up with illogical ideas one after another. Realizing this, Mortan completely let go of his concerns, cheerfully drained his glass of red wine, and loudly discussed the future of a kingdom governed by nobles. A few nobles faintly felt that the Wizard Council's low-price grain procurement might not be so straightforward. But in this intoxicating atmosphere of victory, they soon forgot these minor worries. After all, they had achieved an unprecedented great victory and were not worried about being held accountable. It was not just these nobles buying wheat now. The first batch who secretly drove up the prices had already been dealt with thoroughly. It would be a while before the wizards could trace it back to themselves. Even in the worst-case scenario, if the Wizard Council did find out, would they dare take actions against so many nobles when the kingdom was on the brink of chaos? They might even have to rely on them to provide grain to save the country. A tipsy Mortan shouted, raising his arm spiritedly. Earl Heard, too, excitedly raised his glass and drained it in one gulp, shouting loudly. While the capital's nobles were holding a celebration in Fire Oil City, Laud, who had just gathered intelligence, strided into a grand manor. This had been the residence of a local prominent earl, built quite magnificently, but its previous owner had long been hanged in the city tower, and now it was a temporary residence of a certain star of magic. When did Lord Lynn start keeping a dog? Laud muttered to himself. With a thoughtful mind, he pondered whether to bring one the next time he visited. He had heard that some grand nobles of the empire fancied keeping fierce dogs, not just ordinary breeds, but ones with partial magical beast lineage, which looked quite majestic. However, this thought was extinguished the moment he officially entered the manor, for Laud discovered the so-called evil hound on the sign was in fact a 2-meter tall, over 5 meters long, azure giant beast. What was most peculiar was its translucent body, with fur-like flames constantly flowing on the surface, and the bricks and stones touched by its paws were scorched by the high temperature into lava, emitting a terrifying aura at which Laud inadvertently swallowed his saliva. Luckily, Mutuo, having no interest in a bipedal creature devoid of any magic power within, and seeing no threat, lazily closed its eyes. Laud wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, carefully bypassed the beast, and after entering the inner room, he quickly heard the noisy discussion inside, one of which was unmistakably Lynn's voice. Chapter 482-456. This is the tough job of magic and technology, the ultimate secret of the food war, the art of making bread. Alok and Lydia suddenly found themselves speechless. Even Philip, a three-ring wizard focused on element studies, was stumped by Lynn's question. They indeed had not paid attention to how wheat absorbed various elements from the soil during its growth and eventually turned into edible food. Luckily, Lynn didn't expect them to come up with an answer and directly revealed it. This was common knowledge known by everyone in the previous World's Federation. As the base of the entire ecosystem, plants convert carbon dioxide and water into energy-storing organic matter through photosynthesis, which is the source of bioenergy. In the ancient past, humans gathered and hunted for food like wild beasts, greatly influenced by the environment, weather, and luck, hugely unstable, and struggling with hunger was a common occurrence. It was not until the skills of farming and animal husbandry were developed, enabling the stable acquisition of food, that the basis for later large-scale community, living, and nation-building was established. However, this stability was also limited. Perhaps a drought or a massive conflict could destroy everything. Not until the 21st century did humans in a laboratory use carbon dioxide, water, electricity, light, and a special catalyst to directly synthesize starch. This achievement was undoubtedly revolutionary. It meant that from then on, food production could be completely independent from land, sunlight, and environmental conditions, and could be mass-produced like an assembly line. The efficiency was enhanced by several magnitudes. You see, natural photosynthesis, where plants convert inorganic substances into organic materials, requires dozens of extremely complex biochemical reactions and months of time, with an energy conversion efficiency of about 2%. Artificial starch synthesis only needs 11 steps, and the energy conversion rate was also increased to 7%. Entering the 22nd century, due to the needs of interstellar travel and the establishment of fusion reactors, artificial starch synthesis once again experienced a technological surge, with the energy use rates soaring to about 20% and the steps reduced to 6. In the smart brain, as these were essentially just syntheses of inorganic substances. Although the technical difficulty was higher, the principle remained the same. Lynn explained the principles of magic while extending his right hand. The water vapor and carbon dioxide in the air were quickly stripped away, followed by intense lightning, and various trace elements were integrated into it under the control of spiritual power. Using the void as a pot, magic power as a spatula, converting inorganic into organic. There, Lynn demonstrated his artificial bread-making technique in front of dozens of wizards. About 15 seconds later, particles of fine powder began to appear in the void, floating and accumulating together, forming into a spherical shape. This scene, akin to creating substances from a void, amazed all the wizards of the Aida school. Lynn spoke again, and more water vapor transformed into liquid water, pouring into the powder. Then, with the mage's hand, he quickly kneaded the dough. The sphere rapidly deformed and twisted under pressure and was directly baked using microwave technology. The dough, initially only an inch thick, immediately expanded upon heating, turning into a bread loaf 4 inches thick and square in shape. The whole process took just over 3 minutes. Lynn manipulated the mage's hand to place the bread loaf on the table. Alok, Kevin, Philip, and others immediately gathered around, dozens of eyes fixed on the bread loaf on the table, amazed at the magic Lynn had performed. Lydia poked it with her hand, felt it was soft, unlike the bread she bought at the market, which was hard enough to be used as a shield and weapon. Lynn replied amusedly, "Otherwise, why would he produce such things?" Upon hearing Lynn's affirmative answer, Lydia immediately tore off a piece and put it in her mouth. Lynn quickly asked. Although he had added many trace elements to enhance its nutrition, he was not sure about the exact taste. Lydia furrowed her brows and pondered for a while before finding an adjective. The girl's comment certainly piqued the curiosity of Philip and the others, who also took turns trying it, and then understood why Lydia had described it that way. Chapter 483, 483, 456. Because this bread was soft and fluffy when bitten into, not hard at all, and the taste was even much better than that of white bread. The only downside was that it was rather tasteless. If it could be eaten with some bean sauce, it would definitely be a delicacy, Philip said, extremely excited. Lynn's bread-making skill was simply amazing, meaning that in the future, wizards would not need to carry any food when traveling far. When thirsty, they could just extract water vapor from the air, and when hungry, they could just cast the magic bread skill. It couldn't be more convenient. I wonder if this counts as a multi-ring spell. Can apprentices use it too? Kevin, however, raised a substantial question, which was about its accessibility. This concerned the scope of application of the spell. Lynn said thoughtfully. Kevin's brows furrowed slightly. There were only 2,000 three-ring wizards in the council, and even if all of them cast this spell together, it wouldn't be enough to supply the entire kingdom. Starch alone naturally couldn't make bread, but it was absolutely no problem as a daily staple food for the poor. It only needed to consume carbon dioxide, water, electricity, and magic power. The first two were everywhere, and the last two would require the council's Thunderstone reserves and Magic Stone reserves. But Kevin hesitated again, as the daily rations for 3 million people wouldn't be a small amount of energy consumed. Don't worry, it won't be long before we no longer need to think about energy, Lynn reassured, patting Philip on the shoulder and smiling. They had recently discovered a new magic stone mine, and as for electricity, wasn't there a nuclear fusion reactor about to be completed? In fact, the federal technology for artificial food was only widely adopted after the development of nuclear fusion and matter-antimatter annihilation technology. After dispelling the doubts of Kevin and others, Lynn then turned his head to look outside the door and said, having received the order, Laud, who had been waiting outside for a long time, now walked in briskly with his prosthetic leg. Upon entering, his gaze immediately went to the half-piece of bread left on the table, torn to pieces. With his very limited understanding of magic, Laud saw this piece of bread as something Lynn had conjured out of thin air using magic. It was a miraculous creation out of the void. No wonder Lynn had dared to order him to sell nearly half of the wheat reserves in just a few days. Lynn handed the remaining half of the bread to Laud. The latter was also overwhelmed with emotion, breaking off a piece and putting it in his mouth, where it melted instantly like fluff. Laud remarked, "Who knows what expressions those nobles and rich merchants, who are frantically hoarding grain, would have upon seeing this thing?" Laud thought to himself, but he didn't forget the matter at hand and immediately pulled out a secret envelope from his bosom. These nobles hid behind the scenes, relying on remotely controlling various merchant teams to buy up large quantities of wheat, and even killed many of their confidants responsible for operations, in a vain attempt to cut off the possibility of tracing back to them. However, under soul searching, no secret could remain hidden. Those spiritual energy wizards spent days following the trail, eventually tracing their way up, as after all, the nobility were still planning to make moves and couldn't avoid continuing to send people to make contact with the caravans. Duke Guard, Marquis Mortan, Earl Bell, Earl Heard. The list was long and nearly covered all the major nobles in the northern part of the kingdom. If this was a year ago, each name on the list alone would have been enough to affect the stability of the entire kingdom, said Laud in a rather cryptic manner. Lynn nodded, not particularly surprised. Without the other party's tacit approval, how would the nobles dare to make such a big fuss? But this also saved him the trouble of having to find another excuse. Lynn asked casually, putting away the scroll in his hand. About 90,000 tons of wheat, totaling 173,600 imperial gold coins, reported Laud excitedly. This was simply robbery. What's more important, though, was that this was only just the beginning. They still had half of the wheat not yet sold off, and that was the real jackpot. After all, given the current trend, Wouldn't it be easy to inflate the price of 1 kilogram of wheat by 100 or 200 times? After contemplating, Lin felt it was probably about time. Although the nobles had accumulated wealth for generations and were very rich, the cash they could produce was probably only around 1 million imperial gold coins, possibly not enough to buy up all the wheat. After sharing the pleasant news, Laud carefully reported some bad news. Although the council ostensibly controlled the entire kingdom, in reality, they held absolute authority only over the sanitized southern, central, and freshly conquered eastern territories, while the rest still lay under the nobility's control. Now that the nobles were busy buying wheat to make money, naturally, nobody could spare a thought for the lives of the poor in their domains. Laud was very aware that this star of magic was quite concerned about the poor, so he tried to choose his words carefully when describing the scene where famine-stricken people were everywhere, gnawing on grass and bark. However, what surprised him was the lack of anger or worry on Lin's part. Rather, he instructed with a smile, "Perfect. Let Ryder take some action." This distributing guns? Laud was utterly astonished. He did not expect Lin to use such a brutal method to resolve the issue. Or rather, from the moment when he started releasing the grain to lure the nobles into the game, this star of magic must have already planned out the follow-up strategy. Laud quickly flattered, though there was a hint of sincerity in his tone. The nobles' blind actions effectively meant they had lost the people's support. Now, with the distribution of grain and guns, they would be able to take back the western and northern territories of the kingdom effortlessly and also win the hearts of the people. Lin did not pay heed to Laud's praise and continued to inquire about the progress of the grain collection plan he had ordered. Indeed, a small portion of caravans sold their grain, but most of it is still being sold to us by the citizens of the kingdom at low prices, replied Laud truthfully. That really is... Lin was a bit taken aback, but also realized that this proved the effectiveness of their long-term strategy to improve the standard of living for the populace. You should know that the market price for wheat was several times their purchasing price, yet the citizens were still willing to sell the grain to them at a low cost. "Yes, Lord Lin," said Laud, wiping away the cold sweat from his forehead. He had not understood why this star of magic insisted on buying grain at prices far below the market rate. But now everything was clear. This was no grain purchasing price. It was clearly the countdown to unsheathing the butcher's knife. Chapter 484, 457 Worthless Wheat and the Collapsing Kingdom Nobility. September had silently arrived, and the hurried construction of the train station, along with the connecting rails across the region, was finally completed through the joint efforts of the wizard and hundreds of thousands of laborers. However, the kingdom's merchants and aristocrats had already fallen into a frenzy due to soaring grain prices. In just 1 month, the price of food had increased by 500 times. Every morning, countless merchant caravans would wait outside the granaries, where loads of wheat brought by airships would be snapped up before they even had to be unloaded. For as soon as they could get their hands on the grain, in just a day or two's time, they could earn several times the profit. Driven by such terrifying profits, most people had lost their sanity. However, this frenzy had its limits, for the grains in the hands of the parliament were like an inexhaustible supply. Every day, the amount of grain brought in would gradually be put on the market, with 2,000 tons being dumped each day. To completely consume these grains would require tens of thousands of imperial gold coins, but their fund had already been spent in earlier transactions, with some merchants even having mortgaged all their assets. But everyone knew they had to buy up all the grain. Otherwise, once the price of wheat collapsed, their wealth would vanish in a thin air. This batch of grain was ultimately bought in batches by dozens of grain teams. Having procured the grain, the major merchants and nobles could no longer sit still, and they each sent out their people, ready to investigate just how much grain the wizards had. Sneaking into the granaries of major cities to gather this information amidst magical surveillance was no easy task, so the spies thought of a solution. They would investigate the workshops. Wizards needed to provide the workers with 3 meals a day. If they were short on grain, the supply would inevitably shrink. After some investigation, They indeed received shocking news, which was exactly the opposite of what they had imagined. The magical workshops in the major cities were planning to add a late-night snack for the night shift laborers to reward their hard work. The next day, Parliament went even further, dumping 5,000 tons of wheat into the major cities of the kingdom, momentarily dumbfounding all the caravans that wanted to purchase the grain. "This is impossible." Marquis Mortan clenched the reporting attendant's collar, roaring in anger. Earls like Heard and others across the empire no longer had the confident and calculating demeanor of the past few days, and they instead had bloodshot eyes, just as unable to believe the truth. In the past month, they had bought enough grain to feed 3 million people for half a year. Other merchants who wanted to turn a quick profit had bought no less than they had. How could the wizards suddenly bring out another 5,000 tons of wheat? Asked Viscount Ski, panicked. He had gambled everything to support Morton's desperate plan. Earl Bell suddenly suggested. Bell's proposal was undoubtedly very tempting to the nobles present. The current price of a kilogram of wheat was as high as 500 copper coins. If they could sell all the grain they had previously bought. Idiot! Marquis Mortan slammed down on the conference table, angrily shouting. Selling it at the market price of 500 copper coins per kilogram was one thing. Even if the price dropped to 100 copper coins, it would not attract a glance. Marquis Mortan might not understand the concept of pass the parcel, but he was very clear that Parliament was providing 3 meals a day to the poor, meaning that besides them, the hoarders of grain, no one else in the market would buy a single overpriced grain. Merchants weren't fools either. With the current situation unclear, who would dare to keep buying grain? The fact that Parliament had released 5,000 tons of grain this morning and had by now not managed to sell any at all was sufficient proof. If they were to release a large amount of grain, the price of wheat would collapse in an instant, potentially leading to massive runs on the grain and rendering it worthless. Bell became panicked in an instant and blurted out, "But aren't the wizards buying grain?" Mordan looked at Bell coldly, then turned to the trembling attendant who had collapsed on the ground. As of last night, the price Parliament was paying for wheat was... The attendant spoke cautiously. Upon hearing this news, Bell nearly fainted. What kind of joke was that? 1 copper coin for 10 kilograms. This meant that the wheat he had bought by spending his entire fortune of 10,000 imperial gold coins, which was now worth millions of imperial gold coins, the wizards intended to buy back for a mere 200 gold coins. This was madness. "No, that's wrong." Bell cried hysterically. If it were 20 copper, he could accept the loss of most of his fortune, albeit just barely. Under Earl Bell's cannibalistic gaze, the attendant stammered out an explanation. Parliament's purchase price for grain had been falling almost daily, from 20 copper per kilogram, down to 15 copper, then 10.5 to... Chapter 485, 457. And last night, the price had already dropped to the lowest point in the kingdom's history for grain, 10 kilograms for a copper coin. Viscounts like Ski and other nobles simply could not accept this laughable price tag, which meant their current assets would shrink to 1/5,000th of their previous value in an instant. Bell's voice was even a hoarse roar. Where are their granaries? The nobles present were engulfed in rage, ready to overturn the kingdom. Heard cursed angrily, throwing a wet blanket on everyone's fervor. 5,000 tons of grain spread across more than 40 cities in the kingdom, not only heavily guarded, but also no shortage of wizards in each town. What were they going to burn? Did they really think wizards didn't know how to use magic to extinguish fires? Indeed, they could not only conjure up large amounts of water out of thin air, but they could even easily summon torrential rain and lightning. Remembering the scene from a year ago, when someone in the capital had called winds and summoned terrifying thunderstorms with a wave of their hand, Heard was overtaken by unspeakable fear. He regretted why he had heeded Morton's words and opposed the wizards with their terrible magic. Bell, Ski, and others looked toward Mortan with growing hostility in their eyes. The latter clearly sensed the increasingly subtle atmosphere and said in a cold voice, "Having said that, Marquis Mordan obviously paused for a moment before opening his mouth and squeezing out the words through clenched teeth. And that is to continue. As long as they could buy out all the grain from the council, the initiative would return to their hands. Marquis Morton's booming voice echoed throughout the castle. The wizards had occupied the southern and central regions of the kingdom for just over a year, and even if they had started cultivating the land from that time, how much grain could they have grown? Mordan firmly believed that these 5,000 tons of wheat must be the council's last stock, now released in one go to frighten them off. The news from the workshops must also have been deliberately released to disrupt their ranks. After all, he had never heard of such night snacks. How could those wizards suddenly be so generous in times of food scarcity to let the laborers have an extra meal? It had to be a deliberate ploy to confuse them. Under Morton's analysis, Bell and others clung to it as if it were their last lifeline, whether they were willing to believe it or not. It had to be true. But soon everyone realized another problem. Buying 5,000 tons of grain at the current price is a whole 250,000 imperial gold coins. This was going to cost them their lives. Now, everyone's property was either already mortgaged or spent clean buying grain previously. Where to find so much money? Thinking of this, Heard and others all started to beat a retreat. Amidst Morton's rallying cries, the nobles present began, very reluctantly, to liquidate their remaining few assets. After all, taking a step back now meant an abyss, but one step forward might mean gaining everything. They had no choice but to take this gamble. About half an hour later, over 40 nobles, with great difficulty, managed to scrape together the 250,000 gold coins using land deeds. Mortan immediately had his trusted aides take the airship to the major cities of the kingdom to buy up all 5,000 tons of grain. After relinquishing the last of their wealth, not a single noble left the secret chamber. Everyone was anxiously waiting for news to arrive. They waited for an entire hour before a trusted aide finally entered from outside the door. "How'd it go?" Heard and the others immediately surrounded him, unable to hide their impatience as they asked. Mortan, however, understood that it had only been an hour, and his aides who were sent to purchase grain in various parts of the kingdom should still be on their way. It was possible that the wizards could no longer hold out and were planning to negotiate with them. The trusted aide who came to report did not answer the questions of the crowd, but trembled as he handed over a newspaper. Seeing the fear in the aide's face, a sense of unease surged in Morton's heart. He snatched the magic daily from the aide's hand and started to read. Upon seeing the conspicuous, enlarged headline on the front page, Morton's pupils constricted, his blood rushed uncontrollably, and in a moment of pure fury, he fainted on the spot. The nobles present were shocked, and Bell was the first to grab the magic daily. After glancing through it, a chill ran up his spine, and he shouted in terror. 5 minutes earlier, Fire Oil City, within the newly built Wizard College. Ivina scooped out about 10 kilograms of wheat from the wooden crate, and, after packing it into a sturdy sack, prepared to leave. Monroe, who was engaged in daily prayers in the living room, suddenly opened his eyes and called out to the girl about to leave. "Yes, those wizards lowered the grain price again yesterday. I think there may be some deeper meaning behind it," Ivina replied smoothly. "Deeper meaning?" Monroe said with a sneer. Thanks to Ivina's secret investigations, he had also found out why the wizards have been able to hold out in this food war up to now. The council was buying up the scant grain supplies from the impoverished people at extremely low prices to sustain themselves through this great battle for food and to maintain a semblance of dignity. However, this was merely a temporary solution. It wouldn't last much longer. Monroe even believed that today would be the day the wizards' true colors would be shown. The 5,000 tons of wheat would probably be their last stock. Ivina pursed her lips. Her thoughts differed from Monroe's, but she also had no intention of arguing. She picked up the 10 kilograms of wheat and left the house. No one stopped her or questioned her on the way. After all, it wasn't her first day selling grain. During this period, many besides the two of them bought and sold wheat. Many wizards saw this as an opportunity to make a fortune, but without enough space to store the wheat and lacking the financial power to compete with the wealthy merchants and nobles, they typically could only buy low and sell high to make a profit. By the time Ivina reached the granary, a long queue had formed. Although the council reduced the price of wheat every day, the number of people coming to sell grain kept increasing, contrary to expectation. This surprised Ivina. After all, the wizard's purchase price was a full 5,000 times lower than the market price. That meant 10 kilograms of wheat sold to the council would only fetch a copper coin, whereas if one were willing to sell to the big grain merchants, it would be worth a whole 50 silver coins. After maintaining silence for almost a month, Ivina finally couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing the girl's question, the villagers gathered in front of the granary looked at Ivina with extremely envious eyes. Just as the girl was about to ask again, Susan, wrapped in rags and holding a small amount of old grain, sighed and said, Chapter 486 458 Ivina. Creating food from the void, that's something only a god can do. Susan's abrupt inquiry caught Ivina off guard. Having spent 2 years in the northern border, the wildest region of the empire, she had witnessed famines and even participated in the church's food relief operations, but she had never personally experienced that feeling. Susan did not wait for Ivina to respond before sighing and saying, Just 11 years ago, due to continuous warfare, the western border of the empire saw a massive decrease in food production. And then, just like today, the noble lords and rich merchants began buying up large quantities of food. Although it wasn't as terrifying as this time, we couldn't afford it. At that time, she and her husband survived by doing odd jobs like moving goods in the slum, earning a meager income. After deductions by the gang, they couldn't even earn a single silver coin each month. With soaring food prices, even spending all their savings wouldn't buy them more than a few pieces of dark bread. Ivina furrowed her brows, questioning out of confusion, but quickly realized the inappropriateness in her words and hastily corrected herself. How could those high and mighty bishops care about us? A middle-aged man with dark skin shook his head in self-mockery. 11 years ago, fire oil, a precious resource, had not been discovered yet, and this city was not as important as it is now. It was just an ordinary small city in the western border, and they were the most inconspicuous poor folks in the city. The empire did release some relief food, but it was mostly intercepted by local nobles and merchants along the way, leaving little to reach their hands. Susan spoke with a choked voice, recounting how one of her children, who had just been born not long before, was starved to death because she was too hungry to produce enough milk and could only feed him a little soup made from crushed grass roots and tree bark. As a result, her child did not survive even 2 days. Ivina asked in astonishment. As for grass roots, most of them can be eaten, but as for tree bark, it depends on the type of tree. The middle-aged man muttered. Owing to Ivina's status as a wizard, and coupled with Susan's complaints and cries, the over 100 townspeople gathered in front of the granary also began sharing their experiences of surviving famine. Some harshly criticized the cold-bloodedness and inaction of the noble lords. Others desperately told Ivina how their siblings were snatched and eaten alive by a group of crazed townsfolk, and a young man, not over 20, shared how he survived the hardest days by eating a type of yellow clay. Unfortunately, his father did not make it through. If you didn't want to eat bark or soil, your only other option was to risk your life by venturing deep into the forest to gather food, but you were more likely to end up as the prey of a ferocious magical beast. Listening to the townspeople discussing which type of tree bark tasted best and which grass was non-toxic and filling, Ivina was greatly shocked. Being a noble since childhood, she had never imagined that bark, leaves, or even mud could be consumed as food. Although she had witnessed cannibalism during famines in the north, Gustav had told her that those people were corrupted by demonic forces and their souls were about to fall into hell, which is why they committed such evil and terrifying acts. Only the wizards bother to think about whether we can eat our fill, an elderly leader said, holding some wheat grains and trembling slightly. Ensuring 3 meals a day was a normal entitlement for laborers in Lin's view, which also helped prevent disturbances in the kingdom. But for the poor, it was different. They had never received such attention. To Susan, the wizards in charge of Fire Oil City were aware that they could not afford the high-priced wheat and had suddenly announced the provision of 3 meals, a kindness that left her and her husband deeply grateful. Only those who had experienced famine could understand how terrifying it was. They were fortunate to have survived the last. Tom, but what about this time? Therefore, after discussing with her husband, Susan decided to sell part of their food supplies to the council. Previously, during the surge in food prices, thanks to a warning at a bakery, they had taken all their savings to buy hundreds of kilograms of wheat, half of which they had already sold. That half was hers and her husband's, while the other half was saved for their 2 children. Susan initially had no intention of selling it, but yesterday she suddenly heard that the council kept lowering the purchase price because they were running out of reserve funds, so she took out part of it again. Her capacity was limited, but she could contribute a little. Perhaps the bread they ate in the workshop contained her share of the wheat. The other townspeople also spoke out about their experiences, feeling valued for the first time like Susan. They realized that someone truly cared about them, the lowest of the poor. The people praised the power of magic and the kindness of wizards. Since Ivina also was a wizard, she received many of the accolades. Ivina fell silent, each praise piercing her heart like a sharp knife, because no one knew better than her that the so-called food war was instigated by Monroe, and the rumor spreading across the kingdom was also released by them. Chapter 487 458 Ivina. Creating food from the void, that's something only a god can do. _2. Susan couldn't help but say. Ivina did not know what expression to make, nor could she imagine that this word would actually be used to describe a land governed by a wizard. Just as Ivina was hesitating, the tightly shut granary doors finally swung open, and upon seeing this, Susan and others immediately gathered around, eagerly speaking. The 100 or so villagers gathered in front of the granary were chattering, handing over their wheat wrapped in various cloths, some even feeling that the 3 meals provided by the council were too much. They believed that 1 meal a day would suffice, saving a substantial amount of food. In the midst of the people's enthusiastic hopes, Pierce did not take the wheat. Instead, he spoke with much regret. "Why, wizard?" Susan hastily inquired. The rest of the villagers had worried looks on their faces. Pierce chuckled, shaking his head, then a proud expression appeared on his face. "In fact, Lynn the Dean has completely solved the food shortage problem." Lynn, the star of magic? Ivina was quite surprised. In Fire Oil City, she had heard this name countless times. It seemed that all changes in the magic world could be linked to him. Now, even more incredibly, this magic star claimed that he had completely solved the famine problem. Ivina could not be certain for a moment whether this was false news released by the council or if it was actually true. Susan and the others also showed expressions of astonishment. They were somewhat disbelieving. Ivina, completely confused, left the granary, along with Susan and others who were also embracing doubts, and headed towards the old church, now the train station. The place was already packed with people. Tens of thousands of villagers crowded in the square before the station, each one on tiptoes and craning their necks to glimpse the inside. Ivina, driven by boundless curiosity, wanted to enter and see. With the wizard's badge hanging on her chest, the villagers spontaneously made way for her. Soon, several enormous silvery trains appeared before the young girl. They were over 3 meters high and stretched 70 meters long, like serpents coiling within the city. Their streamlined bodies made every wizard and villager who saw them for the first time exclaim from deep within their hearts. Such a beautifully crafted creation. What shocked Ivina more was the mountainous pile of cargo boxes inside the train station. With her keen vision, she could clearly see the unsealed boxes filled with loaves of bread and a white powder. Not recognizing starch, Ivina mistook it for flour made from milled wheat. The first 10 huge train cars were already packed full. The laborers inside the station were still busily transferring more cargo boxes onto the rear cars. The wizards actually had so much food Everything Ivina saw was beyond her expectations. The constant noise of discussions and exclamations around her continuously reached Ivina's ears. Some were amazed at the wizard's new creation, while others were hysterically crying over the heaps of bread and food. However, many more voices were praising the new invention of the magic star, holding the magic daily in their hands, discussing how to use magic to make bread. Ivina furrowed her brows, almost doubting if she had heard wrong. Creating bread out of thin air using magic? What a joke. Even the Pope himself couldn't achieve such a feat. Perhaps only the moon goddess could accomplish this miracle. Ivina couldn't help but ask. A male wizard, who was interrupted in his discussion, turned his head with displeasure, but upon seeing the young girl's refined appearance, he immediately adopted a more amiable demeanor and generously said, "Of course, no problem." Ivina politely thanked him, and upon glancing at it, was immediately struck by the heading, Research Analysis on Plant Photosynthesis, on the feasibility of creating bread through magic. The author was none other than the star of magic, Lin. As for the lengthy article below, spanning thousands of words, Ivina couldn't understand it at all. Fortunately, the male wizard beside her eagerly explained it to her. The first half of the paper discussed how plants perform photosynthesis, converting elements into nutrients absorbable by the human body. The second half researched how to replicate this process through magic. Perhaps due to secrecy, no specific magical model was provided, but the importance of three things was emphasized. The simplest method to produce food required only water, carbon dioxide, and electricity. Master Lin is truly deserving of the title Star of Magic. To think of such a method to solve the food shortage problem. The male wizard spoke with great admiration. Ivina hadn't expected that wizards had actually managed to create food using magic. She had taken chemistry classes and understood well what carbon dioxide was. Indeed, everyone was like a machine producing carbon dioxide in bulk, so there was no need to worry about a shortage of raw material. Not to mention water. The kingdom was not lacking in water, and wizards could control lightning, which meant if they wished, they could continuously produce massive quantities of food. The piled-up crates inside the station were proof. However, those who reacted most strongly to this were not Ivina, but the nobles and wealthy merchants who had previously bought large quantities of food. Some were collapsing on the ground in dismay. Others were screaming hysterically. Everyone knew that once those trains filled with carts of bread reached the major cities of the kingdom, the wheat in their hands would become worthless in an instant. Even in the best-case scenario, their assets would likely shrink by hundreds of times. A tycoon was even contemplating blowing up those trains and burning all the accumulated bread to ashes. However, the 20 airships, 5 fighter planes, and over 50 armored vehicles guarding the trains, and their menacing cannons, were enough to quell any restless thoughts amongst the crowd. The cries of despair from the nobles and merchants did not evoke any sympathy. Instead, they received mocking, disdainful glances. In fact, many townsmen were cheering for the Star of Magic's name, celebrating the victory. Just 500 meters away, Lin, whose name was being chanted by the crowd, stood on the roof of a civilian house, watching the giant trains roar toward the distance. The 7 trains carried a total of 6,000 tons of starch and bread, plus the 5,000 tons of sustenance already released, enough to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. Notify Laud to start collecting the debts, Lin instructed. Elok, standing by his side, spoke admiringly and then transmitted the electromagnetic signal to collect the debts. In the past month, through utilizing numerous merchant teams as proxies, the council had mortgaged loans totaling several tens of millions of imperial gold coins to those merchants and nobles. The money they had initially spent to buy the food. Ultimately, the money circulated back into their hands, but this time including their assets, manors, slaves, and even their citizens. Lin reflected to himself about the dangers of gambling. Once caught up in it, the result was ruinous. The prospect of 100-fold profit was enough to drive a person mad into irrationality, voluntarily upping the stakes, jeopardizing everything for a victory that was never guaranteed. Chapter 488-459. Why would you rebel, Your Majesty? Hadrada, the capital city, within a luxurious fortress, Mortan suddenly woke up from his bed, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. He dreamed of wizards using magic to create an abundance of bread, and then the wheat in his own hands became worthless. But how could that be possible? Using magic to make bread was simply a wild fantasy. Mortan wiped the sweat from his brow with trembling hands and struggled to sit up in bed, but he quickly noticed that something was amiss. Baxi! Mortan repeatedly called out the name of the estate steward, but got no response. It took a good while before a knight rushed over. "Where's Baxi?" Mortan anxiously questioned, grabbing the knight's arm. "He left half an hour ago," and the knight stumbled over his words for a long time before daring to reveal the truth. Unspoken was the fact that many valuable items had been taken by the fleeing attendants within the fortress. They had neither the capability nor the time to stop them. Rage threatened to overwhelm Mortan, nearly causing him to faint again, but what chilled him to the bone was the implication behind all of this. "Where's today's Magic Daily?" Mortan said urgently. Just 1 hour ago, a train from Fire Oil City had already arrived at the capital. At the station right now, food was piling up, and some workshops had already implemented a system of 4 meals a day. All the evidence pointed to one fact. The council was far from being out of food. In fact, they had as much as they wanted. The great nobles and wealthy merchants of the entire capital were almost going mad, as many frantically tried to sell off their hoarded grain. But because the council provided 3 meals and lodging, no one was willing to buy grain on a large scale anymore. The price of wheat dropped instantly from a high of 500 copper coins to 1 copper coin for 5 kilograms, with no one even willing to give a glance. Rumors were rife in the markets, with whispers that wizards could turn air into bread and lake water into strong liquor. Their food was utterly worthless now, because from this day forward, the council would take care of every person's food and lodging within the kingdom. And now the trade routes to the empire had been sealed off in both directions. They lacked sufficient transport capacity and couldn't possibly smuggle out so much grain without the council knowing. Every sentence spoken by the knight was like a long sword piercing straight through Mortan's chest. He understood that he was finished. Everything was over. Mortan roared in a furious outburst, but the commander of the Divine Punishment Army he was referring to clearly couldn't help him now. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the fortress, followed by the sound of heated arguments. Mortan's face turned pale, and he almost fell out of bed. Before Mortan could ask, the knight took the initiative to speak. Mortan felt a surge of anger rise within him. Since when did a few lowly merchants have the nerve to barge into the estate of a marquis of the kingdom? He might be unable to deal with wizards, but surely he could handle a few wealthy merchants? In a blaze of fury, Mortan yanked the knight's sword from its scabbard and, without even putting on his shoes, stormed out. In the front hall of the fortress, a dozen loyal trusted aides were confronting a group of unwelcome visitors who had burst in. The leader appeared quite amiable, around 40, squinting slightly with an air of affluence. "Stanford." Mortan entered the fortress's front hall barefoot, sword in hand, and spoke in a cold voice. Stanford said nonchalantly. Mortan burst out laughing in anger, having never experienced such an insult. He was after all a marquis of the kingdom, and now someone thought he couldn't even afford a mere 30,000 imperial gold coins. Though he no longer had any savings, his domain still held vast lands, mines, slaves, and even vassals. Chapter 489-459. Why would you rebel, Your Majesty? _2. But before he could speak, Stanford, as if anticipating his move, produced one document after another until they finally formed a small booklet in his hands. Those were the collateral vouchers for various assets within the Marquis's territory. Mortan's face changed instantly. He wasn't surprised by these mortgage certificates. After all, he had personally ordered them to be mortgaged. What truly shocked him was that so many vouchers ended up in the hands of Stanford alone. Morton's pupils shrank. He immediately understood why Stanford dared to barge directly into his manor, why those merchants were willing to let him mortgage the mines and assets within the territory at a high price. Previously blinded by huge profits, Mortan hadn't thought much about it, assuming that the other party knew he had a large amount of valuable wheat, hence the willingness to pledge at a premium. Now it appeared that this was a thorough trap. Stanford made no attempt to disguise it, admitting it outright. Mortan was almost biting his teeth into pieces, but, cautious of throwing caution to the wind, he dared not act rashly and had to speak again. Stanford coldly interrupted Morton's words. The kingdom was full of grain merchants, with a total of millions of tons of food on the market. Who else but the council could buy and carry it? But can still offset a bit, Stanford said with a smile. The guards behind him took out bags of money and threw them on the ground. You're full of it. Morton almost died of anger on the spot. Stanford's casual remark intending to buy wheat worth tens of millions for a mere 1,000 gold coins. 20 kilograms per copper was absurd. Even if no one was buying grain, he could turn into beer or use it as livestock feed, or even sell some of the grain to the empire to mitigate some of the deficit. But the first two options weren't feasible to make enough money back within a month, and there were plenty of people with similar thoughts, likely causing a run on each other. As for selling to the empire, that would have to be done secretly. Mortan was not foolish enough to mention it openly, lest he should add a charge of collusion. Stanford shook his head, had his guards take back the 10 bags of money, and sighed. You've borrowed 5 million imperial gold coins from various merchant groups. Even if you sell all these mortgaged assets, you can only pay back 70% of it. Morton's face reddened, recognizing that today he was more likely doomed than not. The only thing that comforted him was that, though Stanford's guards were numerous, they seemed not to carry those alchemical creations called firearms. With his own strength, he might be able to keep these men here. Thinking this, Mordan suddenly made a gesture, and his trusted aides, who had been confronting Stanford and his men, immediately charged like wolves. They were Morton's trusted aides raised from childhood by the Mortan family, who valued loyalty over life and would not question the Marquis's orders. However, faster than their sword drawing was the art of drawing a gun. Behind Stanford, the guards, under the shocked gazes of various knights and aides, drew from their waists a handle of short-barreled firearms. This more sophisticated, easy-to-carry firearm had been invented by Lydia a year ago, but usually only Dark Sentinels on special missions were equipped with them. After all, when carrying out infiltration and espionage missions, short-barrel guns are easy to carry, and their secrecy and suddenness are excellent. Many Sentinels have developed superb skills in drawing and firing their guns. 1 second. The next moment, fierce gunfire echoed through the fortress's front hall. Although more than a dozen trusted aides were clad in fine armor, how could they withstand the invasion of armor-piercing bullets? And before they could effectively resist, they were riddled with bullets. Mortan was extremely terrified. Even though he was a bloodline knight, he had no confidence in using his body to withstand the attack of so many firearms, and was soon hit in the arms and legs by several bullets, collapsing weakly into a pool of blood. Stanford put away his handgun, as it was he who, with his breathtaking marksmanship, had crippled the opponent's limbs. A group of sentinels skillfully started to handle the scene, disposing of all the bodies, while Stanford took out a magic radio and transmitted the message. Earl Bell died, Viscount Ski was imprisoned, Marquis Mordan was captured alive. A massive amount of information was transmitted to Laud's hands via electromagnetic signals. Due to the sudden collapse of grain prices, these captured nobles and wealthy merchants, who were immersed in the illusion of their wealth comparable to that of nations just a second ago, were seized by surprise without any chance to react. This also resulted in the extreme smoothness of most of the capture operations, with only one exception. The Duke Guard ran away. To this, Laud was quite helpless. Over the past month, they had to monitor hundreds of targets and act at the same time, and they were truly short on manpower. Moreover, most of the people they dealt with were wealthy nobles who possessed certain powers. Catching them all without exception was no easy task. Fortunately, the only one who had escaped was a duke of the kingdom who had lost his lands and wealth, which would hardly cause any uproar. Their most important targets were always those without the power to escape. Laud gathered up the intelligence in hand, then led a large group of gunmen straight towards the capital. Along the way, they encountered no obstructions. Although the capital's guards surrounded them, not a single one dared to act, allowing Laud to pass through most of the capital and step into the main hall of the palace. At that moment inside the palace, King Hattar was sitting on his throne, discussing with a group of ministers about the grain prices that had suddenly soared and then plummeted. And just then, Laud suddenly burst in with his troops of gunmen. The grand palace fell silent instantly. The ministers who had been discussing enthusiastically all fell silent, as if their vocal cords had been cut. Laud didn't speak either, but respectfully took out the special ring of secret arts from his hand and placed it in his palm. A blue light blinked continuously on the ring, and soon, a familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. Hattar looked somewhat bewildered. This scene seemed like a replay of the war in the capital more than a year ago. The wizard in front of him seemed unchanged, still as polite as ever. Only this time, sitting on the throne was no longer the old King Basil, but himself. Lin nodded, then clapped his hands. A group of bound attendants were brought forward. Hattar's face instantly turned pale. He recognized these attendants being brought forward, all his trusted aides responsible for secretly contacting Duke Guard to orchestrate the actions of the nobles. But he remembered these people had already been dealt with. Chapter 49460 Lin. Hadlata needs no king. In the grand royal palace of the Hadrada kingdom, you could hear a pin drop. Over 100 prominent kingdom officials stood on both sides of the great hall, yet each of them acted as if they were blind and deaf, completely ignoring the offensive actions of Lin and Laud and others. Everyone was well aware that the kingdom was no longer the balance of power between the monarchy, the clergy, and the nobility. This was the realm of wizards. The silence of the crowd further plunged Hattar's heart into the abyss, but he still pretended to be surprised as he began to speak. "I don't understand what you are talking about, Master Lin. Could there be some misunderstanding?" Lin did not give the other party a chance to defend himself and interrupted Hattar's words with a sigh before continuing. Although the current feudal system of the Hadrada kingdom was not to his liking and even clashed with the advancement system he wanted to establish, centered around knowledge and magic, considering the internal stability of the kingdom, Lin had not planned to move against the nobles and merchants at such a critical time. After all, a year and a half was too short. They controlled vast areas of the kingdom through various means, and even gained the trust and favor of the destitute by distributing food, conducting grievance assemblies, and purging nobles, but they were indeed lacking in capable administrators. According to his plan, the purge of nobles should have occurred only after the assembly had trained a number of trustworthy administrators and had secured an absolute advantage over the church by making legendary breakthroughs. Only then would it have been sufficiently prudent. Unfortunately, there always seemed to be those foolish enough to try stopping a chariot with armed thrusts. The sudden grain war instigated by the nobles also made Lin realize that the internal rot within the kingdom had reached a point where it had to be cleaned up. Such unstable factors could prove fatal if they suddenly erupted during their decisive battle with the Empire. Lin's sighing words, however, angered Hattar. Betray the kingdom? How dare he use such words to describe himself, a legitimate king? Enough, this is my kingdom. It belonged to the Bazar family. It does now, and it will in the future. Hattar stood up from the throne like a raging lion, fixing his gaze on Lin before him, and spoke angrily. Realizing that all his defenses were futile, Hattar, who had been tolerant for a long time, finally tore off his disguise and unleashed all the rage in his heart. Over a year ago, when he had first ascended to the throne of Hadrada, Hattar was completely immersed in the excitement of having great power, even feeling that without the church's restraint, he could certainly expand his horizons and establish an empire no less significant than that of his father, King Bazar. However, Such excitement lasted less than a month. Hadar quickly found that, as a new king, he had absolutely no power. Many nobles, merchants, and palace officials were like loyal dogs, eagerly pleasing the new rulers of the kingdom, the wizards of the council. Every decree he issued was secretly sent to the Wizard Council. Hadar's meticulously planned expansion of 100,000 troops was outright rejected by the council for various far-fetched reasons. Because of the aggressive onslaught of the church and the fear of the wizard's magic, Hadar felt humiliated but did not show it openly. He even comforted himself secretly, thinking that after repelling the church's offensive and reclaiming the kingdom's territories, the wizards, lacking administrative capabilities, would definitely need to rely on his power as the king and the nobles to manage the vast kingdom. However, the reality was completely contrary to his expectations. After reclaiming the eastern territories of the kingdom, the wizards took it upon themselves to slaughter the local nobles and took these lands for themselves, leaving him, the king, only a so-called report after the fact. This was an absolute disgrace. The audacity to dismiss it with a flippant remark about pleasant cooperation. What terrified Hadar even more was that these wizards from overseas seemed capable of managing the territories without any need for their help, creating a new system of governance that differed from the previous feudal system. This undoubtedly threatened the foundation of the kingdom. Hadar's hysterical roar did not anger Lin. Instead, he looked at the king of Hadrada with disappointment. No wonder Bazar II delayed appointing a crown prince. How could someone of such temperament, shrewdness, and magnanimity ever make a good king? Lin waited for Hadar's berating to end, and then he spoke calmly. Lin stepped forward, speaking indifferently. Chapter 491-460 Lin. Hadlada doesn't need a king, _2. The indifferent words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, instantly extinguishing the courage fueled by rage within Hadar. The approaching figure carried an indescribable oppressiveness, causing the air around to congeal. How dare you? I am the king of Hadar. Hadar's face showed panic, and he instinctively tried to rebuke, but his body felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and even opening his mouth became a luxury. A nameless chill spread from the depths of his spine, and Hadar sat clumsily on the throne, only able to watch helplessly as the other's right hand reached toward his crowned head. At that moment, as the hand reached him, Hadar recalled the dying warning of King Bazar, and a deep regret surged in his heart. You were right, father. Hadar profoundly regretted why he had ever cooperated with these evil wizards, leading his kingdom to ruin. But it was obviously too late for regrets now. Under the suppression of a great wizard, even as a bloodline knight, he had no ability to resist, and Lin placed his hand very smoothly on his crowned head. Spiritual art, memory retrieval, various complicated fragments of memory flooded in like a tide. The other's anger, humiliation, unwillingness all laid bare before Lin, accompanied by quite a few secret pieces of information. Lin murmured softly. Although he had long suspected that the church was behind it all, he had not expected that a high-ranking church official had secretly infiltrated the kingdom, orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. This was also a flaw in the airship cruising protective system, which could only detect large-scale personnel entry. If there was only one person and he was powerful and knew how to disguise, then it would not be easy to root him out. They also couldn't cover the entire border area with magic barriers that detect divine arts fluctuations. Of course, the new king thought more than just strictly following the orders of the Divine Punishment Army Commander Gustav. To him, the church and the wizards were both obstacles that needed to be removed from above the monarchy. If he could make the limited number of wizards and the church fight each other to mutual destruction, then naturally there would be no one capable of managing such a large kingdom or even the entire empire, which would allow monarchy to regain its peak. It must be said, the idea was quite beautiful, just a pity that his planning and layout skills were so poor. Hadar thought he was hiding behind the scenes, letting Duke Guard, whom he trusted the most, contact Gustav, using people like Mortan as pawns. Even if they failed, he himself would not be affected, unaware that his own personal attendance had long been bought off. Lin slowly withdrew his hand, and such violent extraction of memories completely destroyed Hatter's brain. The King of Hattar just drooled from the corner of his mouth, his body slack as he tumbled from the throne, and he was soon silent. The palace immediately fell into a death-like silence, and no one could have imagined that this young wizard dared to kill a king in public, and did so with such ease, as if merely squashing an ant. Lin looked at the body of the new king and shook his head. If only the other had been willing to accept reform, he might have become like someone else, from a supreme king, an emperor, to a citizen. No, precisely a wealthy merchant with inexhaustible savings. But considering Hatter's nature, the likelihood was sadly low. As he was pondering, an untimely voice suddenly entered his ears. The speaker was a shrewd kingdom minister, who after a brief period of shock and awe quickly kneeled down, loudly crying out. Following that, over 100 kingdom ministers also came to their senses, all kneeling on the ground, either shouting in celebration of the new king's ascension or actively expressing their steadfast positions, even loudly denouncing the inept rule of the former King Hattar. In just over 10 seconds, the originally silent palace hall had become very lively. You all seem to have misunderstood something. Lin's voice slowly rose in the hall, suppressing the noisy flattery. The kneeling ministers looked at each other, not quite understanding the meaning of these words. Could it be that the Wizard Council was planning to support another compliant noble as before? Just as some were contemplating this, Lin's words came through again. As these words were spoken, the people present showed shocked expressions, and it took them a long while to react. They couldn't comprehend what a kingdom without a king would look like. Wouldn't everything be thrown into disarray? Wizard, then who will manage the kingdom, and who will make the appointments? A kingdom minister said, trembling slightly. From now on, all major matters of the kingdom will be decided by a council vote, Lin replied casually. As for the appointment of local grassroots managers, the examination selection system, although criticized in the previous world, undeniably provided a relatively fair promotion path for the lower classes. At least in this dark otherworld, it was enough to bring some light. Ever since the council had conquered the southern and central regions of the kingdom, Lin had started establishing schools for commoners. Although a year was not enough to teach much, the grassroots managers didn't need to possess profound knowledge. Being able to read and understand orders and knowing how to handle some daily affairs was enough. Together with those small nobles willing to embrace reform and the new world, they could barely maintain the operation of the kingdom. After leaving a command with his magic projection in the royal palace hall, Lin vanished from the spot. Seeing this king-slaying plague disappear, the kneeling kingdom ministers in the hall breathed a sigh of relief, but they soon realized they had celebrated too soon. Laud waved his hand, and the fierce musketeers immediately rushed forward, binding and dragging them away. According to the intelligence of the secret agents, many of these ministers had participated in the recent grain war. The very few ministers who had not been captured had been terrified to the point of wetting their trousers, tremblingly lying on the ground, not daring to speak. They all understood that, from now on, the kingdom was going to see drastic changes. The grand debt collection operation continued for a whole week before coming to an end, with countless great nobles and wealthy merchants captured, killed, or brought to ruin. The citizens of the kingdom, watching the gigantic piles of confiscated grain, could not help but applaud. The previously soaring grain prices had left everyone in fear of famine. Despite the workshops and schools offering them 3 meals a day for free, no one knew how long this situation would last. If the council were to stop the food supply with their savings, they feared they couldn't even afford a few bags of white bread. In addition to that, there was another shocking piece of news. The king of Hattar had died suddenly. The 100-year reign of the Bazar family, spanning 3 generations, had thus come to an end. From now on, all affairs of the kingdom would be decided by the council. As for the sudden death of the king, rumors had it that it was related to the fugitive Duke Guard, who had colluded with the church and some kingdom nobles to incite this grain crisis, even going so far as to attempt an assassination of the king, aiming to plunge the entire kingdom into chaos and return its 3 million citizens under the dark rule of the church. Chapter 462-461. Arise, people who do not want to be slaves. For centuries, those nobles have held themselves above us, trampling on our dignity as if we were no more than cattle. My fellow compatriots, the kingdom should not have been this way. In the kingdom north border, Ryder stood on a 3-meter-high boulder, fervently delivering a pre-war speech. Below was a sea of disheveled, poor people, whose anger visibly grew on their faces with each word Ryder spoke. As Ryder had said, the wheat they had tirelessly grown was forcibly taken by those noble lords at extremely low prices, then sold for hundreds to thousands times more, and they, even after selling everything they owned, couldn't afford a few pieces of black bread, surviving only on grass roots and bark. The ones who caused all this were earning a fortune, hiding comfortably in their estates. Seeing the fury rising in the crowd's eyes, Ryder pressed on, fervently detailing their successful experiences of resisting noble tyranny elsewhere. For instance, the miners in the Southern Territories have been oppressed by the nobles, forced to spend every day in dark, sunless mines, enduring beatings and exploitation from overseers, and even facing the constant risk of mine collapses. But, with the wizards' help, they had bravely stood up, killed the mine overseers, defended their rights in blood, and even captured the local baron to publicly judge his misdeeds. Listening to Ryder's vivid recounting of the nobles being hanged and executed in fear, the gathered poor people found their bitter satisfaction, loudly cursing, although many also showed hesitations and couldn't help but ask. Ryder confidently declared, then started to explain the various welfare policies set by the council. To the gathered poor, this seemed as wondrous as paradise in a dream, almost too surreal. Luckily, due to the smooth trade, many had heard merchants and taverns boast about the prosperity of the capital, and many vouched that Ryder's claims were not fabricated. One step back was hell, one step forward was paradise. Seeing the timing was ripe, Ryder immediately had several hundred matchlock guns distributed, then cried out with all his might. A procession of thousands, chanting their slogans, marched mightily toward the nearest Marquis's territory. And this scene almost replicated itself in every territory throughout the kingdom's northwest border. Ryder had dispersed 10,000 elite musketeers into hundreds of teams, and within a month stirred up the oppressed local populace to rebel, all to launch a simultaneous strike today. Though the peasants wielded only outdated matchlock guns and had barely a week's training each, sheer numbers and fueled by hatred and rage made them overwhelmingly powerful, even managing to turn some of the nobles' regular troops. In Helder City of the kingdom north border, Duke Guard hid in his fortified stronghold, staring out the window at the shouting mob that wanted him hanged, his face filled with both fear and rage. He had barely escaped capture by the wizards, using a family heirloom holy artifact, fleeing back to his territory in panic, only to face this damn mob, who had him trapped in this fortress. Luckily, lacking powerful siege weapons, the mob had given him a slight chance to breathe. Guard, the Duke ordered through gritted teeth. The castle harbored a few gray crows used for sending messages, the only creatures now able to fly out of the fortress. His holy artifact had been used once already and wasn't suited for confronting a mob. His hope now rested on the minor nobles under his command who could bring an army to rescue him. However, that last hope was shattered by a sudden voice within the fortress. Don't bother, by now the entire kingdom north border has probably fallen. Chapter 493-461 Arise, ye who refuse to be slaves. _2. Guard turned his head sharply, and a familiar figure emerged slowly from the darkness. Guard immediately recognized the newcomer, his face first showing a flicker of joy, which then turned to a thick shade of anger. The food in the wizard's hands will never run out. They can even conjure bread with magic. Guard's face, full of fierce resentment, reflected his curse. Had it not been for the others' incitement to launch this food war, they would not have fallen to such a plight. Gustav said with a cold laugh. Look at the people rioting outside your castle. The wizards have long been plotting to take your lands secretly. Gard stared at Gustav with a sullen face. Although angry, he also understood that this commander of the Divine Punishment Army was not someone he could contend with. He could only suppress his rage and inquire about the others' intentions. Gustav said slowly. Not a trace of happiness appeared on Gard's face. Naturally, for a commander of the Divine Punishment Army, dealing with a mob was easy, but the fact that he chose to sneak into the fortress to meet with Gard was a clear enough indication of his intentions. Gard said solemnly, There are no terms this time, only a blessing, Gustav said as he pulled out a strangely shaped statue from his chest. Gard stepped back involuntarily, a chill running up his spine. He recognized all too well what this was, and knew just how terrifying it was. This was not a so-called blessing. It was a sacrifice. Gard immediately took out the holy artifact passed down from his ancestors. A strong divine light appeared instantly within the fortress, but to his surprise, the holy artifact did not attack the enemy before him. Gustav looked at Gard mockingly. The holy artifact had been bestowed by the church 100 years ago, yet Gard foolishly thought to use its power to contend against him. It was utterly nonsensical. Gustav stepped forward, his hand holding the evil god statue, piercing straight through Duke Gard's chest. No blood flowed out. Gustav's hand passed through as if through an illusory barrier, placing the statue within the other's heart. The next moment, countless voices flooded into Gard's mind. Elevated and incessant prayers along with the horrifying, evil memories kept assaulting Gard's will, his face twisting and body shaking uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground, enduring severe pain both spiritually and physically. Had he not been a bloodline knight, he might have completely collapsed during the first onslaught of mental assault. This was precisely why Gustav had made the special journey. Ordinary humans did not possess the capability to bear the evil god's power. Even just a statue bearing a portion of the demonic force was no different. The attendants in the room knelt on the ground, trembling, not even daring to look up. Gustav listened to the others wailing indifferently, not moved in the slightest. Since those wizards had long plotted and incited the rebellion of the mob, then these nobles had lost their value to continue existing. News of the people's uprising against the tyrannical nobility achieving victory after victory in the kingdom north border quickly made its way back to Fire Oil City through various channels. Very good, excellent indeed, Harov said with great satisfaction. This was the second year since they had stepped out of Wizardland, and the results they had achieved were clearly far beyond their expectations. They had not only successfully established themselves on this continent, but had even made a direct incursion into the Empire. This is certainly a glorious occasion worth celebrating, but now is not the time to relax, Vittorio reminded him. They had removed the greatest source of instability within the kingdom in one fell swoop, but arresting so many nobles at once, imprisoning them, and confiscating their properties, even with ample justification, had caused substantial panic. Furthermore, a shortage of administrative staff meant that the entire kingdom would inevitably face a period of administrative chaos. Master Lin, I've heard that you are devising a new method to massively select grassroots managers to govern the entire kingdom, Aurora asked curiously. Ever since the council began to rule the kingdom, they had been contemplating how to govern such vast territories. There were two prevailing voices within the council. The first was to cooperate with the nobility, as before, and to govern through a system of feudal assignments, with the nobility in charge of secular affairs, and the wizards in charge of the mystic and the extraordinary. This approach was clearly impractical, for they had taken the path of the common people, to dissolve the church's faith, which severely conflicted with the interests of the nobility. The second was to be governed entirely by wizards, as they did in Wizardland. However, in Lin's view, this was just a peculiar form of wizard feudalism. The essence of this was for a faction led by a grand wizard to directly manage a city. This was slightly better than the hereditary succession of empire nobility, since rising to this level implied that one was sufficiently excellent. However, there were also many disadvantages, since having great power and a sharp mind did not necessarily mean one was adept at governance. Indeed, many grand wizards didn't focus on managing their territories at all, leaving it to the wizards of their factions below them. Their management skills could only be described as inconsistent, not to mention the many cities within the kingdom, and even more so with the empire included, the wizards alone simply couldn't manage them all. Lin had no intention of holding back and soon shared the examination selection system he was prepared to implement. The council leaders were naturally familiar with examination selections. For instance, in Wizardland, the promotion of official wizards was assessed through tests, and Lin had further optimized the system while at Yaida Harbor, so they had some understanding of it. Rely on scores to determine eligibility and select the best, mused Vittorio. Firstly, literature. Lin explained one by one. Then there's mathematics. Lastly, test some profession-related content. In this way, managers who passed the exam would only need a short period of adjustment to their jobs before they could get to work. However, the senior management should principally be wizards, as an ordinary civilian simply couldn't manage wizards with great power. Lin was clear on this point, so he could only select wizards who were proficient in management for these roles. As for those wizards with immense power who were not skilled at managing, they would be brought into the council and granted status and positions commensurate with their strength. This way, discontent would not arise. Beyond that, all managers would have only administrative authority. For example, the local city lords weren't entitled to create and command armies, and replacements were appointed by the council, effectively abolishing the hereditary system. Lin described his ideas as succinctly as possible, also incorporating corresponding inspection and reporting systems. It was almost as if he were about to pull out a code of laws right then and there. Chapter 494-462. The solution to nuclear radiation is to drop an even bigger hydrogen bomb. Lin spoke confidently about his ideas. He did not blindly push for a theory and strategy of equality in this other world. After all, the worlds were different and many situations did not correspond at all. Rashly applying a certain system might not achieve the desired effect. Moreover, in this world, there were powerful individuals called wizards, with some capable of confronting an entire army alone. They represented a kind of advanced productivity, obviously making the concept of equality unsuitable in such a context. Hence, the plan Lin chose was to optimize the existing system of the Wizard Council and provide the lower-class poor with a relatively fair channel for advancement. This new examination and promotion system greatly interested all the counselors present. They could see that this was a scheme completely different from the previous feudal and electoral systems. It sounded very feasible, and it would completely eliminate their dependency on the old aristocratic management, prevent regions from becoming too powerful, and consolidate most of the power within the council. It could be said to have only advantages and no disadvantages. Just as Harav and others were pondering the pros and cons, Lin suddenly asked about the construction of the nuclear fusion reactor. This was indeed the most important issue at the moment. Vittorio said animatedly, the one who was undoubtedly the most eager for this device to be built. Although the council had previously deployed some thunder mages to work on synthetic starch to resolve the food crisis concocted by the nobles, the overall progress had not been greatly affected thanks to the tireless efforts of the alchemists, and there were even signs that it might be completed ahead of schedule. Harav said solemnly, if the fusion reactor was damaged during activation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin nodded in agreement. He had previously considered whether to build this device outside the city somewhere, so that if any sudden accidents occurred, the damage could be minimized. But to pull off this cross-era nuclear fusion project, they truly mobilized the power of the council, with personnel and resources being adjusted far too frequently each day. This was especially true for the huge water resources required, which would be difficult to keep hidden from the church's spies, no matter where it was located. The other party might not know what they were doing, but would certainly try everything in their power to stop them, even potentially leading to a new round of warfare. Even within Fire Oil City, the council had to continually release false information to the outside world, for instance claiming that the large-scale transportation of raw materials was for city expansion and the massive influx of water was due to radiation pollution, etc. The entire city was under construction, which also somewhat camouflaged the construction of the reactor. Until someone advanced to become a true legendary wizard, they tried to avoid conflict with the church as much as possible, so secrecy was naturally of utmost importance. You need not worry too much. The nuclear fusion reactor I've designed is relatively stable. Plus, with the emergency contingency plans prepared in advance, even if severe damage occurs, the destruction will be limited to a manageable range, Lin reassured them. One of the advantages of a magic civilization over a technological civilization is the relative ease with which terrifying energies can be controlled through gravity and magnetic fields. The fusion reactor was also located underground at a noble's large estate, covering a wide area positioned on the edge of the city. The underground facilities were built to the strength of a nuclear bunker, which could also minimize the damage caused by any accidents. In fact, the most important reason why nuclear accidents are so feared is because of the nuclear radiation issues associated with the older nuclear fission reactors. Let alone an explosion, even just a leak could affect land within a 10-kilometer radius, causing extremely adverse effects. However, the fusion reactor used clean hydrogen fuel, which did not have such concerns. Even so, we need to be extra vigilant. After expending so much manpower and resources, we cannot afford any slip-ups, Harov said, not relaxing in the slightest, even with Lin's explanation, and took out a piece of secret intelligence. According to spies they had placed inside the Empire recently, it seemed that the Church was mobilizing forces anew, and they could not rule out the possibility of a probing attack. They might want to take advantage of our internal strife, Aurora speculated. The Church was behind the nobility-triggered food crisis, and seizing this opportunity to launch a large-scale attack was not impossible. Although the Council had perfectly resolved this dispute, cleaning out these parasites inevitably involved a significant portion of the Council's forces. Now, the entire Fire Oil City was left with fewer than 20,000 people on guard. This was thanks largely to Lin allowing Ryder to incite a massive uprising among the poor. Otherwise, reclaiming all the territories of the western and northern regions in a short time would require pulling over most of the Council's main forces. Furthermore, maintaining the railways also required personnel, lest the tracks be sabotaged and lead to tragic accidents of vehicle and human loss. Before they knew it, their available forces had become fewer and fewer. Chapter 495-462 The solution to nuclear radiation is to drop a bigger hydrogen bomb. _2. Vittorio said, frowning. 2 months had passed since they had defeated the Imperial forces, and the fact that there was no further onslaught undoubtedly raised suspicions. Lin volunteered eagerly. Harov and the others were shocked. They all understood that something memorable naturally meant using nuclear magic again. Aurora asked with evident interest. That would indeed leave a lasting impression on those bishops. Lin rolled his eyes. To blow up the land of faith would provoke the Church into a fight to the death with them. An incarnation sent down by Era could hang each of them up and beat them. It was better to tread carefully. Aurora asked, puzzled. Using it on other cities of the Empire wouldn't be effective and would affect a large number of the poor. It wouldn't do to just find an empty place to explode it, right? Lin shook his head and said with amusement, haven't those elemental wizards been worried about how to eliminate the radiation problem? How to efficiently resolve the spread of nuclear radiation? That, of course, is to detonate a larger thermonuclear bomb on site, a proper cleansing. After 10 days of purge operations, the roller coaster-like grain prices gradually stabilized. The Council finally began to buy back the surplus wheat in the market at 1 copper per kilogram, just half the price before the food war, but at least it left a lifeline for some grain merchants, preventing them from going bankrupt. Most importantly, selling the grain on the spot to the council was more cost-effective for the grain merchants than risk being caught smuggling the grain into the empire. As for the surplus wheat, it was fed into newly established workshops, transformed into spirits and maltose, enriching the commoner's diet, a win-win situation. But sadness and joy are relative. They usually just shift from one person's face to another's. The one to bear the suffering for the kingdom's citizens was, of course, Monroe. Seeing the sky-high grain prices a few days ago, Monroe was eagerly anticipating his famine plot to plunge the whole kingdom into famine and chaos, which would earn him the greatest credit for the church to eliminate the wizards and recover the kingdom. However, heaven and hell are just a moment apart, and the wizards seem to have an endless supply of grain. In 1 month, they released hundreds of thousands of tons with no signs of running out, even converting the workshops 3 meals a day to 4. It was as if they were mocking the food war he had provoked. Monroe was filled with confusion and incomprehension until Ivina brought back a copy of the Magic Daily, and he realized the wizards had been using magic to create bread all along. When he got the news, Monroe was stunned and almost thought it could be another false message from the wizards. Creating food out of thin air with magic sounded implausible, but the goods piled on several train carriages couldn't be faked, and so was the massive amount of wheat the wizards had previously released. Reluctantly, he had to admit that the wizards might actually have a way to magically produce edible food. It is said the council is considering spreading this bread-making magic, and in the future, all official wizards could learn it. So Monroe spent several days mired in endless anxiety and panic until the day finally arrived when the communication crystal ball was fully charged. Although he was very clear that he would face the harshest punishment, based on the sincerest faith in his heart for the Lord, Monroe still did not hesitate to initiate the communication and recounted the whole event from the beginning to end. The more Monroe spoke, the more agitated he became, and finally he ended up sobbing bitterly as he accused the wizards of their sinister deceit, as well as that inexplicable magic bread-making technique. In summary, it was one phrase: the enemy is extremely cunning. With cheats, it truly wasn't a fault of warfare. Gazing at Monroe, who was kneeling on the ground, weeping bitterly, Pope Alvis found himself with his full fury somewhat having nowhere to vent. For Monroe's kingdom collapse plan, they had mobilized countless personnel and even exposed the nobility of the kingdom they had just turned. Originally, this force could have been used when the empire launched a large-scale war to incite rebellion in the western and northern frontiers of the kingdom, and thus form a pincer attack, preventing the wizards from looking after both the front and rear. Now, everything was completely destroyed. However, Alvis was very clear that the failure of this plan couldn't be entirely blamed on Monroe. After all, making bread with magic was completely beyond common sense, let alone Monroe. Even Alvis himself couldn't believe it was real to this day. But whether it was from the spies in Fire Oil City or from all over the kingdom, the confirmed news had been relayed back. Many people had seen trains carrying boxes of wheat flour and bread entering cities of the kingdom. Some even purchased a few pieces of so-called magic bread, which indeed was very special, softer than regular bread, and tastier. If it could be paired with a dish of beans, that would be a rare delicacy. Considering this point, Alvis didn't erupt in his wrath easily. Excessively punishing an agent in the midst of an infiltration mission was not a wise move. Alvis directly passed over this topic, and instead began to inquire about the remaining intelligence, such as the location where Judgment Chief Joshua was detained. I have not found the exact location yet, but I've confirmed that Lord Joshua is bound within Fire Oil City, as the council has put the vast majority of their forces here. They wouldn't dare to transfer the Judgment Chief, Lord, to other places. Monroe hastily relayed all the intelligence he had gathered these past days. Inside Fire Oil City, there were several places that were suspect. With extremely tight security, he suspected that Joshua was detained at one of those locations. But clearly this information was not enough to satisfy Pope Alvis, and couldn't make up for the blow of losing the important chess piece of the kingdom's nobility. Monroe bit his teeth and decided to make one more big gamble to prove his worth. Let's hear it. Alvis mustered a sliver of interest. Monroe spoke confidently. Alvis couldn't help but interrupt Monroe's speech. According to rumors, he used a special powder that could trigger explosions, and now the wizards are using this technology on their airships, Monroe quickly explained. Alvis nodded his head in acknowledgement. He had indeed received intelligence that the Wizard Sky airships could drop a large amount of hellfire from their bottoms, so that could also be explained. Monroe declared with certainty, which is to say the Star of Magic is now merely a fourth-ring great wizard. How could he possibly wield a magic so terrifying that it could in an instant erase a mountain peak, rendering the area for tens of kilometers around into apocalyptic wasteland? That must be a heavenly disaster. It is possible that the wizards merely utilized this power. Otherwise, if a fourth-ring great wizard could wield such magic, the entire empire would have been leveled by the council long ago. Chapter 496-463 Monroe. I'm really not an undercover sent by the wizard. Under Monroe's persistent explanation, Alvis nodded in agreement. Such powerful destruction, comparable to a heavenly disaster, was beyond even his own capabilities. A mere wizard could not possibly unleash such potent magic. However, there were some aspects that did not make sense if it were indeed a heavenly disaster. Within the Empire, common heavenly disasters could generally be classified as earthquakes, thunderstorms, hurricanes, droughts, floods, and meteorite falls. The first few types clearly did not match. Only the scenario of meteorite falls bore some resemblance. But he had questioned the Imperial soldiers who had fled back. It was night time. If meteorites had fallen from the sky, they should have been distinctly visible. Monroe conjectured. Over this period, in his effort to gather intelligence, he had reviewed all the past magic newspapers, keenly noting that several months earlier the Magic Star had published a very important paper on the causes of earthquakes, the effects of continental plates, and magma activity underneath the Earth. Although Monroe did not fully understand it, the paper mentioned a type of heavenly disaster known as volcanic eruption. It was said to be caused by the movement of the Earth's crust, where magma from the hell abyss flowed out through fissures in the ground surface, resulting in a terrifying disaster that could turn tens of miles around into a lava hell. Alvis muttered thoughtfully. In recent times, those wizards, despite having the upper hand, still hadn't ventured out, a phenomenon that indeed puzzled him. If Monroe's conjecture were true, then it suddenly made sense. The enemies were merely bluffing to buy time to develop more war machines. At this thought, Alvis felt it was necessary to initiate a probing attack to determine the real situation of the enemy. Seeing that Pope Alvis agreed with his view, Monroe was greatly encouraged and quickly disclosed another important piece of intelligence, which was a vulnerability in the wizard's defense line. It must be said that the Council's method of using numerous skyships as eyes to monitor the entire kingdom was extremely troublesome, making large-scale, unnoticed intrusions nearly impossible. However, there was an exception. That was the region of death outside Fire Oil City. This area was utterly unguarded, with only a few airships passing by from afar. One could evade the wizard's detection at night by utilizing both the darkness and divine arts for cover. But I have heard that this region of death possesses radiation that not even formal wizards can withstand, and even after several months, it is not completely dissipated, Pope Alvis said, frowning. That point was also mentioned in the paper. Monroe rushed to explain, during the volcanic eruption, a large amount of toxic gases would be emitted, accumulating in the airspace to form a terrifying dust cloud. Sometimes, it could even last for months, which could be the radiation mentioned by the wizards. The method of handling it was also available. It required wearing a face mask or protective goggles to shield the fragile eyes and a wet cloth over the mouth and nose, among other things. Of course, if one ventured too deep or stayed too long, even with protection, serious damage to the body was inevitable. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. Alvis was naturally aware of this concept. The enemies would never expect them to launch an attack from this location. You have done well, Monroe, Although there was a problem with the last plan, it's not entirely your fault. Alvis spoke reassuringly, praising Monroe's ability to gather and analyze intelligence, and asked him to continue monitoring the internal situation of the kingdom. The 3-minute time limit soon expired, and after ending the communication, Alvis did not rush to issue an order, but turned to look at St. Randall beside him. "I don't believe those wizards have the capability to wield such formidable magic," St. Randall stated decisively. "Yet such a significant matter, even with a slight possibility, must be considered. Otherwise, a misjudgment could lead to unimaginable consequences." So, pausing briefly, Randall continued, "Did not the Holy Maiden confront this so-called big nuclear explosion technique herself? The fastest, most accurate method was naturally to ask." Pope Alvis remained silent for a while and did not reply. Randall immediately realized this point, his face showing some displeasure. Such important news, and Alvis had not divulged a bit to him and had just let the Lord's avatar leave the protection of the holy city. It was known that the Lord had just changed its host body, and how much power it could exert was questionable. "The Holy Maiden has her own plans which neither you nor I can interfere with." Alvis spoke dispassionately, stopping Randall from further inquiry, and swiftly decided. Randall opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but eventually he nodded. Chapter 497 463 Monroe. I'm really not an undercover sent by the wizard. _2. On the other side, within the faction quarters of Wizard College in Fire Oil City, Monroe, having ceased communication, walked out of the room, visibly exhausted. Outside the door, Ivina leaned against the pristine walls just as before, keeping watch for Monroe, but her attention was on a magic newspaper in front of her. Upon seeing Monroe emerge, she set aside the newspaper and inquired whether the Pope had issued any new orders. Monroe hesitated for a moment. In fact, Monroe was somewhat dissatisfied with his partner Ivina's recent performance, as she had started to delve into those experiments conducted by wizards, claiming she wanted to replicate the free-fall and pendulum experiments previously done by the Star of Magic to verify their authenticity. This was a highly dangerous signal. Deepening one's knowledge of wizards' lore was not a fun matter, as one could easily be ensnared by the forbidden knowledge contained within. However, as Monroe and Ivina were not in a superior-subordinate relationship, Monroe could not forcibly command the young lady to abandon these groundless thoughts. Furthermore, within the college, he had to rely on Ivina's expertise in the forbidden fields to complete those troublesome course assignments. Monroe sighed quietly to himself and ultimately decided to trust his partner. After all, she was recommended by Lord Gustav. Her previous initiative in selling grain to the council had indeed uncovered some useful information, so he succinctly relayed the content of the recent discussion. As Monroe mentioned the wizard's so-called big nuclear explosion technique, which was likely just volcanic eruptions caused by underground magma movements, and speculated that the Star of Magic was probably just bluffing to buy more time to prepare for war, Ivina's expression suddenly turned quite peculiar. Monroe, noticing the change in the young girl's expression, couldn't help frowning and asked. Ivina handed over the newspaper she was holding. Monroe, trying to suppress his unease, took the magic newspaper and scanned it quickly. Ivina then began to explain. The wizards have not launched a large-scale counteroffensive for over 2 months, as they were modifying the big nuclear explosion technique. It is said to have been completed now, with its power increased by about 8 times, and they have also eliminated the radiation issue that the technique originally caused. Monroe had just read the report on a magic newspaper about the Star of Magic modifying the explosion technique when Ivina's words shocked him. How much? The power increased by 8 times? Monroe's mind went blank. Then he couldn't help saying, absurd. This must be a rumor spread by those wizards to scare us. Although he had never witnessed the power of the explosion technique firsthand, just the remnants it had created, known as the Land of Death, were already indicative of its immense power. And now you're telling me its power could increase 8-fold. They have no need to lie, because the Star of Magic, who developed this technique, is preparing to publicly demonstrate it tonight and to eliminate the radiation from that land of death, Ivina solemnly said. The council has no need to tell a lie that would be debunked in just a few hours. Monroe's expression immediately changed. Could it be that his guess was wrong, and those wizards truly could wield magic powerful enough to destroy cities and nations? Wait a moment. Monroe suddenly realized a much graver issue and urgently grabbed Ivina's shoulders. His eyes reddened as he demanded. Yes, Ivina nodded, not understanding why Monroe had suddenly become so agitated. Before she could even ask, Monroe had already rushed back into the room like a whirlwind, searching for the communication crystal ball. Hurry, hurry! Monroe's face was an epitome of urgency as he gripped and even shook the communicator, clueless about how to charge the device due to his lack of knowledge in alchemy and electromagnetism. In a moment of urgency, he could only infuse all the magic power inside his body into the crystal ball. Before heading to Fire Oil City to act as an internal collaborator, Lord Gustav had injected them with demonic power through a peculiar magic potion, allowing them to pass the wizard's inspection. Only after the task was completed could the demonic power be completely removed during the baptism ceremony. As the magic power continued to pour in, the crystal ball began to tremble slightly, and a hint of joy immediately appeared on Monroe's face, prompting him to increase his effort. About 3 minutes later, the crystal ball that was forcibly infused with a large amount of magic power finally exploded. Just as Monroe was engulfed in utter devastation, the streets of Fire Oil City were already crowded with onlookers. Did you hear? A short, chubby man said excitedly. An educated merchant next to him scoffed. That's Lynn's magic. It should be called the big nuclear explosion technique. It's got nothing to do with the actual sun. A young boy adamantly corrected. The merchant was left almost laughing in exasperation. That's because the boy still insisted, sure that the wizards had indeed thrown down the sun from the sky. The sounds of discussion and argument arose everywhere in Fire Oil City. Under the publicity of the Magic Daily, almost the entire city knew that Lynn, hailed as the Star of Magic, was preparing to experiment with new magic tonight. Obviously, many people were interested, regardless of whether they were wizards or citizens of Fire Oil City. Anyone who could find even a moment's respite would not want to miss this spectacle. Even many citizens from other kingdoms had specifically traveled by train to watch. To avoid the tragedy of potentially creating tens of thousands of blind people within Fire Oil City, the council's alchemist had slightly modified the protective barrier covering the entire city, enhancing the isolation of dangerous radiation and significantly reducing the impact of the intense light. About 2 hours later, someone in the crowded crowd suddenly shouted loudly, and the people around tiptoed and looked up towards the inner part, eager to catch a glimpse of this star of magic. Lynn was still wearing his usual wizard's robes and had not made extra preparations due to the grand scale of this event. He had only taken some time during the experiment to clean up the land of death just outside Fire Oil City, while also intimidating those with ill intentions. By his side, a somewhat peculiar magic beast impatiently followed behind, its fur fluttering like flames in the wind, arrogantly swishing its tail, clearly dissatisfied with the noisy behavior of these bipeds. For such a scene, Mutuo naturally had little interest. It would rather stay on the manor's grass, lazily waiting for the fearful bipeds to deliver delicious treats. However, seeing that Mutuo had been too lazy lately and was not very obedient, Lin forcibly dragged it out, planning to give a good lesson. Lin walked up the city walls step by step, and the wizards along the way made way for him, their gazes full of admiration towards this star of magic. The big nuclear explosion technique he created is considered the most powerful magic today, describable only as a man-made heavenly disaster. And today, they would finally have the privilege of witnessing this incredibly powerful technique. Chapter 498-464 The Sun. The sun has fallen. Lin walked slowly onto the high walls of Fire Oil City, the best vantage point to observe the explosion. Only wizards and some of the guards were privileged enough to climb up here. Lin didn't rush to meet everyone's expectations and display his new magic, but instead asked cautiously. Vittorio's expression was just as grave. Good, Lin nodded. Although hydrogen bombs are different from nuclear bombs and do not have a so-called critical mass, in theory, even 1 gram of deuterium could explode. But until he broke through to the realm of legend, he obviously couldn't control it at will. This time, the hydrogen explosion spell also used an ancient and simple method, using an atomic bomb as a detonator to trigger the hydrogen bomb. That meant the yield of the hydrogen explosion couldn't be too low, about equivalent to the explosive power of 300,000 tons of TNT, 15 times that of the previous atomic bomb. The radius of the destruction, even by the most optimistic estimates, would be over 20 kilometers. In other words, if left unrestrained, the entire Fire Oil City would be swept up in the powerful wave of energy. It was for this reason that he had Vittorio set up an alchemy array at the center of the projected point of explosion to confine the power of the nuclear blast, or, in other words, artificially restrict the spread of the energy wave to release most of the hydrogen bomb's might at the core. This was also related to Lin's envisioned use of the hydrogen explosion spell in a new way. If the experiment was successful, there might be no need to resort to such a mutually destructive method to kill the enemy next time. As he contemplated, Lin slowly rose into the sky under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The kingdom's citizens watching were all abuzz with speculation. Some thought this star of magic was preparing to fly up into the sky and bring down the sun, while others thought Lin was summoning a meteorite to fall, for only such power could create the terrifying land of death. The few speakers and over a dozen grand wizards were focused intently. They were responsible for stopping the horrific energy backlash if the situation turned worst. The most relaxed individual present. Oh no, energy beast, that would be Mutuo. It did not care what these bipedal creatures were doing. Upon reaching the top of the fortress wall, it simply found the widest and most comfortable spot and lay down. The intense heat from its body made the wizards nearby instinctively give it a wide berth, turning the already crowded space on the fortress wall even more cramped. Yoland and the others were angry, yet dared not speak out. After all, the creature was Lin's pet, rumored to be capable of gobbling up several incredibly hard and extremely dangerous radioactive elements like beans. Any wizard with a bit of sense understood this strange magical beast was not something they could handle. After only a brief delay, Lin had already flown up 100 meters into the air. This time for the hydrogen explosion spell, he chose not to use a clone explosion method, but was instead preparing to project it directly. Lin opened his hands, and his domain as a grand wizard instantly expanded to 100 meters around him. Next, the stored uranium elements, deuterium, and tritium began to rapidly converge, followed by a surge of magic power, which mimicked and formed an elliptical shell. It took no more than a few seconds, and a hydrogen bomb warhead appeared in front of Lin, with near-critical mass of uranium, 235 and elements of deuterium and tritium placed at the two focal points inside the elliptical warhead. Lin spoke slowly, and intense lightning became visible around. Yes, his method of long-range projection was none other than the electromagnetic cannon. Due to material limitations, this device had a maximum range of only 25 kilometers. But this only is compared to the thousands or even 10,000s of kilometers range of missiles. A strike from 25 kilometers away was already terrifying in this other world. Nevertheless, there was a prerequisite. It had to hit the target. At such a great distance, at such high speed, any slight deviation would result in an impact point vastly off target. Luckily for Lin, who was assisted by a smart brain, such level of computing power could not possibly lead to any mistakes. Once everything was ready, Lin raised his right hand and made a flicking motion. The hydrogen warhead turned into a brilliant streak of light amidst a piercing sonic boom, heading for the core of the land of death, the crater created by the last nuclear blast. Its speed was Mach 25, 7 kilometers a second. Under the gaze of the citizens of Fire Oil City, The streak of light had barely appeared when it had already vanished from their sight, followed by the deafening sonic boom. Only a group of grand wizards could barely make it out, but such a speed had already surpassed their reaction limits. Unless they moved out of the way in advance, or they were thousands of kilometers away, they were as good as dead the moment they were targeted. And yet, such intense electromagnetic cannon was merely a tool for launching. At 25 times the speed of sound, the hydrogen warhead, which originally had a silvery sheen, had turned red hot. In just 2 seconds, the insulating layer on its surface had rapidly dissolved, and the heart of the land of death was already within reach. The stored uranium-235 inside the hydrogen warhead exploded first, with thousands of neutrons starting to bombard the radioactive uranium, shattering it, and then, in a chain reaction, producing more neutrons, continuously repeating this process. Chapter 499-464 The Sun has fallen. _2. Within a millionth of a second of the fission occurring, before the explosion could ascend, light had already been produced. A massive amount of high-energy rays generated from the impact surged in all directions, which then struck the sturdy reflective layer. According to the law of ellipses, any ray emitted from one focus, upon reflecting off the elliptical surface, will converge upon the other focus. And at the other focus was precisely the fusion fuel. A more terrifying force emerged within the core of the nuclear blast, devouring the firelight created by the fission, to then burst forth with a strength 10 times greater. Minutes earlier, on the Empire's border, Tezsis led 20,000 Imperial soldiers who, under the cover of divine arts, quietly set out, detoured through a valley, and then cautiously and fearfully stepped into this deadly region. "Hurry! Keep up! We're approaching the land of death." Tezsis commanded with a voice bolstered by divine arts in everyone's ear. In fact, he didn't need to remind them, as the Imperial soldiers already had their hearts in their throats. Beneath their feet was cracked, barren soil, surrounded by grossly disfigured views, as huge charred tree trunks lay over the blood-stained mud. It was imaginable that before destruction, this place was a dense forest, yet now it was leveled ground. The closer they got, the more the Imperial guards felt terrified. The interior of the land of death was empty, lacking even debris, as if entering a desert, but the ground beneath them shimmered with pieces of glass under the sunset glow, not sand. Just minutes into their walk, signs of crumbling morale began to subtly appear within the troops. Rumors about the land of death had spread throughout the Empire during the past 2 months. There were rumors that wizards had opened the gates to hell right at the center of the land of death, and others believed the wizards had pulled stars down from the sky. Tessis's heart was pounding, but he still forced himself to speak calmly. "Do not fear. According to our scouts' reports, this is a heavenly disaster known as volcanic eruption, not any wizard's magic," Tezsis said assertively. His words not only meant to comfort the soldiers, but also to bolster his own confidence and morale. And just as Monroe had said, after entering the land of death, he felt no discomfort whatsoever, nor saw any guards or patrolling aircraft. Everything was going so smoothly. Once through here, they could bypass the wizards' defenses, break into the kingdom, conduct raids, and force the wizards to split their forces to come to the rescue, thus creating a favorable scenario for the Empire to launch a major offensive. Just as Tezsis fantasized, a divine knight suddenly spoke from beside him. Tezsis looked up in surprise, but saw nothing. Tezsis did not question the other's words, but a trace of unease began to rise in his heart. This unease continued to grow, and the warhorse beneath him started to neigh restlessly. In the distance, the afterglow of the setting sun slowly fell on the horizon, and suddenly, a much bigger sun began to rise before them. All present were terrified, staring at the incredible scene before them. The sun was so immense and magnificent, beyond description with any words. Its intense light instantly filled their entire field of vision. The divine arts originally bestowed upon them to protect their eyes were instantly torn apart. Tezsis felt a chill shoot straight from his feet to his heart. No, Tessis cried out hoarsely, then without hesitation spurred his warhorse to wildly flee back the way he had come. The neatly arranged 20,000 legions of the Empire instantly descended into chaos. At the moment the sun rose, everyone who looked up into the sky was blinded and could only flee in panic in all directions. Countless soldiers were knocked down and trampled by their comrades. The air was soon filled with screams and screeches, and the stench of blood permeated the entire land of death. But no one cared about the fate of these people anymore. Everyone was desperately running for their lives. However fast they ran, they couldn't compete with the blast wave of the explosion. The first to be engulfed by the flames were the Imperial soldiers who had been knocked down and trampled by their comrades. The process was painless. In less than a tenth of a second, their bodies had been vaporized by the high heat, and immediately after that, they were torn into pieces by the force of the blast. Tessis frantically whipped his horse, the steed almost casting after-images with its hooves under the enhancement of divine arts. Yet even so, he could feel death creeping closer step by step, and his back was completely numb, likely already seared. Monroe. Tessis incessantly spewed the most venomous curses at a certain church spy. This is what you called a heavenly disaster? Tessis was so furious he almost fell off the horseback. He believed more in the likelihood of it being a comprehensive trap than a mere intelligence failure. Monroe must have betrayed the church, betrayed the great Lord, and conspired with those evil wizards to orchestrate this scheme, aiming to annihilate himself and the tens of thousands of the Empire's elite troops. Like Tessis, the divine punishment knights who were spurring their horses in a frenzied race were also swept into the horrendous flames one by one. Faster, even faster, Tessis, with a crazed expression, continually pummeled the body of his horse. Ahead of him was the valley they had entered through, which also meant he was leaving the land of death. Suddenly, his warhorse let out a painful scream as it collapsed to the ground, exhausted by the relentless sprint, its body twisting as it fell, hurling Tessis, terrified, onto the ground. Just before the blast wave completely devoured him, Tessis's angry roar carried for kilometers. However, it was quickly drowned out by an explosion that sounded like the earth was shattering. The intense fire enveloped everything, erasing all traces of the more than 20,000 Empire's legion without stirring the slightest ripple. Only after everything settled down, at the edge of the hydrogen explosion zone, a charred warhorse struggled to move as the deputy of the Divine Punishment Military, Miller, bloody and with his hands burnt red by the scorching ground, felt his brain tremble ceaselessly from the violent shockwave. Dead, all dead. Miller sat collapsed on the ground, staring wide-mouthed at everything around him, completely breaking down in despair. Tens of thousands of men had vanished before his eyes, and the only reason he survived was by being the rear guard and starting his escape at the first sign of trouble. No one could think of resisting after watching a sun rise before them. Miller was no exception, barely saving his life through the greater safety distance, the protective shield of divine arts, and using his horse as a shield. But that was only a temporary reprieve. The terrified Miller felt even the air had thorns, stirring inside his lungs like blades each time he breathed. It was now too late to mourn his superiors and many comrades. Miller crawled and stumbled towards Holy City. He must bring this news back. The church's spy, Monroe, had been corrupted by the wizards. He had forsaken the faith of the Lord and lured the Empire's legion into the wizard's trap, leading to the complete annihilation of tens of thousands of the Empire's troops. Chapter 465, Physical Transcendence Through Nuclear Explosion Technique. Whose brave idea was this? Just at the moment the hydrogen bomb was detonated, a sense of alarm simultaneously rose in the hearts of everyone in Fire Oil City. The camels pulling carts even prostrated themselves, uneasily trying to break free from the ropes that bound them. This was the instinctive behavior of creatures sensing danger. Even Mutuo, who had been sound asleep, suddenly sprung open his eyes and jumped up from the ground. The evening sun had gradually set below the horizon, yet a much more powerful ray of light emerged at the end of everyone's line of sight. The sun, Susan exclaimed in horror from among the crowd. In her view, a giant, fierce sun hung in the void, clearly visible despite being tens of kilometers away. This massive, fierce sun, with a diameter of over a kilometer, remained suspended in midair for about a minute. The swirling firelight then suddenly exploded, turning into a pillar of fire shooting skyward. In an instant, an area spanning hundreds of kilometers was as bright as day. Everyone gaped in stunned silence at the scene of the collapsing great sun. The terrifying wave of energy began to spread rapidly in all directions. Everywhere it reached, the ground turned into flowing magma. Countless rocks and dirt were swept into the firelight and were incinerated into ash by the billions of degrees of high temperature. And this intense firelight was rapidly approaching Fire Oil City. This apocalyptic scene of dark clouds bearing down and the earth splitting apart made the wizards standing on the city tower tremble. Raphael couldn't help swallowing his saliva, his legs going weak. If it weren't for the presence of several chairmen and Master Lin, who was casting the spell, he would have already run away. Lin, on the other hand, was not very nervous. The moment he saw the pillar of fire, he knew the experiment was a success. The alchemy array they had set up had managed to suppress the power of the hydrogen explosion to a certain extent. It had contained it for about a minute. That minute was when the explosion was at its most intense, the energy wave spreading fastest. Just as Lin had predicted, the energy wave, originally propagating at supersonic speed, began to slow down rapidly after crossing a 10-kilometer boundary. By the time it reached their visible range, the energy contained had been reduced to 1/10,000,000th of its original strength, coming into contact with a magic barrier protecting Fire Oil City. Ripples continuously danced upon the insubstantial magic barrier, which lasted only 3 seconds before bursting open with a loud explosion. The faces of the several grand wizards present changed dramatically, wanting to intervene to stop the remaining shockwave. But seeing that the chairman did not move at all, it dismissed the idea. In just that moment, a violent hurricane swept over the city, and the ground began to tremble violently. However, it was merely a few aftershocks and did not cause any destruction, but it did bring people in Fire Oil City back to their senses from the bizarre sight of the great sun hanging in the sky and the pillar of fire scorching the heavens. A few merchants collapsed to the ground with shaking limbs, having been so terrified that they wet their pants. None of the other citizens laughed, for the moment the fierce sun had risen, they had almost thought that doomsday had arrived. Is this the big nuclear explosion technique? Ivina, also a wizard, had the privilege of standing on the city tower and had witnessed the entire process of the hydrogen explosion technique, from creation and delivery to detonation. She was ashen-faced. In her 2 years battling wizards and the evil god in the Northlands, Ivina had seen the marvels and strangeness of magic. No matter how powerful the enemies she faced, she could always fight them with her superior swordsmanship and a body enhanced by divine potions. Even against the evil god, Ivina knew she was no match, but had never felt fear. However, seeing the power of the hydrogen explosion had completely shattered that notion. Ivina realized that her cherished swordsmanship was utterly meaningless against such power. Monroe was even paler. He had come with a last shred of hope to witness and disprove the lies of those wizards, yet now laid out before him. That harbinger of doom, Lin, had recreated the so-called big nuclear explosion technique, even more powerful than before, its aftermath reaching directly to Fire Oil City. His only hope now was that the Pope's sent agents had not yet set foot into the land of death. Otherwise, the information he provided would become their death warrant. Because of the urgency of the situation, Monroe couldn't even inform the spies in the city to send the message back to the Holy City. The other scheming imperial spies, wealthy merchants, and nobles were also trembling with fear. It was truly terrifying. That magic could be so powerful was beyond anything they had imagined, despite having seen the horrors of the land of death and hearing countless terrifying rumors. Nothing had prepared them for the shock of witnessing such power firsthand. Perhaps our plan for revenge. We should just forget it? A merchant who had gone completely bankrupt due to the grain war made a grim face and signaled to his colleague beside him. The latter quickly nodded in agreement. Due to the council crashing the grain prices so low, many who had speculated on high grain prices had lost everything and could only reluctantly sell off the wheat they had bought for hundreds of copper coins for just 1 copper coin each. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.